A deafening silence crushes the air as they exchange a fruitless greeting about the weather. A loveless engagement hangs over them like a curse that cannot make either party happy. The heavy atmosphere remains unbroken as their strained relationship dictates a rigid distance. Viola attempted to sever their ties before he lost his memories, but he shockingly claimed she was previously head over heels for him. Disbelief shatters her composure as she reels from his ridiculous lie. Philip Lawrenson stands before her as the heir to a duke and her inescapable fiancé. Dubbed the Icy Lord, his hair mirrors the dark night sky while his golden eyes shine like cold stars masking a man devoid of emotion. His striking handsome features make him extremely popular among the upper echelons of high society. Viola Wesley considers herself merely a viscount's daughter and believes they are fundamentally a terrible match. Long ago the Lawrenson family stood on the brink of extinction until Viscountess Wesley used her fortune-telling to save them. Bound by legacy, they were locked into this engagement shortly after taking their first breaths. Duke Lawrenson secured this fate with an unbreakable promise to the Wesley lineage. The Lawrenson family officially initiated the binding pact to show their eternal gratitude. An ancient vow dictated that a boy and a girl of the exact same age would inevitably marry upon growing up. Over a century drifted past before the elusive conditions of the ancestral contract were finally fulfilled. The births of Viola and Lord Philip cemented the century-old promise into an ironclad reality. Startled by the sudden frequency, she recalls they previously only met once a month. Seeking relief from the stifling tension, she begs him to ask his father to reduce their meetings back to a monthly schedule. Trapped in a one-sided dynamic, he barely mutters a single word in her presence despite his naturally quiet demeanor. Frustration boils within her as her attempts at conversation are met only with hollow grunts and brief agreements. She questions the point of wasting time twice a month, especially considering Lord Philip's demanding schedule. A faint sound escapes him as he vaguely registers her complaint. He dismisses her concerns by stating it is only a few hours of his extremely busy life. Infuriated by his stubbornness, she snaps that he shouldn't bother with her since he admits he is busy. Defeated by his impenetrable wall of ice, she reluctantly accepts his unyielding stance. The suffocating silence returns, punctuated only by the clinking of teacups against saucers. Piercing the quiet, he suddenly asks if she would join him at an upcoming party hosted by an acquaintance. She yields to his request while noting bitterly that he never stays at these events for long. Whenever they attend gatherings, he hastily flees after basic greetings as if utterly ashamed to be seen with her. Dreading the venomous glares of his jealous fans, she actively avoids such high society functions. Despite being trained her entire life to be the perfect wife for Lord Philip, she realizes she desperately needs an escape. Overwhelmed by the crushing expectations, she bids him farewell until the dreaded party. The narrative pauses as the sheer exhaustion of their strained interaction hangs heavily in the air. A quiet moment reflects the deeply rooted disconnect between the young betrothed couple. Exhaustion finally crashes down on her as the rattling carriage lulls her tired body. Gasping for air in her suffocating reality, she remembers that their dynamic wasn't always this agonizing. The memory of a past declaration echoes sharply as a younger Viola screams that she hates Lord Philip. The stinging retort of his mutual disdain cuts through the flashback with cold precision. With their 18th birthdays past and the wedding looming just a year away, she resolves to break the engagement. Driven by desperation, she determines he must find a more fitting fiancé out there in the world. Shock grips Viola as she wakes up engulfed in complete confusion. A loud rumble shakes the area while she frantically scrambles to formulate a survival plan. Panicked horses neigh wildly as the violent tremors relentlessly intensify. The carriage violently trembles under the crushing force of the unexpected chaos. Startled by sudden shouts, she snaps her eyes open to find her desperate parents. Immense relief floods the turbulent room as her parents realize she finally regained consciousness. Disorientation clouds her mind upon discovering she slept deeply for an entire week. Memories strike her like lightning as she recalls a massive boulder obliterating her carriage. Assessing her miraculous survival, she notes her incredibly heavy but completely painless body. Dark humor surfaces as she morbidly considers her near-death experience a successfully executed escape plan. Deep concern etches her father's face as he desperately asks if she recognizes him. A sudden realization sparks wildly within her calculating mind. Seizing the perfect golden opportunity, she mentally prepares her ultimate escape route. Faking complete amnesia becomes her brilliant tactical strategy to permanently break her dreaded engagement with Lord Philip. Pretending to lose her precious memories offers a peaceful exit without forcing a bitter confrontation. She smugly calculates that no proud noble duke would ever marry a hopelessly clueless idiot. Fleeting guilt flickers as she resolves to fiercely apologize to her deeply worried parents later. Desperation violently drives her deception because this cursed arranged marriage would ruin her entire future. Staring blankly at her heartbroken parents, she coldly delivers her brilliantly calculated lie. Committing fully to the treacherous act, she embraces the ruthless tactic of thoroughly fooling her closest loved ones first. A quiet, sorrowful apology effectively masks the brilliant deception actively unfolding within her mind. A loyal servant gently approaches to respectfully interrupt the heavy, somber atmosphere. Receiving a direct summons to the main hall, she firmly accepts the daunting call to action. Confidently rejecting a guided escort, she relies entirely on her perfectly memorized mental map. 3 tense days pass smoothly as her flawless amnesia ruse completely fools the entire household. Maintaining the exhausting daily charade aggressively demands absolute mental vigilance every single waking second. Steeling her fierce resolve, she accepts that this highly dangerous path offers absolutely no return. Slapping her cheeks forcefully, she aggressively hypes herself up for the impending psychological battle. Bracing for intense impact, she boldly enters the grand hall to face the dreaded Lord Philip. Feigning absolute complete ignorance, she carefully listens as her father earnestly explains her lifelong engagement. Shock violently shatters her fragile facade momentarily upon learning the icy lord brought her fresh flowers every single day. Quickly recovering her slipping composure, she breathes a hidden sigh of relief as her father smoothly apologizes. Vibrant, beautiful bouquets fill the quiet room as silent, unexpected testaments to his surprising devotion. Astonishment aggressively ripples through her as she realizes Philip actually cared enough to consistently bring thoughtful gifts. Understanding the immense gravity of the impending moment, she mentally prepares to directly confront her mysterious fiancé. Unleashing her skilled inner actress, she flawlessly slips straight back into her vulnerable amnesiac persona. Beaming with radiant fake enthusiasm, she loudly praises the imposing man she secretly desperately wants to avoid. Pushing the heavy doors open, she confidently greets the imposing stoic figure quietly waiting for her. Weaponizing her physical appearance, she deliberately wears her hair loose and an uncharacteristic dress to solidify her complex amnesia lie. Stepping boldly onto the active battlefield, she flawlessly initiates the final critical phase of her grand deception. Viola nervously observes the intimidating silence radiating from the stoic young lord standing before her. Philip maintains his famously aloof facade while closely studying her heavily guarded expression. Breaking the stifling tension, she waves awkwardly while tossing out a ridiculously silly greeting. Piercing her with an intense gaze, he sharply questions if her precious memories are truly gone. A massive surge of triumphant victory electrifies Viola as she realizes he actually bought her complex amnesia lie. Acting perfectly polite, she sweetly thanks Lord Philip for taking valuable time out of his demanding schedule to visit. Taking a deep, steadying breath, she steels her trembling nerves to initiate the next highly dangerous phase of her theatrical performance. Muttering a quiet prayer to herself, she boldly extends her delicate fingers to repeatedly poke his solid arm. Fidgeting with exaggerated shyness, she playfully thanks him for dutifully sending those lovely daily flowers. Flashing a sickeningly sweet beam, she dramatically claims her fragile heart skipped a beat at his incredible, unexpected handsomeness. Deep internal cringe viciously tortures her very soul as she mentally begs for an immediate swift death. Reacting instantly, Philip snaps his head away to fiercely hide his rapidly changing expression. Thrilled by his visible sudden discomfort, she celebrates knowing he utterly despises receiving shallow compliments about his appearance. Reaching her hand out, she aggressively escalates her master plan to purposely make a spectacularly terrible impression. Anticipating the glorious impending end of her dreaded engagement, she eagerly cups his rigid, unwelcoming hand. She calculates that his strict aristocratic sensibilities will utterly reject any lady acting so inappropriately touchy-feely. Remembering his furious reactions to other beautiful women touching him, she eagerly prepares for his impending explosive rage. Sliding her delicate fingers against his bare skin, she internally dares him to finally unleash his absolute disgust. A swift, unexpected twitch vibrates through his large hand in direct, immediate response to her brazen physical contact. Supreme, arrogant confidence radiates from her as she blindly believes everything is proceeding perfectly according to plan. Shock abruptly shatters her smug confidence when his powerful masculine fingers firmly clasp completely around her small hand. A heavy, suffocating tension instantly thickens the air as his unexpected iron grip tightly locks her into place. Panic violently spikes within her scrambling mind as she desperately tries to comprehend his shocking, out-of-character reaction. Stammering his formal aristocratic title in sheer disbelief, she mentally screams for a logical, coherent explanation. Crushing her rapidly rising panic, she fiercely orders herself not to waver under his suddenly overwhelming intense physical presence. Her father sternly informs Philip that her fragile amnesiac condition safely prevents her from attending public gatherings. Manipulating her poor father flawlessly, she silently rejoices as he formally suggests reconsidering the entire archaic lifelong engagement. A brief heavy wave of intense guilt washes over her for ruthlessly guilt-tripping her terrified father into calling off the wedding. Refocusing her cunning calculating mind, she realizes securing Lord Philip's final definitive approval remains her only towering obstacle. Cutting sharply through the thick room tension, Philip suddenly demands an uncomfortably private conversation with Viola alone. A heavy, profoundly shocked silence crashes over the grand room at his surprisingly bold and highly uncharacteristic request. A nervous, terrified little stutter barely escapes her trembling lips as she rapidly processes this dangerous, unexpected tactical shift. Her eager parents happily abandon the quiet room while she internally screams that they have absolutely nothing left to discuss. Complete, utter confusion violently scrambles her brain as she desperately tries to decode his increasingly bizarre, unpredictable behavior. Staring down at their inexplicably connected hands, she frantically wonders what crazy, chaotic thoughts are running through his mysterious head. Agonizing, crushing silence painfully drags on as he frustratingly reverts back to his famously unreadable mute persona. Furious, burning impatience violently boils over as she mentally begs him to finally spit out his deeply hidden thoughts. Shattering the heavy, agonizing silence, he intensely asks if she truly remembers absolutely nothing at all about him. Holding her heavily fortified ground against his penetrating golden gaze, she fiercely delivers a firm and incredibly cold denial. Faking a highly convincing, painful wince, she softly apologizes while ruthlessly insisting her hollow mind remains completely blank. A heavy silence blankets the room as Philip stands entirely motionless before his supposed amnesiac fiancée. His intense gaze pierces through the tense atmosphere while he carefully considers her unexpected request. Shattering her fragile hopes, he firmly declares that he has absolutely no intention of breaking off their engagement. Shock violently grips Viola as her carefully constructed escape plan immediately hits an impenetrable wall. She frantically questions his refusal since he previously admitted his hatred and their blatant incompatibility. Philip maintains his stoic composure while preparing to drop a catastrophic lie on her unsuspecting head. He boldly shatters her reality by claiming they truly loved each other before her unfortunate accident. A bewildered gasp escapes her trembling lips as her mind completely fails to process his absurd statement. Stepping dangerously close, he invades her personal space with an intense and overwhelming physical presence. He leans in intimately close while softly whispering her name to maximize the suffocating tension. Doubting her own sanity, she nervously asks him to repeat the utterly insane words he just spoke. Philip ruthlessly doubles down by definitively stating that the two of them were deeply in love. Absolute disbelief paralyzes Viola as she desperately tries to comprehend his blatant and ridiculous falsehood. Panic wildly surges as she wonders if he somehow discovered her fake amnesia and is merely playing a cruel game. Her calculating mind races fiercely to uncover the hidden sinister motive behind his shameless fabrication. Stammering a weak excuse about her parents, she is quickly outmaneuvered when he claims their affection was a closely guarded secret. Internal rage violently flares as she mentally screams that she never once showed him any affection whatsoever. Attempting to retreat into formal boundaries, she addresses him properly, but he swiftly cuts her off. He drops another mind-bending bombshell by insisting she affectionately called him Phil whenever they were alone. Furious denial aggressively burns within her as she violently rejects his fabricated and overly intimate nickname. Forcing the dreaded nickname through her gritted teeth, she desperately struggles to change the agonizing subject. Gathering her rapidly crumbling composure, she cautiously asks him to describe her supposed past behavior. Philip pauses thoughtfully to expertly construct his completely fictional version of their passionate romantic history. His golden eyes heavily lock onto hers to ensure she cannot easily escape his intricate web of lies. A quiet breath softly escapes his lips as he prepares to deliver his ultimate and most ridiculous fabrication. Staring directly into her bewildered eyes, he shamelessly declares that she loved him with all her heart. He smoothly adds that simply gazing upon his handsome face used to bring her immense and undeniable happiness. Pushing his luck, he boldly claims she burned with fierce jealousy whenever other women dared to speak with him. His flawless stoic expression masterfully conceals the absolute absurdity of the massive lie he just spun. Viola stares back in utter horror as she realizes the terrifying scale of his completely fabricated narrative. He confidently delivers the final crushing blow by stating she was undeniably head over heels for him. Complete mental chaos violently erupts within her as she frantically questions when this delusional fantasy supposedly happened. Taking a desperate mental breath, she fiercely orders herself not to fall for his highly manipulative tricks. A dangerous new realization suddenly dawns on her as she dissects the terrifying implications of their mutual love. Steeling her fractured courage, she carefully prepares to launch a risky counterattack against his deceitful claims. Looking up with false innocence, she directly challenges him to confess his own supposed feelings toward her. Philip briefly breaks eye contact as he gathers the sheer audacity needed to finalize his monumental trap. He flawlessly seals his grand deception by swearing he has unconditionally loved her for as long as he can remember. The staggering weight of his immense lie violently shatters her remaining sanity into a million unrecoverable pieces. A heavy ominous silence dominates the aftermath as the terrifying reality of her inescapable engagement finally sets in. Philip passionately declares the overwhelming depth of his fabricated love, leaving Viola completely stunned. Viola internally screams that his dramatic confession is nothing but a blatant and calculated lie. Despite knowing the absolute truth, her treacherous heart violently races entirely out of control. Desperately grasping for logic, she frantically rationalizes her intense physical reaction. She quickly blames her wildly beating heart on his overwhelming proximity and devastatingly handsome face. Mentally rejecting his intense vows, she silently begs him to abandon the stifling marriage instead of his life. Philip suddenly tightly clasps his hands together while intensely addressing her by name. He firmly refuses to break off the engagement by boldly claiming she would suffer immensely if her memories ever returned. Furious at his manipulative traps, she internally protests that escaping him would actually make her incredibly happy. The sheer audacity of his previous ridiculous claim about her being head over heels constantly echoes in her mind. His corny fabricated declarations of lifelong eternal love violently clash with her actual bitter memories. Utterly bewildered, she frantically questions why the icy lord is suddenly clinging so desperately to their arranged marriage. Yielding to the inescapable situation, Philip calmly decides to formally bid farewell to her parents before departing. He smoothly turns his imposing figure away to gracefully proceed with his polite societal duties. Halting his sudden exit, he unexpectedly turns back to intensely lock his golden gaze directly upon her. Surprising her completely, he smoothly offers to handle all annoying noble duties so she never has to attend any stressful parties. Displaying an uncharacteristically pained expression, he desperately begs her never to leave him ever again. Panicking internally over her sweating palms, she desperately tries to escape his increasingly intimate physical contact. Questioning the necessity of holding hands, she nervously asks if he actively dislikes their surprisingly close proximity. Instead of retreating, he aggressively tightens his warm grasp, directly challenging her fragile emotional defenses. Trapped by his overwhelming emotional display, she helplessly nods while suspecting this is just another cunning psychological trick. She screams internally as her brilliant escape plan violently collapses into an inescapable romantic nightmare. Her ecstatic parents secretly peek into the room while absolutely swooning over the surprisingly intimate scene. Intense embarrassment fiercely blushes across her cheeks as she realizes her family is happily spying on them. Facing the beaming Viscount Wesley, Philip formally and firmly requests absolute permission to remain engaged to Viola. Startled by the serious formal declaration, her stunned father violently chokes on his own sudden, overwhelming shock. Recovering his composure, the worried Viscount gently warns that her severe amnesia would clearly make her a terrible aristocratic wife. Shattering all rational opposition, Philip boldly swears upon his very life to care for Viola with all his heart. Viola bitterly observes his lengthy passionate monologue while violently cursing his flawlessly executed lies. He smoothly promises to shoulder every single burden just to ensure her complete comfort and permanent presence by his side. Declaring his ultimate absolute devotion, he vows to go to any extreme lengths to fiercely protect his beloved fiancée. Overwhelmed by his incredibly moving performance, her foolishly trusting parents openly weep pure tears of absolute joy. Without a single moment of hesitation, the weeping parents wholeheartedly bestow their joyous absolute blessing upon the icy lord. Caught entirely off guard, she violently flinches when her completely manipulated father suddenly asks for her own personal feelings. Philip instantly hijacks her agency by smoothly announcing that she already lovingly agreed to remain unconditionally by his side. Horrifying realization mercilessly strikes her as she recalls helplessly nodding to his manipulative emotional plea earlier. Stammering pathetically under the intense hopeful gazes of her parents, she desperately struggles to form a coherent verbal denial. Her ecstatic father joyously interrupts her frantic stuttering, firmly sealing her tragic fate with his roaring, overwhelming approval. Trapped firmly in his intricate web, she bitterly glares up at the devastatingly handsome architect of her ultimate doom. Accepting the chaotic new reality, she morbidly realizes they are now dangerously locked in a twisted mutual game of massive lies. Grappling with his opaque motivations, Viola internally questions if his ultimate endgame is simply severing their arranged engagement. Driven by a burning need for absolute clarity, she fiercely resolves to unearth the hidden truth behind his calculated actions. Greeting her with an unsettling warmth, Philip welcomes Viola into his domain while she struggles to recall her forgotten visits. A heavy, suffocating silence saturates the atmosphere as the unspoken tension between them physically thickens. Masking her anxiety with polite gratitude, Viola thanks him for the invitation and swiftly dismisses his concerns about her unease. Casually mentioning their past conversations on this very sofa, Philip forces Viola to realize she frequented this intimate space before losing her memory. Frustrated by the suffocating deception, Viola mentally curses the relentless stream of lies clouding her fractured reality. The relentless ticking of the grand clock echoes ominously through the room as anticipation fiercely mounts. Scrutinizing his sharp features, Viola vividly remembers a time when Philip proudly wore his hair tied in a long ponytail. Plunging into her fragmented memories, she recalls how he abruptly chopped it off years ago and strangely paraded the new style before her. Seizing the perfect opportunity to probe his defenses, she brings up his previously long hair and admits she never unearthed the reason for the drastic change. Feigning casual curiosity while complimenting his current aesthetic, Viola directly interrogates him regarding his sudden decision to cut it. Dropping an absolute bombshell, Philip calmly confesses he severed his ponytail solely because she once declared a preference for short hair. Utterly blindsided by the impossible claim, Viola silently panics and questions if those words ever actually left her mouth. Boiling with instant indignation, she violently accuses him in her mind of fabricating wild stories to mentally manipulate her. Swiftly clarifying his shocking statement, Philip explains he secretly overheard her delivering that exact preference to a close friend. Piercing through her amnesiac fog, he specifically recounts the daughter of Marquis Preston asking her whether she favored long or short hair. A massive wave of pure astonishment crashes over Viola as the buried memory finally clicks into place. Flashing back to a lavish aristocratic party years ago, she vividly remembers Jamie tossing that trivial question her way. Connecting the fading dots, Viola correctly identifies the Marquis's daughter as her absolute dearest confidant, Jamie Preston. Bubbling with mischievous energy in the hazy memory, Jamie playfully debates whether she should flirt with long-haired or short-haired suitors. Replying with complete thoughtless indifference the past, Viola offhandedly mutters that she guesses she prefers short hair. Horrified by the sheer weight of her casual words, she asks Philip if he truly destroyed his beautiful hair over a fleeting comment he eavesdropped on. Holding her gaze with a terrifying sincerity, Philip firmly declares that to him no better reason exists in the entire world. Crushed by a sudden wave of immense guilt, Viola agonizingly realizes he sacrificed his beloved ponytail for an entirely unserious answer. Desperately drowning in profound confusion, she silently screams for a logical reason explaining why he would go to such extreme, unyielding lengths. Philip locks eyes with her as an unspoken fierce devotion radiates blindingly from his piercing gaze. Fighting back the overwhelming tide of his affection, Viola stubbornly insists to her panicking heart that none of this can possibly be true. Utterly obliterating her emotional defenses, Philip softly confesses he merely wanted her to appreciate him a little more. Scrutinizing his dangerously raw expression, Viola finds it terrifyingly impossible to believe he is lying in this highly vulnerable moment. Reeling from the sheer gravity of his sudden confession, she frantically scrambles to process the earth-shattering implications of his pure sincerity. Trapped by the undeniable truth, she shockingly realizes he is brilliantly making it seem like he harbors deep, genuine feelings for her. Courteously apologizing for the abrupt disruption, Philip excuses himself temporarily and encourages her to freely explore his private chambers. A sharp sudden knock at the heavy door violently shatters the suffocating romantic tension suspended in the stagnant air. Obediently acknowledging the urgent summons from his master, Philip prepares to abandon her to the deafening silence of the room. Stepping purposefully out into the dimly lit corridor, Philip gently pulls the solid wooden door shut behind his retreating figure. Exhaling a massive shaky breath, Viola immediately deflates the second she is finally granted a desperately needed moment of solitary peace. Desperately trying to steady her racing pulse, she dramatically complains to herself that his aggressively corny lines will surely induce a fatal heart attack. Forcing herself to snap out of her flustered daze, she actively decides to regain control by investigating his massive esoteric book collection. Prowling cautiously near the grand bookshelf, her unyielding curiosity violently spikes upon discovering a mysteriously obscured section purposefully hidden from view. Glaring intently at the obscured shelf, Viola fiercely contemplates uncovering Philip's highly guarded secrets. Rationalizing his suspicious behavior, she assumes he naturally harbors embarrassing books he desperately wants concealed. Driven by intense curiosity, she actively resolves to hunt down his secrets since she cannot pierce his stoic facade. Justifying her incoming espionage, she eagerly recalls Philip explicitly granting her total freedom to explore the room. Brimming with mischievous determination, she eagerly accepts the imaginary invitation and boldly approaches the hidden shelf. To her absolute shock, the concealed books reveal pathetic self-help titles regarding earning love and mastering hypnosis. A stunned silence heavily engulfs Viola as she stares blankly at the utterly ridiculous collection of desperate romance guides. Hearing sudden approaching footsteps, she frantically scurries to conceal the embarrassing evidence before he catches her snooping. Philip abruptly returns with a polite apology, causing a highly startled Viola to violently flinch and stammer a panicked reassurance. Sweating profusely, she internally screams in sheer panic that she was definitely not meant to discover his bizarre interest in hypnosis. Completely oblivious to her chaotic mental breakdown, Philip calmly offers to pour her a fresh cup of steaming hot tea. Taking her seat, she desperately struggles to suppress the bubbling amusement threatening to shatter her composed exterior. A sudden snort violently escapes her lips as she hilariously pictures the seemingly flawless nobleman intensely studying those pathetic guidebooks. Glancing at his beautifully composed demeanor, she sharply marvels at the massive disconnect between his perfect exterior and his secret reading habits. Philip catches her intense staring and tilts his head with quiet curiosity as a gentle blush subtly tinges his sharp features. Shattering her fragile reality, he drops his icy guard and warmly declares that she looks absolutely adorable. Utterly paralyzed by the unexpected praise, her heart violently pounds as she processes the planet's most indifferent man calling her adorable. She furiously recalls that this exact same man coldly withheld any compliments when she painfully dressed up for his birthday. Catching her entirely off guard yet again, Philip smoothly pivots and asks if she has any exciting plans for the upcoming weekend. Stammering a heavily confused negative, she mentally reels from his sudden and dangerously aggressive shift in romantic attitude. Highly flustered by his relentless offensive, she mentally curses that she simply cannot catch a single break with this unpredictable man. Transitioning to their sunny weekend trip, Viola awkwardly asks Philip where exactly their luxurious carriage is heading. Philip confidently announces they are visiting a specific river from their shared past to help aggressively trigger her lost memories. Shocked by the blatant fabrication, she internally screams that they have only ever attended stiff formal parties together. She angrily marvels at his sheer unyielding audacity and feels completely baffled by how effortlessly he fabricates these wild fictional memories. Staring at him in sheer disbelief, she weakly asks if his utterly ridiculous plan is just an elaborate practical joke. Philip effortlessly shoots down her desperate doubts with a deadpan expression and plainly declares they are going fishing. Her brain violently short-circuits as she dumbly repeats the word fishing, completely unable to process this absurdly mundane romantic outing. Utterly defeated by his unpredictable logic, she exhales a massive sigh and admits she totally lacks any understanding of his bizarre thought process. Fuming silently in the rattling carriage, she fiercely resolves that she cannot possibly allow him to restore memories that literally never existed. Staring suspiciously at his terrifyingly calm profile, she intensely questions what unhinged endgame he is secretly plotting. As the carriage speeds forward, she remains aggressively determined to completely block his ridiculous attempts at memory manipulation. Arriving at the destination, she stares in absolute bewilderment at a lavish carpet absurdly laid out across the rugged dirt riverbank. The tranquil river flows peacefully beside them, setting a bizarrely serene stage for their entirely fabricated childhood memory. Surveying the lush outdoor scenery, Viola dryly concedes to herself that he was at least telling the absolute truth about visiting a river. Philip swiftly hands her a long wooden fishing rod, horrifyingly proving his absurd fishing claim was also dangerously real. Gripping the unfamiliar tool awkwardly, she blankly asks her supposed fiancé how she is possibly meant to operate the fishing rod. Instructing her with maddening calmness, Philip simply commands her to attach the bait and hurl the sharp hook directly into the flowing water. She stares at the wriggling bait with rapidly mounting horror as a massive drop of cold sweat slides down her deeply uncomfortable face. Observing her intense hesitation, Philip smoothly remarks that he falsely assumed she might have miraculously remembered her past fishing skills. Fuming over the fabricated fishing trip, Viola mentally screams that she cannot possibly recall skills she never even possessed in the first place. A tranquil silence settles heavily over the secluded riverbank as they stare blankly into the rushing water. The vibrant red float bobs rhythmically on the gentle current as anticipation slowly builds in the quiet air. Staring intently at the motionless line, she impatiently acknowledges that reeling in a catch is taking an agonizingly long time. Listening to the relaxing chirps of surrounding birds, she surprisingly finds herself deeply enjoying the soothing summer breeze. Sinking completely into the peaceful atmosphere, she happily realizes that Philip's absolute silence is genuinely comforting rather than awkward. Sudden aggressive splashing violently shatters the serene quiet as the dark water wildly churns. The erratic splashing rapidly intensifies into a deafening roar echoing across the previously calm riverbank. Snapping her attention toward the chaotic noise, she frantically wonders what monstrous creature is causing such a massive disturbance. Her jaw forcefully drops in absolute disbelief as a massive chaotic splash erupts right before her wide eyes. An utterly unnatural torrent of countless fish violently explodes from the depths in a bizarre localized storm. Realizing immediately that someone artificially engineered this ridiculous spectacle, she snaps back to reality as Philip urgently calls her name. Feeling a sudden violent tug on her line, she gasps as Philip firmly announces that she finally hooked a fish. The tense fishing line visibly snaps taut under the sudden heavy pressure of the struggling creature. Commanding her with sharp authority, Philip orders the startled noblewoman to violently yank the rod backward. Bracing her boots against the dirt, she flawlessly executes a powerful swing and completely rips the hook from the raging water. A tiny silver fish blasts triumphantly into the bright sky on the end of her trembling line. The captured prize aggressively flops around in midair as she firmly secures her first successful catch. Bursting with uncontainable radiant joy, she enthusiastically cheers to Philip that she actually caught a tiny fish. Spinning around rapidly to proudly display her prize, she completely drops her aristocratic guard. Her breathless excitement instantly dies as she finds Philip staring at her with terrifyingly intense focus. Her heart violently pounds in her tight chest as his piercing unspoken affection forcefully traps her in a suffocating gaze. A sudden round of polite applause shatters the heavy romantic tension as a hidden servant cheerfully congratulates her achievement. Blushing furiously at the public display, she awkwardly hands over her tiny fish while internally dying of profound embarrassment. Basking in the warm afterglow of their successful fishing trip, she quietly enjoys the peaceful outdoor lunch. A comfortable stillness completely envelopes the pair as they relax in the serene environment. The crisp, satisfying sound of someone happily munching on fresh food lightly punctuates the calm afternoon air. They share a quiet, completely unspoken moment of domestic tranquility beside the babbling river. The gentle rustling of emerald leaves softly frames their surprisingly enjoyable spontaneous weekend date. A sudden high-pitched meow magically pierces the quiet setting and immediately demands their full attention. Gasping in pure, overwhelming delight, Viola wildly throws her hands up at the precious discovery. A ridiculously adorable black kitten with striking golden eyes confidently approaches their luxurious picnic. Cooing sweetly at the tiny creature, she happily pats the ground and successfully tempts the curious feline closer. Cradling the deeply purring kitten in her arms, she politely asks Philip if he wants a turn, but he coldly declines. Stroking its soft fur, she easily rationalizes his harsh rejection by assuming he has simply always disliked animals. Sensing Philip's icy indifference, the tiny kitten suddenly wriggles out of her gentle embrace. Watching the little black feline hop happily into the bushes, she cheerfully wishes it a wonderful day. Giggling softly to herself, she boldly teases her stoic fiancé that the mysterious cat actually reminded her directly of him. Listing its incredibly striking features, she playfully compares its shining black fur and golden eyes to his famously handsome face. Philip locks onto her with a dangerous smoldering stare, seemingly confirming her wildly brazen comparison without uttering a single word. Reflecting on the unusually thrilling events of the day, Viola admits she was definitely riding an intoxicating adrenaline rush. Staring intently at her silent companion, a dangerously bold thought suddenly crosses her racing mind. Leaning in with reckless confidence, she playfully commands Philip to come closer to her. Instantly regretting her bold maneuver, she aggressively pulls back and nervously claims she was entirely joking. Completely ignoring her panicked retreat, Philip abruptly shifts his massive frame directly toward her shrinking figure. Frantically justifying her uncharacteristic behavior, she mentally scrambles to explain why she made such a risky joke. Closing the physical distance between them, Philip firmly traps the flustered noblewoman in his inescapable orbit. Paralyzed by his sudden movement, she silently confesses what she genuinely believed his reaction would be. She foolishly assumed the endlessly stoic man would simply reject her teasing advance with a polite refusal. Viola confidently expected that quick rejection to definitively end their highly awkward physical interaction. Shattering her expectations completely, Philip gently rests his heavy head directly onto her tense shoulder. Surrendering himself entirely to the moment, he completely relaxes his posture and physically leans into her. Utterly stunned by the intimate gesture, she frantically demands to know why he is suddenly initiating physical contact. Her heart violently hammers in her chest as she acutely registers his comforting warmth and incredibly pleasant scent. A hidden servant unexpectedly gasps from the nearby bushes after witnessing the intensely romantic scene unfolding. Hearing frantic footsteps scurrying away, Viola nervously wonders how long Philip intends to maintain this paralyzing embrace. Softly rubbing his face against her shoulder, Philip sincerely thanks her for coming and making him incredibly happy. A furious red blush entirely consumes her shocked face as she desperately processes his shockingly vulnerable confession. Drowning in profound romantic confusion, she mentally screams, trying to understand why he would ever act so incredibly sweet. Shattering the thick tension, she awkwardly announces their departure while exchanging tightly strained words of gratitude. Marching away from the chaotic scene, she dramatically complains that his unpredictable actions will definitely trigger a fatal heart attack. Returning to the safety of her grand estate, a loyal maid urgently informs Lady Viola of an unexpected visitor. Completely caught off guard by the announcement, she loudly questions who would possibly visit her without an invitation. She instantly suspects her hopelessly romantic friend Jamie is arriving in tears after getting painfully dumped again. Marching purposefully toward the parlor, she confidently throws the heavy wooden door wide open to face her guest. A flashy blonde nobleman dramatically greets his cute little Vi with a sickeningly sweet smile. Utterly bewildered by the familiar face, Viola violently shouts the name Lex in absolute shock. The chaotic narrative forcefully plunges into its third thrilling chapter as the dramatic stakes sharply escalate. Staring intensely at the unwelcome intruder, she incredulously repeats his name while violently recoiling. Flashing a blindingly arrogant smile, Lex casually waits as she furiously demands to know the reason for his sudden appearance. Weaponizing her convenient amnesia, Viola coldly stares him down and flatly demands to know his exact identity. Reacting with mild surprise, the blonde nobleman suddenly recalls a prior conversation with her grieving father. Feigning a heavy sigh of theatrical sympathy, he smoothly declares that her devastating memory loss is a terrible shame. Viola silently profiles Lex Dowland as a highly influential earl's son who is exactly 5 years older than her. Maintaining his irritatingly perfect aristocratic composure, Lex formally introduces himself as her supposedly beloved older cousin. She internally resents that this wildly successful prodigy currently operates as a high-ranking civil official within the royal palace. Acknowledging his massive popularity with aristocratic women, she fiercely declares that his flawless socializing skills are incredibly annoying. Laughing with sickening grace, Lex flawlessly conceals the deeply rotten personality that Viola absolutely despises. She nervously remembers that this deeply irritating cousin has remained incredibly close friends with Philip since their early childhood. Masking his true intentions with polite concern, Lex falsely hopes her terrible accident will not inflict any permanent physical damage. Feigning dramatic vulnerability, Lex casually complains that his old physical wounds still occasionally ache. Masking her absolute disdain, Viola politely thanks her highly irritating cousin for his fabricated concern. Gritting her teeth through a forced smile, she completes her painfully stiff expression of gratitude. Suddenly interrupting the surrounding servants, Lex smoothly commands the maid to halt pouring Viola's fresh tea. Taking absolute control of the situation, the arrogant nobleman confidently declares they will be relocating to her private room. Utterly blindsided by his aggressive pacing, Viola frantically wonders why he is boldly commandeering her personal space. The sharp rhythmic clacking of their aristocratic boots forcefully echoes down the long silent corridor. Explaining his sudden intrusion, Lex smoothly claims her terrible memory loss makes public conversations incredibly difficult. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, they finally step into the suffocating privacy of her opulent bedchamber. Exhaling a sharp breath, Viola violently braces herself for whatever annoying scheme her cousin is actively brewing. Glaring fiercely at his infuriatingly perfect face, she utterly fails to conceal her bubbling internal rage. Mentally screaming in absolute frustration, she violently remembers exactly why she desperately wanted to avoid this maddening man. Shattering the heavy silence, Lex casually leans forward and prepares to drop a massive conversational bombshell. Obliterating her careful deception completely, the sharp-eyed official bluntly demands to know why she is currently faking amnesia. A sickeningly smug chuckle vibrates in his throat as he mercilessly revels in her absolute frozen shock. Completely abandoning her broken facade, a highly defeated Viola rigidly demands to know exactly when he uncovered her lie. Flashing a blindingly arrogant smile, Lex confidently boasts that he instantly saw through her the exact moment they locked eyes. Mercilessly dissecting her acting skills, he sharply notes the painfully obvious look of disgust she initially flashed him. Utterly horrified by his monstrous ego, Viola violently reels as he claims a true amnesiac would be instantly charmed by his handsome face. Staring in sheer absolute disbelief, she violently acknowledges that his incredibly vain statement was dangerously serious. Pivoting back to his sharp deduction, Lex calmly explains that he officially confirmed his brilliant theory shortly afterward. Exposing her critical mistake, he smugly reveals she instinctively glanced at his left arm when he vaguely complained about his old wounds. Trapping her completely in his flawless logic, Lex coldly declares she cannot possibly fool him since he never specified the injury's location. Mocking her painfully flimsy deception, he dramatically laughs that it is an absolute miracle she successfully fooled anyone else. Boiling with pure unadulterated rage, the completely cornered noblewoman silently stews in her massive, humiliating defeat. Refocusing his piercing golden eyes, Lex aggressively leans back in to demand the hidden truth. With terrifyingly sharp precision, Lex bluntly commands her to explain her absolutely ridiculous amnesia scheme. Exhaling a massive defeated sigh, Viola reluctantly decides confessing everything is far better than actively pissing him off. Erupting into violent explosive laughter, Lex absolutely loses his mind upon hearing the sheer absurdity of her engagement evasion plan. Wiping joyous tears from his eyes, the wildly entertained official happily screams that she should have shared this hilarious plot much sooner. Confirming her wildest complaints, Lex wildly asks if the famously stoic Philip actually recited those insanely corny lines. Sharply analyzing the bizarre situation, Lex hilariously notes that Philip is an absolute romantic dunce whenever he deals directly with Viola. A massive realization suddenly violently strikes Lex as he finally understands why Philip recently begged him for romantic date locations. Unveiling the terrifying truth, Lex gleefully confesses he maliciously told Philip she was an avid fan of fishing and bug collecting. Frantically defending his chaotic sabotage, Lex boldly claims he genuinely believed Philip would never actually follow through with those ridiculous suggestions. Reeling from the massive revelation, Viola shockingly realizes Philip's bizarre weekend date actually stemmed from incredibly pure intentions. Connecting the fragmented pieces, she finally understands why Philip looked genuinely baffled when she awkwardly fumbled with the wooden fishing rod. Informing her violently cackling cousin that they actually went fishing, Viola mentally spirals over her inability to separate truth from absolute lies. Wheezing uncontrollably on the plush sofa, the utterly delighted blonde nobleman violently rejoices in his successful romantic sabotage. Drowning in pure chaotic amusement, Lex completely fails to regain his composure over his brilliantly disastrous prank. Questioning the sudden engagement dissolution, Lex mercilessly probes her hidden motivations to uncover the absolute truth. He aggressively challenges her flawed reasoning by highlighting her glaring lack of true hostility toward her former fiancé. Defending her shifting stance, she openly admits harboring past hatred while swiftly dismissing those fiery emotions as dead history. She solemnly confesses that profound incompatibility and his obvious lack of affection fueled her absolute desire to sever their binding ties. Recalling their shared moments, she describes an overwhelmingly suffocating atmosphere that made merely existing in the same room utterly agonizing. A heavy silence violently descends upon the room as the agonizing weight of her raw confession lingers in the thick air. Attempting to alleviate her profound anxieties, Lex assures her that her former partner would never subject her to genuine mistreatment. His sharp gaze suddenly catches a hidden romance novel, prompting him to mockingly suggest she use it as a literal guide for discovering true love. Flashing a mischievous grin, he violently snatches her secretly stashed copy of My Personal Prince, to relentlessly tease her sugary romantic fantasies. Furious at his relentless mockery, Vi desperately demands he halt his teasing while feigning complete indifference to the embarrassing situation. Despite her blazing irritation, Lex smugly declares his unwavering loyalty to Vi's overarching cause. Swiftly shifting the chaotic conversation, Vi demands to know his true purpose before he dramatically presents a formal royal document. He casually drops a massive bombshell by revealing an exclusive invitation to Prince Abel's upcoming grand birthday celebration. Panic instantly floods her trembling system when he clarifies that the absolute royal summons mandates both her and Philip to appear in exactly 3 weeks. Realizing the terrifying gravity of the situation, she acknowledges that outright refusing the powerful crown prince guarantees immediate catastrophic ruin. Fearing a catastrophic public failure, she violently doubts her own ability to convincingly fake her delicate amnesia in front of massive aristocratic crowds. She bitterly laments that their elaborate charade completely failed to endure the required length of time. Overwhelmed by mounting royal pressures, she seriously contemplates abruptly terminating her convoluted amnesia act once and for all. Paralyzing doubt fiercely clouds her anxious judgment as she mentally wrestles with the catastrophic consequences of abandoning her meticulously crafted deception. A sudden wave of intense verbal frustration completely overwhelms her exhausted spirit. Lex ruthlessly weaponizes her deep insecurities by condemning her pathetic lifelong habit of cowardly fleeing before achieving any tangible victories. The raw intensity of his harsh criticism brutally pierces her fragile defenses as an undeniable tension violently crackles between the two conspirators. He ominously warns that prematurely dropping the complex charade permanently destroys her unique tactical advantage forever. Demanding to know if she truly wishes to squander her perfect deception, he reminds her that she successfully manipulated even her own vigilant parents. Pure shock forcefully paralyzes her entire trembling body at the sheer magnitude of his audacious psychological manipulation. Completely cornered by his aggressive interrogation tactics, she furiously stutters while desperately searching for a valid counterargument. Looming over her with predatory dominance, Lex accurately points out her complete ignorance regarding Philip's true deceptive motives. Swearing to push her abilities far beyond their current miserable limits, he enthusiastically guarantees total victory if she accepts his strict theatrical guidance. Sensing his underlying chaotic nature, Vi correctly deduces that he primarily wishes to toy with her fragile life for his own twisted amusement. A predatory smile completely stretches across his confident face as he thoroughly revels in the chaotic mess he masterfully orchestrates. Despite fiercely groaning in supreme annoyance, she reluctantly acknowledges the undeniable strategic value of his dangerous manipulative proposition. Swallowing her immense pride, she painfully admits that his highly calculating words hold unassailable logical reasoning. Gripping her trembling fists with sudden blazing determination, she violently forces herself to permanently discard all lingering cowardly hesitations. Declaring an absolute end to her hasty despair, she firmly grounds her turbulent emotions and officially agrees to execute the perilous plan. Lex loudly expresses immediate satisfaction as their dangerous new theatrical alliance permanently solidifies. Commanding her to stand upright instantly, he abruptly initiates a rigorous acting exercise by aggressively clapping his demanding hands. He mercilessly drills her fragile composure by screaming at her to suppress all visible agitation and maintain unyielding authoritative eye contact. The grueling psychological training systematically shatters her old pathetic habits to brutally forge a flawless and utterly unbreakable aristocratic facade. One agonizingly productive week quickly flashes by in a supreme whirlwind of intense theatrical preparation and endless strategic psychological conditioning. Standing completely transformed amidst extravagantly generous gifts of pristine dresses and dazzling accessories, she coldly prepares to conquer the upcoming royal stage. Contemplating her deep unworthiness regarding the arranged marriage, Viola firmly questions deserving the lavish presents. Remembering Lex's stubborn insistence, she rationalizes keeping the expensive gifts since they remained engaged for 18 long years. Resolving her internal conflict, she decides to simply repay Lord Philip later if the complicated situation drastically worsens. A sudden sharp clack violently breaks her deep concentration as she navigates the bustling urban environment. Noticing a massive crowd gathering ahead, she curiously wonders what specific event caused such a vibrant commotion. To her utter surprise, the extravagant establishment reveals itself to be a popular cafe exclusively designed for romantic couples. She firmly declares that she would naturally never willingly step foot into such an overwhelmingly romantic venue. Philip boldly lies by enthusiastically claiming she always loved the sweet cafe to smoothly coax her inside. Entering the lively establishment, they are immediately greeted by an incredibly amazing and visually stunning interior. Beaming with sudden excitement, she decides to fully enjoy the highly praised pancakes Jamie previously recommended. Squeezing into the slightly cramped couple's seat, they happily prepare to dig into their delicious sweet treats. Suddenly, a loud gossiping voice from a nearby table abruptly shatters their previously peaceful dining atmosphere. Overhearing the juicy drama, they instantly learn that a woman named Barbara recently suffered a messy breakup. The gossiping patrons ruthlessly discuss how the boyfriend's repeated offenses constituted an absolute relationship deal-breaker. A sharp jolt of nervous panic aggressively strikes them when the loud patrons reveal the boyfriend constantly lied. Sweating profusely under the immense awkwardness, they desperately try to ignore the heavy conversation about dumping chronic liars. The loud patrons firmly agree that dating a deceitful liar remains an incredibly undesirable and completely unforgivable offense. Continuing their harsh condemnation, the gossiping crowd explicitly labels such deceitful actions as a terrible betrayal of profound trust. The unforgiving conversation harshly brands manipulative liars as deeply selfish individuals who care solely for their own twisted desires. Delivering the final crushing blow, the strangers brutally declare that such dishonest people are absolute blemishes on modern society. The devastating word violently stabs into their deeply guilty consciences as they simultaneously flinch in sheer undeniable horror. Startled by the sudden intense tension, Philip nervously calls out Viola's name in a slightly trembling voice. Breaking the suffocating silence, he cautiously asks if she genuinely shares the same unforgiving mindset regarding deception. Philip anxiously questions if she would completely despise dating a deceitful liar like the gossiping crowd aggressively suggested. Flustered by his extremely pointed question, she defensively shoots back that absolutely no one desires a profoundly dishonest partner. Struggling with her own massive hypocrisy, she silently admits that her ongoing deceptive amnesia act makes her equally terrible. Retreating into heavy guilt, she quietly agrees with his statement while hopelessly drowning in profound mutual awkwardness. An incredibly thick and heavily uncomfortable silence completely engulfs the once cheerful and vibrant dining table. Avoiding all direct eye contact, they silently chew their sweet pancakes in overwhelming and utterly suffocating misery. A sharp clink of heavy silverware fiercely punctures the tense atmosphere as Philip solemnly accepts her brutally honest answer. Desperate to escape the agonizing environment, she urgently suggests they immediately leave the increasingly uncomfortable lively cafe. Rushing out of the vibrant establishment, they completely abandon their previously cheerful and deeply fake romantic facade. The heavy cafe door dramatically clangs shut as a mysterious new pair of observing individuals suddenly notices their hasty exit. A young woman curiously asks her tall brother what specific event captured his immediate and completely undivided attention. Shocked by the unexpected sighting, the observant brother quietly mutters that he seemingly just spotted Viola and Philip together. Quickly dismissing the wild notion, the sister firmly insists that those specific aristocratic individuals would never visit a romantic cafe. Shaking off the brief confusion, they discuss recent troubling rumors regarding Lady Viola's terrible accident while hoping for her swift recovery. Ignoring the fleeting distraction, the cheerful sister happily boasts about making the entire cafe violently jealous of their elite presence. Flashing a brilliant smile, she proudly celebrates the supreme social perks of casually dining with her incredibly handsome brother. The siblings happily resume their delightful cafe experience while completely unaware of the massive deceptive drama unfolding nearby. Receiving a sudden invitation from Lord Philip's brother Cedric, Viola boldly prepares to visit their grand residence a week after her amnesia revelation. Expecting a pleasantly simple tea party with Lord Philip, she completely underestimates the chaotic emotional events awaiting her arrival. A fiercely blocked road violently halts her carriage, completely ruining her strict travel schedule and sparking deep frustration. Arriving an agonizing hour and a half late, she deeply bows to formally apologize for the unfortunate, unavoidable delay. She anxiously lingers in the quiet doorway while silently absorbing the heavy, imposing atmosphere of the grand estate. Hearing an aggressive, repetitive scratching sound echoing down the hall, she cautiously calls out Philip's name into the void. A polite maid smoothly instructs her to delay the tea service until Lord Cedric arrives, noting Philip is currently busy working. Ignoring the polite warning, Viola stealthily sneaks down the quiet corridor to thoroughly investigate the strange, incessant noise. Peeking cautiously through a slightly open door, she intently stares into the dimly lit private study. She spots Philip heavily hunched over a large desk, radiating an incredibly intense aura of absolute, unwavering focus. His intense concentration abruptly shatters as he heavily sighs and dramatically spaces out, breaking his previous imposing posture. Spotting a cluttered document gripped tightly in his tired hand, she naturally assumes he wrestles with complicated official work. With a deep, frustrated hum, he aggressively tosses the mysterious paper onto the messy floor in sheer exhaustion. Curiously analyzing the discarded sheet from afar, she fully expects to see dense bureaucratic text mapping out complex logistics. To her absolute horror, the entire discarded page is obsessively covered with her own name written over and over again. Pure shock completely paralyzes her fragile body as she terrifyingly stares at the overwhelming wall of repetitive, manic text. Deep panic forcefully grips her racing mind as she desperately wonders why Philip meticulously filled the page using his distinct handwriting. Trembling with sudden dread, she terrifyingly questions if this obsessive display constitutes some sort of dark, binding magical curse. The frantic scratching violently resumes, prompting her to nervously observe Philip's continued manic writing session in absolute disbelief. He relentlessly carves his sharp pen into fresh parchment, releasing heavy, exhausted sighs between each desperate, aggressive stroke. Cedric suddenly bursts into the tense room with a bright smile, loudly thanking Viola for finally arriving at the estate. Startled by the sudden intrusion, Philip desperately nudges a mysterious item out of sight while mentally panicking over the unexpected interruption. Complete terror instantly freezes Philip's entire trembling body as his wide, panicked eyes finally lock onto Viola's silent, observing presence. His heavy writing pen dramatically clatters onto the hard wooden floor in a profound moment of sheer, absolute shock. Breaking the suffocating tension, Viola awkwardly steps fully into the tense, dreadfully quiet room to face her stunned fiancé. Stuttering wildly, Philip aggressively demands to know when she arrived, prompting her dry response that she called out a full 10 minutes ago. Heavily exhaling, he awkwardly apologizes for his intense trance, unconvincingly claiming he simply needed a heavy distraction to occupy his turbulent mind. A profoundly thick and agonizingly awkward silence violently crashes down between the deeply uncomfortable, estranged couple. Desperate to shift the suffocating mood, she hastily explains that a severely blocked road directly caused her unfortunate, lengthy lateness. Cedric sharply cuts through the dense tension by aggressively questioning what exactly Philip needed a distraction from, specifically bringing up a recent high society party. Viola clearly remembers that Philip formally invited her to that specific gathering on the exact chaotic day of her terrible carriage accident. She bitterly assumes his legendary cold, pragmatic nature easily allowed him to comfortably attend the grand event entirely without her. Cedric brutally reveals that eager girls aggressively swarmed Philip at the party, gleefully spreading vicious rumors about Viola ruining her face and shattering her legs. The gossiping aristocratic crowd enthusiastically expected Philip to instantly sever their long-standing engagement upon hearing the tragic, exaggerated news. Viola silently admits that Philip's immense wealth, brilliant mind, and striking looks make him dangerously popular despite his legendary unfriendliness. She ironically notes that countless ambitious girls deeply crave his attention specifically because he treats them with absolute, freezing disdain. Shattering their arrogant expectations, Philip furiously snapped at the vicious, gossiping crowd with uncharacteristic, blazing, uncontrollable rage. Viola hopelessly justifies the crowd's cruel behavior, fully aware that absolutely no one believes she and Philip genuinely harbor romantic affection for one another. Cedric dramatically quotes Philip's exact fiery words, revealing his brother boldly declared he fiercely envisions absolutely no future with anyone but Viola regardless of her physical condition. Emphasizing the sheer, unhesitating devotion of the explosive outburst, Cedric proudly confirms Philip passionately swore he would much rather remain completely alone forever if he couldn't be with her. Interrupting the previous conversation with a sharp huff, Philip coldly remarks that his brother is talking entirely too much while the surrounding people remain completely frozen in shock. Silently observing the bizarre interaction, Viola mentally acknowledges that Philip's sudden display of fierce devotion must be a complete and utter lie. She mentally confesses that she would normally feel deeply touched by his protective words if not for the terrifying existence of that ominous paper. Smoothly advancing toward her, Cedric gently clasps Viola's hand to formally and warmly welcome her into the estate. Offering a charming smile, Cedric invites her to freely ask him for absolutely anything she might need while a highly agitated Philip angrily shouts in protest. Observing her refined demeanor, Cedric boldly comments that she feels remarkably different and significantly more elegant and mature than before. Instantly leaping to his fiancée's defense, Philip crosses his arms and haughtily declares that Viola has always possessed an unwavering and natural elegance. Staring in sheer disbelief, Cedric turns his bewildered gaze toward his brother while trying to process the incredibly uncharacteristic compliment. Genuinely concerned for his brother's mental state, Cedric seriously asks if Philip severely hit his head recently, which Philip immediately and stubbornly denies. Watching the chaotic exchange, Viola realizes Philip acts like an entirely different person since the cold man she remembers would never casually spout such bold statements. A sudden rustling noise violently shatters the tense atmosphere as Cedric interrogates Philip about his increasingly strange and unpredictable behavior. Glancing down toward the scattered mess, Cedric spots the mysterious document resting on the table and curiously asks what it could possibly be. Pure shock aggressively widens Cedric's eyes as he stares down at the terrifying paper completely covered in a manic repetition of Viola's name. Moving with desperate lightning speed, Philip frantically snatches the incriminating papers away to hide his deeply obsessive writing session. Leaning in closely, Cedric quietly apologizes to his panicking brother while frankly admitting that he absolutely saw the deeply unsettling document. Sweating profusely under the immense pressure, Philip mentally prays that Viola somehow missed the obsessive display while nervously doubting his own fleeting luck. Whispering directly into Philip's ear, Cedric bluntly labels the bizarre behavior as utterly creepy and demands to know the exact reasoning behind it. Completely cornered by his brother's sharp interrogation, Philip averts his anxious gaze and struggles to formulate a halfway convincing excuse. Muttering a pathetic defense, Philip quietly confesses that he was simply lost in deep thought about his absent fiancée. Elaborating further, he desperately explains that her severe tardiness made him incredibly worried that a terrible tragedy occurred or she purposefully avoided them. Processing the pathetic explanation, Cedric stares blankly at his highly emotional brother while silently judging the deeply uncharacteristic display of extreme paranoia. Breaking the tense silence, Cedric sternly commands Philip to immediately calm down and regain his lost aristocratic composure. Swiftly pivoting away from the embarrassing confrontation, Cedric smoothly turns his attention back to the bewildered guest to seamlessly change the subject. Fiercely glaring at his brother, Philip firmly declares that Cedric's assistance at the upcoming royal party is completely unnecessary since he will personally accompany Viola. Completely ignoring the jealous outburst, Cedric cheerfully reminds Viola that he is also invited to the prince's grand celebration and remains entirely at her service. Defeated by his brother's relentless charm, Philip begrudgingly mutters a sour dismissal while continuing to cast dark glares across the quiet room. 5 stressful days rapidly pass before the massive royal party where Viola politely thanks an unseen guest for their continued concern regarding her health. Gazing deeply into her eyes, Philip offers a breathtakingly soft smile and sincerely praises her stunning absolute beauty. Slightly flustered by the intense compliment, Viola lowers her gaze and offers a brief polite word of immense gratitude. She stands brilliantly illuminated in a lavishly decorated hall while wearing a truly magnificent and intricately designed aristocratic gown. Awkwardly addressing her handsome escort, she confirms that she meticulously wore the exact gorgeous dress and matching accessories he generously purchased for her. Malicious whispering and aggressive hissing instantly flood the grand ballroom as the judgmental high society guests furiously gossip about the newly arrived couple. Feeling the overwhelming weight of their collective glares, Viola intensely realizes that her terrible carriage accident still dominates the vicious rumor mill. Noticing her sudden rigid posture and deep discomfort, Philip leans in closely to softly ask if she is feeling entirely all right. Startled by his unexpected warmth, she quickly turns her head to meet his concerned gaze while masking her internal swirling anxieties. Forcing a remarkably calm facade, she swiftly assures him of her total well-being and graciously thanks him for his highly attentive consideration. A sharp and incredibly arrogant voice suddenly pierces the tense atmosphere as an imposing noblewoman loudly calls out to Lady Viola. Flashing a dangerously smug smile, the imposing newcomer dramatically announces that it has been a very long time since they last crossed paths. Introducing herself as Natalia, the haughty daughter of Marquis Hackman, she falsely claims relief that Viola seems completely unharmed after her rumored accident. Instantly recognizing the hostile threat, Viola mentally notes that Natalia has fiercely targeted her for years, specifically to aggressively steal Philip's romantic affections. Desperately chanting internal commands, Viola forces herself to remain entirely silent and visibly confused under the intense pressure. Mentally recalling the bitter past, she remembers how Natalia constantly highlighted the terrible romantic incompatibility with Lord Philip. Breaking the tense silence, Natalia aggressively demands a verbal response while Viola merely utters a breathless gasp. A sudden wave of genuine panic washes over Natalia as she nervously asks if her rival is physically injured. Seizing the chaotic opportunity, Viola dramatically confesses that the terrible carriage accident completely erased all her precious memories. Doubling down on her elaborate charade, Viola firmly insists with absolute conviction that her mind remains entirely blank. A heavy and incredibly tense silence completely engulfs the grand hall as Natalia fiercely processes the shocking amnesia revelation. Shattering the quiet atmosphere, Natalia arrogantly huffs while proudly declaring that she completely understands the deceptive situation. Pointing a highly aggressive finger directly at her target, Natalia fiercely prepares to unleash her fiery aristocratic wrath. With a wildly accusatory tone, Natalia loudly proclaims Viola is merely feigning amnesia to forcefully manipulate Lord Philip. As vicious murmurs violently ripple through the judging crowd, Viola desperately hisses for her rival to lower her booming voice. Fiercely warning Lord Philip not to fall into the trap, Natalia continues her assault while Viola frantically denies the accusations. Attempting to carefully defuse the explosive misunderstanding, Viola awkwardly stutters, but Natalia brutally cuts her off. With blazing absolute certainty, Natalia dramatically announces to the entire crowd that she completely rejects the ridiculous amnesia story. A dangerously dark and intensely furious aura erupts from Philip as he sternly growls the noblewoman's name in a terrifying warning. Cutting through the escalating drama with absolute terrifying authority, Philip coldly commands Natalia to immediately cease her vicious public tirade. The immense pressure of his freezing anger instantly paralyzes the entire ballroom, causing an overwhelming and completely terrifying stillness. Furious and utterly humiliated, Natalia violently storms away while loudly vowing to permanently expose Viola's deeply hidden true colors. While an amused companion cheerfully praises Natalia's highly entertaining fiery character, Viola internally begs to escape the suffocating party. Silently analyzing the dangerous encounter, Viola grimly realizes she must fiercely guard against Natalia's future vindictive schemes. The overwhelming weight of the chaotic aristocratic social battlefield heavily presses down upon her weary shoulders in the suffocating silence. Releasing an incredibly heavy and deeply exhausted sigh, she violently tries to expel the mounting nervous tension from her trembling body. A massive storm of desperate unmarried ladies aggressively swarms the highly popular Lord Philip, directly separating him from Viola. Stripped of her powerful fiancé's protection, she instantly becomes the primary target for the incredibly harsh stares of the elite crowd. A mysterious voice smoothly offers a polite evening greeting, instantly triggering a deep flare of immense annoyance within her exhausted mind. Turning toward the unexpected sound, she sharply locks eyes with a sharply dressed young aristocratic man emerging from the crowd. An unreadable and intensely deep expression flashes across the mysterious young man's face as he quietly observes her defensive posture. Addressing the widespread amnesia rumors, the gentle stranger cautiously asks if she miraculously retains any hidden memories of his identity. Maintaining her flawless, deceptive facade, Viola politely apologizes while coldly implying that he remains a complete and utter stranger. Warmly introducing himself as Cyril Crane, the young noble eagerly explains that they previously attended the exact same prestigious academy. Accepting her profound memory loss with a bright smile, Cyril claims they were exceptionally close friends. Mentally confirming his powerful status as a Marquis heir, she silently remembers sharing countless positive interactions with him. A devastating flashback violently pierces her active mind, revealing a painful past moment where a deeply heartbroken boy ended their friendship. Completely oblivious to her internal panic, Cyril cheerfully suggests they regularly converse to effectively stimulate her dormant missing memories. Sensing her highly visible hesitation, Cyril nervously questions if his innocent proposal creates a massive problem while she desperately stammers. As Cyril brightly celebrates her awkward acceptance, the painful memory brutally concludes with his past desperate romantic confession. A shocking realization heavily crashes into her turbulent mind as she distinctly calculates exactly 1 full year has passed since that devastating romantic encounter. Profound and deeply unsettling awkwardness violently radiates through her trembling core as she violently processes the incredibly complicated social reunion. Intensely questioning his hidden motives, she fiercely wonders how he can casually approach her after enduring such a brutal heartbreak. Nervously pushing through the unspoken tension, Cyril desperately urges her to attend an upcoming event to guarantee they rapidly reconnect. Discussing an impending class reunion scheduled for the following month, an overwhelming wave of social apprehension immediately begins to take hold. Admitting a total inability to handle large crowds of familiar acquaintances, profound exhaustion sets in before the chaotic gathering even commences. Startled by a sharp clack and an enthusiastic shout of, "Brother!" the desperate internal struggle to fabricate a plausible refusal is abruptly shattered. Frustrated by the sudden disappearance, the newcomer sternly reprimands their sibling for selfishly running off and forcing an exhaustive, annoying search. Escaping a swarm of insufferable peers she dismissively labels as losers, Lola exuberantly greets Lady Viola with a brightly calculated demeanor. Addressing the tragic accident directly, Lola casually brings up the highly sensitive rumor regarding Viola's unfortunate loss of precious memories. Flashing a reassuringly radiant smile, Lola eagerly offers her unwavering assistance for absolutely anything Viola might require in the foreseeable future. A sudden, heavy thump aggressively echoes through the immediate silence, indicating a visceral and startling internal reaction to the rapidly unfolding situation. Sharp, deliberate footsteps clack intensely against the polished floor as an imposing, shadowy figure steadily approaches the totally bewildered Viola. Recognizing the familiar presence instantly, a surprised voice instinctively calls out the name, Phil, in a rare moment of unguarded vulnerability. Deeply embarrassed by her improper public address, Viola is abruptly instructed by an unamused Philip to leave the crowded premises immediately. Refusing to let the interaction end so quickly, Lola boldly steps forward to intercept Philip's hasty and incredibly decisive departure. A brief, disorienting moment of sheer confusion momentarily halts the tense confrontation taking place right in the middle of the crowded room. Attempting to force a connection, Lola eagerly reminds Lord Philip of their previous, apparently forgettable encounter just a few short days prior. Completely undeterred by his icy demeanor, Lola persistently insists on continuing their conversation despite his obvious and overwhelming reluctance. Delivering a crushing blow to her desperate conversational efforts, Philip coldly and categorically rejects her aggressive advance with a single, devastating no. A deafening silence violently suffocates the immediate atmosphere, leaving a heavy and dangerously uncomfortable tension lingering thickly in the air. The oppressive stillness stretches agonizingly on, magnifying the intense emotional friction between the deeply uncomfortable, highly status-conscious aristocratic figures. Violently rattling over the unforgiving cobblestones, an ornate carriage spirits the duo away as a deeply bewildered Viola desperately attempts to process the bizarre social skirmish. The relentless, rhythmic rattling of the wooden carriage wheels completely dominates the tense and suffocatingly awkward silence shared intimately between the two passengers. Growing increasingly nervous by the grueling second, Viola sits in agonizing anxiety as Philip strictly maintains his terrifying, completely unbroken silence. Shattering the quiet atmosphere with sudden, jarring intensity, Philip unexpectedly brings up the highly controversial subject of Cyril. Hesitating for barely a fraction of a second, Philip forcefully begins to articulate a deeply guarded assumption regarding Viola's true, hidden feelings. The palpable tension inside the vibrating carriage violently escalates as Philip prepares to drop a massive, potentially relationship-altering psychological revelation. Stating his absolute conviction, Philip confidently declares that Viola most likely harbored a deep, unspoken dislike for the notably absent Cyril. Issuing a stern and completely commanding directive, Philip explicitly advises Viola to severely limit any future interactions with the aforementioned man. Recognizing the glaring deception instantly, Viola silently categorizes his shocking statement as the very first blatant, manipulative lie of the day. Reflecting on her actual past, Viola acknowledges that while their relationship was incredibly awkward, she definitely never harbored any actual, genuine dislike for Cyril. Completely blindsided by this strange emotional manipulation, Viola realizes she had absolutely no idea Philip possessed such a coldly calculating side. Clasping her hands in sheer bewilderment, Viola frantically questions why the usually straightforward Lord Philip would deliberately fabricate such an obvious lie. Shifting the complex narrative completely abruptly, the highly anticipated and culturally significant flower festival is suddenly brought directly into the conversation. Highlighting the romantic traditions of the annual event, it is thoroughly explained that men gift bouquets while women meticulously sew flowers onto handkerchiefs for their partners. Acknowledging Philip's overwhelming, idol-like popularity, Viola dryly notes he typically receives a lifetime supply of handkerchiefs, an exhausting event she has never participated in with him. Twitching in profound, visible shock, Viola is completely caught off guard when it is boldly suggested she should personally present Lord Philip with a handcrafted handkerchief. Utterly paralyzed by the terrifying prospect, Viola furiously questions the sheer absurdity of offering a deeply personal gift to someone of Lord Philip's immense, intimidating stature. Haunted by a vicious, deeply traumatic memory, A mocking voice maliciously declares she will never become a bride due to her embarrassingly abysmal domestic skills. Agonizing over her devastating lack of talent, Viola bitterly laments the undeniable and highly unfortunate fact that she is absolutely, undeniably awful at sewing. Rationalizing her desperate way out of the anxiety-inducing task, Viola comfortably assumes Philip will gift her nothing, thus eliminating her own stressful obligations. Piercing through the thick veil of her amnesia, a gentle voice curiously inquires if her deep-rooted affection for beautiful Plumerius actually managed to survive her tragic memory loss. Gasping in pure, unfiltered astonishment, Viola is left completely reeling by the entirely unexpected and intensely personal revelation regarding her deeply forgotten past. Tension rises as she nervously agrees while deeply dreading the ominous direction of the conversation. She fidgets intensely in her seat as a profound sense of discomfort rapidly takes over. Philip casually mentions his strict preference for patterned handkerchiefs to her absolute and paralyzing bewilderment. He blatantly complains that a careless maid tragically destroyed his entire handkerchief collection in the laundry. Realizing his heavy-handed implication, she intensely fidgets while silently questioning why he cannot simply purchase replacements. The heavy and oppressive silence stretches on as she desperately processes his utterly ridiculous demand. Philip decisively orders her to keep her schedule completely open for the upcoming flower festival. A dark cloud of gloom instantly settles over her as she reluctantly submits to his forceful request. The crushing weight of the inescapable impending event heavily suffocates her fragile spirit. She desperately rationalizes the dire situation by reminding herself that no official promises were ever made. Lost in deep thought, she silently ponders his sudden and highly uncharacteristic interest in the festival. A sharp tack sound suddenly shatters her spiraling thoughts as a terrifying realization violently takes hold. The horrifying possibility of him actually gifting her a bouquet flashes vividly through her panicked mind. Bracing herself for the absolute worst, she heavily resigns herself to her unavoidable and terrifying fate. The dreaded day of the highly anticipated flower festival finally dawns upon the bustling grand estate. She sighs deeply in absolute defeat as the overwhelming reality of the daunting day finally sets in. Staring at her disastrous handiwork after a grueling week, she admits the creation is completely ungiftable. Slumping over in absolute despair, she viciously curses her terrible motor skills for ruining her relentless daily practice. Doubt heavily clouds her mind as she critically inspects the sad and horribly mangled scrap of fabric. A maid abruptly interrupts her wallowing self-pity to announce it is finally time to prepare for the festival. Stepping out cautiously, she stumbles over her words in sheer and completely unadulterated surprise. An absolutely massive and rustling bouquet completely overwhelms her vision, looking large enough for a towering giant. Shock momentarily paralyzes her as she attempts to process the sheer impossible scale of the magnificent floral gift. Philip unexpectedly presents her with even more lavish gifts, leaving her completely and utterly blindsided. Panicking over the staggering expense of the items, she frantically reassures him that she truly loves them. Forcing a polite smile, she graciously thanks him while desperately hiding her intense internal turmoil. The overwhelming weight of his extreme generosity creates a suffocatingly awkward atmosphere between the two aristocrats. She breathes a heavy sigh of relief while desperately trying to mask her deep and lingering anxieties. Her absolute panic violently returns as she mentally calculates the immense and horrifying value of the flowers and earrings. Crushed by his lavish gifts, she definitively concludes she absolutely cannot give him her pathetic scrap of cloth. Despite the intense anxiety, she surprisingly admits their very first flower festival together is unexpectedly enjoyable. The vibrant and bustling energy of the festival completely surrounds the awkwardly navigating couple as they explore. They continue their tense yet intriguing stroll through the beautifully decorated and vibrant flower-filled streets. A fleeting moment of quiet connection subtly emerges amidst the chaotic and entirely overwhelming festival environment. Taking in the gorgeous and lively scenery, she mutters a quiet expression of genuine and unguarded appreciation. Philip confidently guides her forward to inspect the dazzling and colorful festival attractions much more closely. Observing his surprisingly attentive behavior, she notes he is actively striving to ensure her complete enjoyment. As the carriage loudly rattles, Philip earnestly expresses his genuine gratitude for spending the festival by her side. His unexpected emotional vulnerability leaves her completely stunned in the gently swaying and quiet carriage. The crushing guilt of having absolutely nothing worthy to offer him in return weighs heavily upon her deeply troubled mind. A heavy unspoken tension completely fills the quiet carriage as they travel together through the dimly lit night. She quietly wonders to herself why he suddenly refuses to bring up the highly anticipated handkerchief. Recalling his intense desire from the previous week, she boldly rationalizes that it would be much easier if he simply asked for it. The deafening silence stretches endlessly between them as she frantically wrestles with her own deep internal hesitations. Shattering the stifling quiet, she tentatively confesses that she actually managed to make one for him. Philip freezes in absolute shock as her highly unexpected revelation violently shatters the suffocating silence. Stammering through her profound nervousness, she explicitly clarifies that she painstakingly crafted a handkerchief entirely for him. He simply mutters a breathless inquiry as the staggering weight of her unexpected words fully hits him. She desperately apologizes for completely ruining the delicate design while strongly confirming the mangled gift is indeed meant for him. Promising to somehow make up for it another day, she nervously admits the disastrous handkerchief is currently in her possession. Completely ignoring her frantic apologies, he aggressively and bluntly demands she hand over the item immediately. Staring intensely into her shifting eyes, he absolutely insists on claiming the precious gift no matter how terrible it truly is. Reluctantly yielding to his terrifyingly firm demand, she weakly agrees to show him her utterly horrific creation. Trembling with sheer embarrassment, she finally reveals the highly anticipated and disastrously sewn piece of fabric. She forcefully reiterates just how truly awful her embarrassing handiwork actually turned out to be. Defying all logical expectations, he earnestly declares the bizarrely stitched creation to be absolutely and undeniably adorable. She stares at him in profound disbelief as his completely unexpected compliment entirely short-circuits her panicked brain. Misinterpreting her intended chick design entirely, he warmly praises the bizarrely shaped blob as a very cute worm. Searing heat violently rushes to her embarrassed cheeks as the crushing weight of her absolute failure fully sets in. He gently tries to comfort her by blaming her amnesia while she internally panics over not actually having amnesia at all. Overcome by absolute burning shame, she immediately begs him to return the deeply embarrassing item while furiously apologizing. He swiftly pulls the small fabric out of her desperate reaching grasp to firmly secure his newly claimed prize. An intense and almost terrifyingly serious expression suddenly washes over his remarkably handsome face. Stalling for precious time, he deeply hesitates while carefully holding the fiercely contested piece of soft fabric. Pinning her with a heavy gaze, he directly asks if she intentionally made the item specifically for him. Yielding to his intense and probing question, she completely surrenders and quietly confirms it was indeed for him. Without a single moment of hesitation, he tightly clasps the small embroidered cloth straight against his beating chest. A soft and incredibly genuine expression completely overtakes his hardened face as he sincerely thanks her. He gently rubs the poorly sewn fabric against his rough hand with an overwhelming amount of raw affection. Swearing to cherish the item forever, he boldly declares it to be the absolute best gift he could ever ask for. Utterly stunned by his profound sincerity, she is left completely speechless inside the gently moving carriage. Desperately trying to protect her own fragile heart, she frantically accuses him of simply saying nice things to flatter her. Silently resolving that Lord Philip is just as massive of a liar as she is, she stubbornly refuses to believe his unbelievable praise. Despite her loud internal protests, he fiercely demands she trust him while aggressively reaffirming his absolute satisfaction. The overwhelming power of his deeply earnest words violently crashes against her heavy walls of rigid defense. A strange and powerful warmth dangerously surges through her wildly fluttering and confused heart. The sheer emotional weight of his absolute acceptance nearly brings her straight to raw tears right then and there. Panicking at his insane promise to wear it daily, she violently protests out of pure and unadulterated embarrassment. Slumping over in absolute defeat, she fully realizes he is completely crazy for wanting to publicly display the horrific item. She silently concludes he is even crazier for genuinely calling her terrible mistake his absolute greatest treasure. Lost in quiet reflection, she stares silently into the empty void of the dimly lit room. Her mind races continuously as she desperately tries to rationalize the confusing and intense situation at hand. She reluctantly admits to herself that she is the craziest one for briefly wishing his words were not a lie. A full week quickly passes since the vibrant events of the unforgettable flower festival concluded. Breaking the comfortable silence, she hesitantly shifts the conversation to a completely new topic. She curiously asks Philip if he plans on attending the highly anticipated class reunion scheduled for next month. He pauses momentarily and stares directly at her without offering an immediate verbal response. Regretting her sudden question, she listens as he firmly states he will not be attending the gathering. Returning the question, he asks about her plans and she quickly confirms she is not going either. A quiet sense of relief washes over her as he simply acknowledges her decision with a short hum. Despite her previous firm resolve, she ultimately finds herself walking straight into the crowded event venue. Arriving at the busy reunion alongside Jamie, she nervously braces herself for the overwhelmingly extreme social interactions. Fiercely protective Jamie violently threatens to have her powerful father wipe anyone who insults Viola out of existence. Heavy stares follow her every movement as enthusiastic acquaintances loudly welcome her back to the high society circle. Her mind briefly flashes back to a chaotic and highly emotional encounter that occurred just a few days prior. Bursting into dramatic tears, Jamie frantically apologizes for completely missing the shocking news of Viola's terrible accident. Emerging from a month of deep isolation after a brutal breakup, Jamie loudly reaffirms their unbreakable status as besties. Sniffing away her heavy tears, Jamie quickly transitions to asking if Viola received the official reunion invitation. Jamie nervously brings up the highly likely attendance of her infamous ex-boyfriend Hugo at the upcoming gathering. Desperate for emotional support, Jamie practically begs Viola to accompany her to the intimidating social event. Completely caught off guard by the sudden request, Viola stammers that she had absolutely no intention of going. Accepting the rejection, Jamie sadly reasons that Viola would not remember anyone at the party anyway. A heartbreakingly sad smile stretches across Jamie's face as she tries to hide her deep disappointment. Battling severe internal conflict, Viola heavily weighs her own intense dread against Jamie's past unwavering support. She vividly recalls just how deeply and passionately Jamie used to love the now dreaded Hugo. Shattering her previous ironclad decision, she mentally scraps her determined vow to completely avoid the reunion. Yielding to her friend's silent plea, she reluctantly agrees to attend the party for just a little bit. She weakly rationalizes the sudden change of heart by hoping the familiar faces might forcefully trigger her lost memories. Exploding with sheer joy, Jamie aggressively tackles Viola into a massive and overwhelmingly suffocating bear hug. Returning to the tense present, Viola suddenly realizes she completely failed to inform Lord Philip about her attendance. Brushing off the rising anxiety, she stubbornly rationalizes that they are not obligated to report every single movement. A familiar voice suddenly shatters her thoughts as a sharply dressed man excitedly points out her surprising arrival. Turning to face the newcomer, she drops into a perfectly polite greeting for the quickly approaching Lord Cyril. Cyril warmly returns the greeting before a highly annoyed Jamie loudly demands he acknowledge her presence as well. Viola internally notes Jamie's extreme distaste for the shady Cyril likely stems from his highly controversial past confession. An unreadable and slightly unsettling smile slowly spreads across Cyril's perfectly composed aristocratic face. Struggling to navigate the awkward encounter, Viola suddenly spots Lord Hugo and quickly points him out to Jamie. Seizing the perfect opportunity, Cyril smoothly offers to fabricate an excuse to call Hugo over for the anxious Jamie. Jamie eagerly takes the bait and leaves the immediate area, leaving Viola completely alone with the unpredictable man. Flashing a dangerously charming smile, Cyril boldly confesses he orchestrated the isolation simply to speak with Viola alone. Surrounded by intense whispering, she feels the heavy weight of judgmental stares pressing down on her. Desperately wanting to flee, she awkwardly stands frozen while the surrounding crowd continues to gossip loudly. The restless murmurs steadily grow louder as a sudden wave of commotion ripples through the crowded hall. Confused by the sudden shift in atmosphere, she anxiously wonders what exactly is causing the chaotic disturbance. Shock erupts through the room as an excited guest loudly announces the completely unexpected arrival of Lord Philip. Absolute panic seizes her as she frantically questions why he is attending after explicitly stating he would not. A crushing sense of betrayal washes over her as she realizes his previous absence claim was another blatant lie. Her mind races uncontrollably as she desperately tries to figure out a plan to avoid an impending disastrous confrontation. Swallowing her sharp hypocrisy, she silently admits she cannot complain since she also secretly attended the reunion. Moving with frantic urgency, she immediately pivots to completely escape the area before he spots her. Catching her sudden erratic movement, Cyril quickly turns his full attention toward her panicking form. Cyril curiously questions what is wrong as Viola whips around in absolute terror. Fabricating a hasty excuse about sudden plans, she nervously apologizes to Lord Cyril while completely dreading the unfolding disaster. Surprised by her sudden urgency, Cyril immediately questions if she is actually leaving the vibrant party so soon. Flashing a dangerously smooth smile, he gracefully offers to personally escort her away from the crowded venue. Politely rejecting his offer, she steps back while insisting she can easily make her own way back home. Shattering her desperate escape attempt, Cyril suddenly reaches out and firmly grabs her delicate arm. Staring intently into her eyes, he earnestly confesses a deep desire to spend just a little more time together. Completely blindsided by his bold advance, Viola gasps his name in pure and unadulterated shock. A sudden aggressive grip violently clamps down onto Cyril's shoulder from behind with terrifying force. Startled by the heavy physical contact, Cyril immediately glances back to identify his sudden attacker. An absolutely furious Philip glares daggers at the two of them with an incredibly terrifying and dark expression. Breathing his name in sheer disbelief, Viola completely freezes under the crushing weight of Philip's intense aura. Forcefully inserting himself between the two aristocrats, Philip instantly shatters their highly uncomfortable private moment. Radiating unprecedented anger, Philip fiercely demands to know exactly what Cyril thinks he is doing with her. Trembling under his terrifying wrath, she stammers helplessly while noting she has never seen him this incredibly upset. Shifting his blazing fury toward her, Philip aggressively snaps that she should not act like he is the only guilty one. He bluntly points out their mutual hypocrisy by stating neither of them actually stuck to their original promises. Defending her presence, she nervously stammers that she simply decided to attend the reunion at the last minute. Fiercely doubting his sudden appearance, she angrily questions his weak excuse about being called in on short notice. Smoothly interrupting the escalating argument, Cyril casually reveals that Philip was scheduled to give a speech from the very beginning. A sinking feeling of utter betrayal crashes into her as she fully realizes Philip's short-notice excuse was a complete lie. Exploding with uncontainable rage, Philip fiercely orders the smirking Cyril to completely stay out of their personal business. Unfazed by the intense threat, Cyril flashes a mocking smile and offers a highly sarcastic apology for intruding. A heavy, tense silence suffocates the trio as Philip glares murderously at the man who just exposed his deception. Twisting the proverbial knife, Cyril deliberately emphasizes the painful fact that Philip had been intentionally lying to her. Seething with absolute rage, Philip breathes heavily as he violently struggles to contain his boiling, explosive temper. Shattering the tense standoff, Philip suddenly snatches Viola's hand and begins aggressively dragging her away from the scene. Stumbling slightly behind his massive strides, she is forcefully pulled straight through the bustling and highly confused crowd. A sharp, authoritative click loudly echoes as the furious Lord Philip decisively marches her completely out of the venue. A heavy and suffocating silence descends upon the tense atmosphere as the scene opens. The massive door violently slams shut to firmly seal the overwhelming tension within the confined space. An ominous aura violently flares as someone darkly questions if the preceding experience was actually fun. He fiercely demands to know if she genuinely enjoyed her intimate conversation with Cyril. Struggling immensely under his predatory gaze, she can only stammer out a faint and trembling sound. Absolute shock paralyzes her as she realizes his intense glare stems entirely from blazing jealousy over Lord Cyril. He coldly weaponizes her past by accusing her of thoroughly enjoying her previous moments with him. Stumbling helplessly over her fractured words, she completely fails to formulate a proper defense against his sudden accusation. Shattering the unbearable tension, she lowers her guard and meekly offers a quiet apology. An incredibly uncomfortable quiet instantly floods the room following her deeply hesitant surrender. Turning away with a bitterly twisted expression, he angrily mutters that he was the only absolute fool. He sternly commands her to remain frozen in place while he departs to deliver his scheduled speech. He rapidly strides away and leaves her standing completely isolated within the suffocatingly silent room. Clutching her wildly trembling chest, she feels her frantically pounding heart threatening to violently burst. Her erratic heartbeat thumps mercilessly against her fragile ribs as she stands absolutely paralyzed in shock. She slightly shifts her rigid posture while the overwhelming wave of raw emotion continues to mercilessly grip her. A heavy realization brutally strikes her as she desperately admits she cannot erase his infuriated face from her burning memory. She remains utterly captivated and mentally ensnared by the lingering image of his frustrated expression. The sharp and rhythmic click of approaching footsteps suddenly shatters her silent isolation. Echoing footsteps rapidly draw dangerously closer to her incredibly secluded position. A bright and cheerful voice suddenly pierces the oppressive quiet by enthusiastically shouting Viola's name. The sudden arrival excitedly explains that Lord Philip revealed Viola's location just as Viola questions how she was successfully found. The joyous friend eagerly thanks Viola for helping her reconcile with Hugo despite Viola modestly denying any actual involvement. They rapidly exchange heartfelt gratitude to properly acknowledge the mutual and unwavering support they happily provided each other. Viola gently smiles and calmly accepts the incredibly warm wave of sincere appreciation. A deeply peaceful pause comfortably settles between the two bonded friends as they share a quiet moment. The friend steps significantly closer with a fiercely earnest expression as she prepares to offer her unyielding support. Clasping Viola's hands with immense strength, the friend passionately promises to violently crush any bothersome troubles. Viola gazes back with widened eyes and feels profoundly moved by her friend's fierce and sudden sincerity. She nods enthusiastically to firmly seal their newly forged and highly supportive emotional promise. They nervously wonder if the upcoming encounter will be horribly awkward as they note Lord Philip should be arriving at any second. Viola silently admits to her own deeply conflicted heart that she completely fails to understand his maddeningly complex behavior. She remains entirely confused about why he originally fabricated this elaborate lie in the first place. Despite her profound internal confusion, she realizes with absolute certainty that his previous blinding anger was genuinely real. She stares blankly forward while hopelessly trapped within a chaotic and relentless whirlwind of heavily conflicted thoughts. Jamie softly calls out to gently and effectively pull Viola back from the depths of her dark introspection. Jamie warmly reassures Viola with absolute conviction that she is far better than she actually gives herself credit for. Viola quietly absorbs the deeply comforting words as her intensely tense facial expression visibly and beautifully softens. A sudden and aggressive double knock at the heavy door sharply interrupts their tender moment just as Viola questions Jamie. He firmly throws open the door to quickly apologize for the agonizing wait and abruptly offers to send her safely home. A desolate hallway stretches out endlessly to perfectly set a profoundly mysterious atmosphere. The quiet emptiness continues to heavily dominate the surrounding space without a single soul in sight. The sharp clacking of rapid footsteps suddenly echoes loudly against the perfectly empty corridor walls. She quietly observes his retreating back and bitterly assumes they are no longer actively walking together. He abruptly freezes in his tracks as the rapid sound of his heavy footsteps instantly ceases. He slowly turns his head over his broad shoulder to cast a sharp silent glance backward. She nervously watches his rigid posture while desperately wondering what he could possibly want from her. Anxious thoughts furiously race through her conflicted mind as she miserably assumes he remains deeply angry. The monotonous rattling of a moving carriage entirely fills the extremely tense and suffocating silence. She internally questions why he firmly insisted on providing a ride if he refuses to even speak. She stares helplessly at his unreadable profile while completely unsure of what she should actually do. Her overwhelming uncertainty violently deepens as the deeply uncomfortable quiet relentlessly stretches on without end. She continues to quietly observe his remarkably stoic expression while desperately searching for any slight emotional opening. Summoning her fractured courage, she nervously breaks the heavy silence to explicitly ask if he truly hates her. His dark eyes widen in genuine shock as her incredibly blunt question abruptly shatters his silent brooding. He quietly repeats her terrible question with clear disbelief vividly echoing in his incredibly soft voice. She immediately launches into a frantic apology while heavily regretting her previous harsh words and past actions. He visibly hesitates and awkwardly stalls as her sudden apology deeply catches him entirely off guard. She mentally reflects that he completely broke his carefully maintained act and uttered several highly unusual things. He nervously mutters under his breath as he visibly struggles to properly articulate his intensely complicated feelings. He softly shatters her dark assumptions by gently clarifying that he is not actually angry at all. Her eyes immediately widen in absolute shock as his wildly unexpected confession deeply rocks her entire perspective. She frantically stammers out a quick confirmation to absolutely ensure she heard his surprisingly gentle words correctly. He firmly shakes his handsome head to definitively and completely deny any lingering anger toward her. She immediately demands to forcefully know exactly why he originally fabricated the elaborate reunion lie. He guiltily averts his intense gaze while a heavy wave of visible shame quickly washes over his face. He shamefully admits with extreme reluctance that he deliberately plotted to actively prevent her from attending. He bluntly confesses his intense desire to selfishly stop her from ever interacting with other men like Cyril. She intensely scrutinizes his baffling explanation while entirely failing to properly comprehend his highly irrational logic. He fiercely locks his intense gaze with hers and boldly declares his absolute and undying love. She instantly dismisses his passionate confession as yet another beautifully crafted lie while silently marveling at his sincerity. Her wildly frantic heartbeat thumps mercilessly against her ribs as she desperately struggles to forcefully calm herself. He painfully admits his seething blood violently rushed to his head upon secretly witnessing her intimate chat. He passionately confesses that raw, unbridled jealousy nearly drove his intensely furious mind completely crazy. He desperately pleads for her to immediately cease all contact with Cyril as she breathlessly whispers Phil's name. He fiercely vows to sacrifice absolutely anything to forcefully reignite her lost love for him again. She stubbornly fortifies her internal emotional walls by forcefully reminding herself of his incredibly consistent deceit. She deeply analyzes his poor lying skills while a profound sense of heavy doubt relentlessly invades her mind. His profoundly earnest expression violently shakes her core and strongly implies a purely genuine desire for her affection. She finally begins to seriously question her own rigid assumptions just as he softly calls out Viola's beautiful name. She tremblingly vows to try her absolute best while struggling against her wildly racing heart. Trapped entirely within a deeply confused state, she frantically attempts to properly process the wildly overwhelming situation. Panicking internally, she helplessly blurts out the very first chaotic thought that rapidly crosses her desperate mind. He beams with profound joy at her sudden words while she remains far too overwhelmingly embarrassed to even meet his intense gaze for the rest of the day. Her close friend leans in with dramatically wide eyes and sharply questions if he actually confessed all of those wildly passionate things. Impressed by the grand romantic gesture, her companion astutely notes that he is certainly putting forth a highly monumental effort. Viola frustratedly mutters aloud while deeply agonizing over why he continuously insists on spinning such incredibly elaborate lies. Her wise friend hums thoughtfully while highly questioning the absolute certainty of that supposed romantic falsehood. Staring intently, the friend boldly challenges Viola by directly asking if she truly still believes his desperate words are completely fabricated. Viola visibly winces and groans softly as she fiercely wrestles with her own incredibly stubborn internal doubts. The friend cleverly counters that while he may lie frequently, not absolutely everything he passionately utters is necessarily a falsehood. Viola desperately demands to know if he is actually being serious while her friend playfully feigns complete and utter innocence. Her companion gently advises her to maintain a strictly open mind to avoid entirely missing the deeply hidden truth right before her. She firmly points a highly dramatic finger forward to fiercely emphasize her incredibly important emotional point directly at Viola. His wildly passionate past vows fiercely echo through her conflicted mind as she vividly recalls his desperate romantic promises. The friend warmly encourages her to effectively utilize her own perfectly working eyes and ears to finally uncover his true reality. Viola silently absorbs the profoundly wise advice while deeply reflecting on her highly convoluted and messy romantic situation. A soft and highly knowing chuckle gently escapes her friend's lips as the heavily tense atmosphere finally lightens beautifully. The older confidant warmly teases that the two dramatically pining lovers are still acting exactly like incredibly foolish children. Viola violently quivers in absolute overwhelming shock as she suddenly processes a massive piece of newly discovered printed information. She absolutely erupts with blinding fanatic excitement upon discovering her highly favorite story is officially receiving a grand stage adaptation. Thrilled entirely beyond belief, she frantically shakes the colorful flyer while joyously declaring that the handsome lead actor perfectly resembles Mitchell. Driven by sheer and unbridled fanatical devotion, she immediately rushes out and successfully secures expensive tickets for all 3 glorious performance days. She turns her massive shining eyes toward Jamie and eagerly invites her dearest friend to attend the highly anticipated performance together. Jamie flashes a beautifully bright and supportive smile before enthusiastically agreeing to immediately tag along for the thrilling theater experience. Viola internally swoons with massive heartfelt gratitude upon realizing Jamie sweetly agreed despite knowing absolutely nothing about the actual story. Jamie apologetically reveals she already possesses prior established plans for the 3rd day, leaving Viola slightly but visibly crestfallen. Viola mildly panics over the unexpected scheduling conflict while heavily dreading the incredibly lonely prospect of having an empty theater's seat directly beside her. Jamie suddenly adopts a highly mischievous facial expression as a brilliantly cunning romantic idea sharply strikes her sharp mind. Jamie boldly suggests that Viola should directly invite Lord Philip to effectively fill the highly coveted empty theater seat for the final day. Viola instantly recoils in massive nervous panic and frantically stammers that inviting the intense Lord Philip is a spectacularly terrible idea. Jamie crosses her arms firmly and strictly insists that Viola should at least bravely attempt to properly ask him out. Viola severely doubts his potential interest while highly worriedly noting the incredibly romantic story is heavily geared exclusively toward female audiences. A deeply heavy and incredibly tense silence severely drags on as Viola nervously wrestles with her immense internal social hesitation. Gathering every single ounce of her entirely fractured courage, she nervously calls out Phil's name to dramatically initiate the highly fateful conversation. He calmly confirms his completely open weekend schedule right after she shyly questions his upcoming afternoon availability. She deeply braces herself for sudden painful rejection and weakly prefaces her upcoming crucial question by nervously allowing him a highly easy out. Blushing fiercely red, she finally bites the proverbial bullet and shyly invites him to attend the heavily romantic stage play together. She nervously shoots him a highly frantic side glance while internally panicking over his remarkably sudden and agonizingly heavy conversational silence. He remains entirely frozen in absolute stunned silence as the highly unexpected romantic invitation fully registers within his deeply shocked mind. A suffocatingly heavy silence completely dominates the intensely thick atmosphere. Phil completely spills his hot tea in absolute shock upon successfully processing her highly unexpected invitation. She frantically offers him a heavily stained handkerchief while desperately apologizing for its incredibly ruined state. She urgently insists he can completely discard it afterward because she honestly holds no need for it. She bashfully confesses it remains a terribly failed sewing attempt despite the cloth's initially expensive price. He swiftly snatches the offered fabric while quietly muttering immense relief over perfectly possessing it. She silently observes his sudden frantic movements with incredibly wide and deeply confused eyes. She urgently points out his glaring mistake as he continuously uses the entirely wrong handkerchief. He completely ignores her desperate warning and deliberately continues utilizing her heavily flawed homemade cloth. He calmly and methodically finishes wiping his messy spill without displaying a single ounce of hesitation. He boldly and swiftly stashes her highly embarrassing ruined handkerchief securely deep into his own pocket. She stares forward in absolute sheer bewilderment at his incredibly bizarre and highly unexpected physical action. She fiercely insists the ruined cloth remains absolute junk while he firmly declares it truly precious. She stubbornly prays the terribly embarrassing fabric eventually gets completely destroyed in the wash someday. He suddenly shifts the highly intense atmosphere by seriously questioning her actual sincerity regarding the play. She firmly nods and nervously confirms the absolute, deeply genuine nature of her romantic theater offer. A brilliantly deep blush powerfully erupts across his handsome face as he gladly accepts her invitation. She watches his dramatically joyous reaction while remaining entirely trapped within sheer stunned silence. He joyfully confesses his absolute overwhelming happiness because she previously never invited him anywhere before. She silently marvels that his violently genuine emotional display makes faking completely and utterly impossible. He smoothly declares absolutely anything suits his refined taste as long as he remains directly beside her. She nervously warns him the incredibly romantic novel adaptation might not actually suit his personal preferences. She shyly reveals the entire highly dramatic play perfectly adapts the widely popular My Personal Prince. He astutely and sharply deduces she must have deeply loved the incredibly popular romantic novel beforehand. She blushes furiously as he instantly begins obsessively mumbling the highly embarrassing romantic title aloud. He suddenly cups her heavily flushed cheek and incredibly softly calls out her incredibly beautiful name. Her racing heart fiercely skips a powerful beat as he deeply and warmly thanks her. He flashes a breathtakingly confident smile while passionately declaring his immense anticipation for the upcoming performance. Her violently thumping heartbeat completely drowns out absolutely every other faint sound in the quiet room. A full week rapidly blurs past as the highly anticipated final performance day finally violently arrives. He warmly acknowledges her incredibly clear enjoyment of the truly beautiful and deeply emotional stage production. She frantically stops herself from accidentally spoiling the highly dramatic and incredibly romantic knee drop scene. He casually stuns her by effortlessly and sharply pinpointing the exact volume and specific favorite paragraph. He passionately dissects Mitchell's unwavering determination alongside Caroline's intensely emotional realization scene with absolute precision. He deeply analyzes the profound and highly compelling realism stemming directly from the original author's experiences. She stammers in absolute terrifying shock while desperately demanding to know how he acquired such knowledge. He flashes a brilliantly confident smirk and smoothly states he thoroughly completed his heavily assigned homework. Her jaw forcefully drops as she completely realizes he somehow flawlessly read absolutely every available volume. She internally panics over his terrifyingly flawless memorization of 31 incredibly dense volumes within 1 week. She completely watches him quietly doze off while entirely overwhelmed by his incredibly extreme romantic dedication. Staring intently, she wonders where his sudden motivation and intense fandom for the series originated. They stand quietly as a palpable tension settles over the shared space. The atmosphere thickens as unspoken words and lingering feelings hang heavily between them. A subtle romantic tension commands the air as they share a quiet moment. Stunned by his otherworldly beauty, she realizes his dazzling face surpasses even the prominent actors in the play. She admits that despite looking at his fine face her entire life, she still cannot get used to its striking features. He bluntly asks if she likes his face, prompting her to reply that no woman alive could possibly resist him. Dismissing other women completely, he leans in and demands to know if she personally likes his looks. Flustered and caught off guard, she awkwardly stammers an admission that she does indeed like his face. A fiery blush rapidly spreads across her cheeks as the heavy weight of her confession settles. Silence overtakes them while the romantic energy reaches an undeniable boiling point. Telling her not to stare, he softly confesses that he likes her face and much more about her. Overwhelmed by his sudden declaration, she stutters about how embarrassed he is making her feel. Calling her Viola, he earnestly and boldly declares his absolute love for everything about her. Shock ripples through Viola as his profound words catch her completely by surprise. Heat visibly radiates from her flushing face as his intense sincerity leaves her completely flustered. Remembering his claim of loving her as long as he can remember, she nervously rattles her racing thoughts. Trembling with uncertainty, she questions what possible reason he could have to fall in love with her. He explains that his parents calling her his fated lover led him to naturally develop deep feelings while treating her with care. Startled, she reflects on the Lawrenson family debt but realizes she never knew they took the arrangement seriously. The shocking revelation leaves her utterly speechless as she mentally processes his lifelong romantic dedication. Breaking the silence, he suddenly reveals that his love truly blossomed when he first saw her cry. Just as Lord Philip is notified of their arrival, Viola questions his bizarre memory about her shedding tears. Murmurs echo around them as they finally step into the bustling and crowded environment. Confused, she thinks to herself that she has never liked crying or being seen crying by anyone. She directly asks him when that happened because she honestly cannot remember crying much at all. He offers a mysterious and knowing look instead of providing an immediate answer to her question. The unspoken childhood memory lingers heavily between them as they walk forward together. Moving into the grand venue, the intimate atmosphere instantly shifts into a vibrant public spectacle. They quickly take their designated positions inside the beautifully lit and bustling theater. Despite Mitchell being closer than ever, she realizes he does not feel as dazzling today. Sitting in front row seats, she wonders why her romantic feelings have suddenly shifted so drastically. She silently watches the dazzling performance unfold while utterly lost in her own complicated romantic thoughts. After the show, he beams with genuine joy and thanks her for bringing him along to the fun event. Still in complete disbelief, she voices her shock that he managed to read all 31 volumes of the series. She gasps in horror when he casually admits he skipped sleep for 3 nights while simultaneously working. Bewildered by his extreme dedication, she softly asks why he would push himself that dangerously far. He meets her gaze with an undeniable intensity that silently answers her unasked question. Stepping closer, he gently confesses that he sacrificed his sleep just to enjoy the shared experience with her. Overwhelmed by his sheer effort, she realizes she doesn't fully understand him but cannot deny his genuine devotion. Frantically reminding herself to remain ever vigilant against his deceptive charm, she silently vows not to let him trick her or catch her off guard. Excitement bubbles over as they discuss the highly anticipated second part of the play and enthusiastically agree to watch it together when it premieres next year. A sudden wave of realization crashes over her as she mentally kicks herself for impulsively blurting out such a forward romantic invitation without a second thought. Stammering awkwardly to cover her tracks, she admits that the unexpected invitation just slipped out of her mouth entirely by accident. A heavy and suffocating silence descends as Lord Philip stares at her with an intense and unreadable gaze that sends a sharp shiver down her spine. Looking as though he might burst into tears, Philip tragically wonders aloud if she will still be able to make that same promise a year from now. Utterly bewildered by his sudden shift in demeanor, she lets out a confused gasp while struggling to process his cryptic and sorrowful words. Her breath hitches in her throat as she stares blankly at the weight of his unexpected emotional vulnerability hanging heavily in the air. Masking his fleeting vulnerability with a sharp clink of his glass, he quickly dismisses his own gloomy words and begs her not to take them to heart. Determined to reassure him completely, she leans in warmly and firmly insists that she would absolutely love to accompany him next year if he will have her. A profound silence overtakes him as he carefully studies her earnest expression to absorb the genuine warmth and sincerity radiating from her unwavering promise. Offering a gentle but subdued confirmation, he softly agrees with her statement and allows a fragile sense of peace to settle between them once more. Stepping out into the bustling city streets, the pair walk side by side as the vibrant energy of the surroundings begins to slowly wash away their lingering melancholy. Brimming with heartfelt gratitude, she warmly thanks Philip for securing the reservation while happily noting that the exquisite food made the entire outing truly delightful. Her cheerful disposition falters as something entirely out of place catches her sharp eye and pulls her attention away from their pleasant conversation. Standing completely alone amidst the sprawling and busy crowd, a young and finely dressed boy instantly captures her undivided concern. A knot of genuine worry tightens in her chest as she questions why such a vulnerable child would be left wandering the dangerous streets without any adult supervision. Carefully observing his pristine and lavish attire, she immediately deduces that the stranded child must belong to a wealthy and prominent noble family. Turning to Philip with unwavering resolve, she firmly declares that their conscience cannot possibly allow them to abandon the lost child in such a precarious situation. Approaching the small boy with a warm and disarming smile, she gently crouches down to offer a cheerful and comforting greeting. Her voice dripping with maternal concern, she kindly asks the solitary child if he has somehow managed to wander away from his designated guardians. Scoffing at her assumption with a blunt and haughty attitude, the arrogant young noble fiercely corrects her by claiming that it is his incompetent servants who are lost instead of him. Mildly taken aback by the child's absurdly inflated ego, she simply blinks in total surprise and offers a bemused sigh of reluctant understanding. Despite his prickly demeanor, she awkwardly volunteers to keep him company until his missing entourage can be located, to which he grants his apathetic permission. The mismatched trio settles onto a nearby public bench to initiate a stilted and highly uncomfortable waiting period in the middle of the square. To her mounting horror, she suddenly realizes that every single couple surrounding their bench is overtly and shamelessly flirting in public. Glancing around frantically at the overly affectionate crowd, she desperately tries to comprehend what bizarre romantic phenomenon has overtaken the bustling public square. The sickeningly sweet atmosphere intensifies as enamored couples continue to flaunt their love right in front of them while remaining completely oblivious to the world. Internally screaming in sheer agony, she frantically questions why fate has decided to trap her in an inescapable environment swarming with aggressively lovey-dovey couples. Her frantic anxiety spikes even further when she notices that both Philip and the arrogant boy remain completely unfazed and remarkably indifferent to the heavy romantic tension suffocating the air. A suffocating cloud of public affection continues to physically close in on her and leaves her squirming with unbearable second-hand embarrassment. Unable to withstand the palpable awkwardness for another second, she hastily excuses herself to buy drinks and earns a nonchalant nod of gratitude from the others. Approaching the bustling vendor to hastily order 3 beverages, she agonizingly reflects on the sheer and suffocating awkwardness of the entire situation. Snatching the drinks from the cheerful vendor who wishes her a nice day, she forcefully braces herself to return to her 2 emotionally detached companions. Upon returning to the bench with the refreshments, she walks straight into a bizarrely intense interrogation occurring between the bold child and the stoic lord. With absolute shamelessness, the young noble directly asks Philip if the 2 of them have ever shared an intimate romantic kiss. Nearly dropping the drinks in sheer horror, she mentally shrieks at the sheer audacity of modern children while desperately trying to mask her exploding embarrassment. Clinging to a shred of fragile hope, she desperately reassures herself that a seasoned and elegant nobleman like Lord Philip will swiftly and gracefully shut down the highly inappropriate question. To her utter devastation and shock, Philip flashes a sharp triumphant smirk and confidently lies to the boy by proudly declaring that they most certainly have. Paralyzed by his blatantly bold fabrication, she is left standing frozen in absolute and mind-shattering silence as the sheer weight of his audacious lie completely crushes her reality. Astonished by his unwavering dedication to deceit, she mentally notes that he is effortlessly lying to a child he just met. Staring intently, the blunt child immediately demands to know when the 2 of them normally share an intimate kiss. A heavy and expectant silence suddenly falls over the trio as the boy's outrageous question hangs awkwardly in the air. Philip holds his aristocratic composure flawlessly while she internally panics over how to possibly answer the child's absurd inquiry. Utterly shocked, she mentally screams that his description of kissing when happy sounds exactly like a high five rather than actual romance. Frustrated by his oblivious nature, she desperately wishes he would reread his 31 romance novels to actually understand how real affection works. Refusing to drop the subject, the bold young noble bluntly interrogates Philip about his intentions to marry her. The sudden marriage question strikes like a thunderbolt, freezing her completely in place as her racing heart skips a nervous beat. Maintaining his calm facade, Philip casually admits that marrying her is exactly what he truly desires. Shifting his gaze slightly, Philip vaguely adds that it is a long story, leaving the young boy visibly confused by the cryptic answer. As she approaches with their drinks, she desperately tries to convince herself that his casual marriage confession must be another blatant lie. Forcing a polite smile onto her face, she quickly hands over the refreshing beverages to abruptly cut the suffocating romantic tension. Catching her completely off guard again, the perceptive child suddenly asks her directly if she secretly dislikes the nobleman sitting beside her. Panicking internally, she realizes that thanks to Lord Philip's outrageous lie, the child genuinely believes they are an intimately involved couple. Trapped by the fabricated story of their frequent kisses, she struggles to find a safe way to answer the boy's direct romantic question. Cornered by the ridiculous situation, she quickly deduces that she cannot simply say no without entirely exposing Philip's elaborate public deception. Gathering her scattered courage, she silently resolves to play along with the farcical romance to avoid causing any unnecessary complications. She casts a fleeting, conflicted glance toward Philip as she prepares to voice a convincing but entirely fake confession of deep affection. The atmosphere thickens as both Philip and the young noble wait expectantly for her ultimate verdict on her romantic feelings. A faint blush steadily creeps across her cheeks as she musters the sheer willpower to finally break the heavy silence. Suddenly aborting her confession, she awkwardly declares her extreme thirst and hastily volunteers to go buy more drinks instead. Watching her flee, the confused boy notes the sheer absurdity of her excuse since she literally just brought drinks for them. Leaning back with an amused expression, Philip nonchalantly dismisses the boy's confusion and pretends to have no idea why she frantically ran away. Escaping the suffocating bench, she exhales a massive sigh of relief while successfully evading the disastrous marriage interrogation. Sipping his beverage with aristocratic flair, the arrogant child grandly approves of the commoner drink while thanking Philip for the treat. A subtle moment of quiet understanding passes between the 2 sharply dressed males as they enjoy their refreshing street-side beverages. The peaceful interlude stretches on comfortably while they sit amidst the beautifully bustling and brightly lit city square. The ambient noise of the surrounding crowd slowly fades into the background as they wait patiently for the child's missing entourage. Spotting an approaching figure in the distance, she breathes a deep sigh of relief as someone finally arrives to retrieve the lost noble child. Standing up with dramatic flair, the young boy haughtily admits they kept him mildly entertained while offering a begrudging word of thanks. Struck by a sudden burst of aristocratic generosity, the boy boldly decides to bestow a parting gift upon his temporary guardians. Reaching into his pristine coat, the boy casually hands over a mysterious set of premium slips that instantly catch Philip's surprised eye. Stunned by the extravagant gift, she realizes he just casually handed them exclusive tickets to the capital's most prestigious and heavily booked hotel. Instructing them with absolute authority, the boy promises that simply mentioning his name will bypass the massive waitlist entirely for excellent food. Doubling down on his absurd generosity, the child bluntly orders them to book a massive romantic suite, leaving her utterly bewildered. Flashing a confident and cheeky farewell wave, the mysterious young noble promptly turns his back and walks confidently toward his waiting servants. Staring blankly at his retreating back, she realizes he vanished into the bustling crowd before she could even offer a proper word of gratitude. Holding the incredibly rare luxury tickets in her trembling hand, she desperately wonders about the true identity of the insanely wealthy child. The overwhelming reality of the unexpected gift settles heavily over her as the chaotic encounter finally comes to an abrupt and baffling end. Noticing a sudden dark shift in his demeanor, she nervously calls out Philip's name as a menacing twitch disrupts his usually composed expression. Questioning her sudden return, Philip bluntly asks what happened to her getting them something to drink. He casts a sharp and observant glance her way as he tries to read her scattered expression. Returning empty-handed, she approaches him with lingering awkwardness radiating from her every step. Brushing off his concern about her flustered state, she awkwardly informs him that the young boy was just picked up by his servants. Philip stares deeply into her eyes while silently assessing the heavy emotional tension still lingering between them. Avoiding his intense gaze, she internally wrestles with the knowledge that his earlier romantic confession was merely a fabricated lie. Despite knowing the truth, she silently admits that hearing him say he liked her made her so overwhelmingly happy she had to run away. Breaking the heavy silence, Philip murmurs a soft hesitation as he prepares to voice his true inner thoughts. Gazing at her earnestly, he promises to do his absolute best so that one day she will confess her love without it being a lie. Her eyes widen in absolute shock as his incredibly sincere and forward declaration catches her completely off guard. Flustered by the overwhelming romantic atmosphere, she mentally panics while desperately searching for a way to break the suffocating tension. Stammering awkwardly, she frantically announces her desperate need to switch topics before her embarrassment completely consumes her. In a blind panic, she thrusts the premium tickets forward and impulsively blurts out an invitation to visit the luxury hotel together. The exclusive luxury hotel tickets tremble slightly in her unsteady hands as her bold words hang heavily in the air. Completely blindsided by her sudden forwardness, Philip repeats the word with a stunned and questioning expression. A chilling wave of realization washes over her as she completely freezes in place after processing her own scandalous invitation. Internally screaming in sheer agony, she realizes the massive implications of blindly inviting a man to a prestigious hotel. Frantically mentally kicking herself for skipping the vital context, she realizes her reckless words make it look like she is taking bold romantic initiative. Wildly waving her arms in absolute panic, she desperately attempts to backtrack and salvage her rapidly crumbling dignity. Stumbling over her words, she hastily explains that the young boy gifted them the tickets and suggests they only go there for the highly praised dinner. Philip silently processes her frantic and desperate explanation while a subtle wave of understanding washes over his handsome features. Flashing a warm and gentle smile, he easily agrees to make a dinner appointment and smoothly dissolves her crippling embarrassment. Sighing heavily in sheer relief, she foolishly assumes the massive misunderstanding is solved without anticipating they would eventually end up staying there. Sometime later, the rhythmic rattling of a moving carriage signals a peaceful transition away from the chaotic romantic encounters of the day. A cheerful companion excitedly remarks on their incredible luck in finding the exact embroidery colors Viola had been diligently searching for. Strolling confidently down the bustling street, the two young women happily carry their freshly purchased shopping bags through the vibrant town. Distracted by her own thoughts, Viola suddenly bumps directly into a well-dressed pedestrian walking in the opposite direction. Offering a hasty and polite apology for the collision, she immediately hears the stranger graciously attempt to take the blame himself. The stranger suddenly pauses as a spark of immediate recognition completely shifts his polite and apologetic demeanor. Offering a warm and familiar greeting, the handsome gentleman beams brightly upon realizing exactly who he just collided with. Stepping fully into view, Lord Cyril offers her a highly respectful and elegant greeting with a charming smile. Expressing his absolute delight at the unexpected encounter, Cyril cheerfully declares it must be his lucky day to run into her. Maintaining her perfect noble etiquette, she politely returns his warm greeting while gracefully bowing her head in respect. Cyril's eager female companion suddenly leans in close to playfully ask if Viola is also out enjoying a pleasant day of shopping. Peeking curiously into Viola's rustling bag, the nosy companion lets out an exaggerated gasp of absolute delight. Teasingly pointing out the specific thread colors, the companion gleefully corners a panicking Viola by implying she is embroidering a gift specifically for Lord Philip. Laughing off Viola's frantic denials, the bold companion happily praises the romantic gesture and tells her there is absolutely no need to hide it. Despite Viola's awkward attempts to excuse herself, the highly insistent companion aggressively invites her to join them for a quick cup of tea. Trapped by polite social obligations and incredibly uncomfortable, Viola reluctantly finds herself sitting stiffly at a lavish table inside a bustling cafe. Staring blankly at the unexpected social gathering, she mentally groans in pure exhaustion while questioning how she ended up in such an awkward situation. Feeling deeply uncomfortable, Viola silently realizes that being left completely alone with Lord Cyril is dangerously awkward. A heavy and suffocating silence settles over the lavish cafe table as they sit across from one another. Breaking the quiet tension, Cyril suddenly remarks that people truly change when they lose their memories. Gazing thoughtfully at her, he earnestly expresses his hope that she recovers her lost memories soon. He sharply points out that in the past she never would have cared about Lord Philip or practicing embroidery. Staring back at him cautiously, she internally notes that Philip is thankfully not here to hear such bold claims. Offering a supportive gesture, Cyril suggests he might consult a doctor acquaintance to help restore her mind. Puzzled by his relentless dedication, Viola directly questions why he worries so heavily about her well-being. Caught completely off guard by her blunt question, a fleeting look of surprise flashes across his handsome face. Lowering his gaze slightly, Cyril gently confesses that he used to be deeply in love with her. Exhaling a massive sigh of sheer relief, Viola mentally clings to the fact that his confession remains strictly in the past tense. Continuing his emotional revelation, he admits that the terrifying realization she might completely forget his existence was heartbreaking. His voice noticeably softens as he recalls the exact moment he first heard the devastating news of her affliction. Staring intensely into her eyes, he declares that he personally valued all the precious time they spent together. A hint of raw vulnerability surfaces as he quietly admits he remains unsure if she ever truly felt the same way. Stunned by his profound honesty, she softly murmurs Lord Cyril's name while processing the heavy emotional weight. Shaking his head gently, Cyril acknowledges that her impending engagement with Philip was completely set in stone. Despite never intending to interfere, he earnestly admits his singular desire for her to retain a good memory of him. Overwhelmed by the intense confession, she mentally admits that this level of sincerity was absolutely not expected. Staring at his melancholic expression, it becomes blindingly clear to her that he truly did love her in the past. A sharp pang of guilt instantly pierces her heart as she reflects on her own ongoing deceptive actions. Right as she painfully acknowledges she is currently lying to him, the cheerful companion suddenly returns to the table. Apologizing for the lengthy delay, the energetic woman quickly slides back into her seat right beside Cyril. Glancing up casually, Viola instantly notices a strange creature perched menacingly on the returning woman's shoulder. A large and unsettling bug twitches silently as it clings firmly to the oblivious companion's elegant clothing. Completely unaware of the encroaching insect, the lively companion cheerfully decides not to interrupt their serious conversation. Leaping into action, Viola quickly calls out in a desperate attempt to warn the unsuspecting woman. Moving with blinding speed, Cyril suddenly reaches out and aggressively brushes past the startled companion's shoulder. With a swift and decisive motion, he expertly snatches the twitching insect away before it can cause absolute panic. Concealing his swift rescue flawlessly, he casually hides his closed fist to completely prevent the companion from noticing. Watching him effortlessly crush the bug bare-handed, Viola grimaces intensely in sheer disgust at the brutal action. Meeting her horrified gaze, Cyril suddenly apologizes to Viola while confessing that he promised himself he wouldn't lie. His expression turns dangerously serious as he boldly admits to telling her a single deliberate lie earlier today. Completely baffled by his sudden and cryptic confession, she tilts her head in absolute and silent confusion. Her mind races frantically as she desperately tries to decipher exactly which part of his emotional speech was fake. Brushing off her silent bewilderment, he smoothly announces their departure and swiftly guides his companion away from the table. Standing perfectly still, Viola watches their retreating figures while utterly paralyzed by his deeply mysterious parting words. Meanwhile, in a completely different opulent location, two sharply dressed noblemen enthusiastically celebrate the great success of a high-stakes meeting. One of the thrilled gentlemen joyfully attributes their massive and unexpected triumph entirely to Lord Cyril's brilliant political intervention. A confident and highly knowing smile graces the nobleman's face as the intricate behind-the-scenes machinations flawlessly fall into place. A familiar voice abruptly calls out Viola's name through the crowded corridor. Pausing in confusion, she overhears harsh whispers about a student from the social class. Turning her head, she immediately spots Lord Philip standing amidst the bustling hallway. Vicious gossip erupts from the onlookers as they question why he is speaking to a commoner. Ignoring the cruel murmurs, Philip closes the distance between them with unwavering focus. He casually tilts his head and directly asks if she is secretly close to Cyril. Caught off guard by the sudden inquiry, she awkwardly admits that they do indeed get along. A suffocating silence abruptly crashes down between them as his expression darkens significantly. Scoffing dismissively, he sharply turns his head away while she tentatively calls out his name. Internally frustrated, she realizes the arrogant nobleman cannot even be bothered to look her in the face. Without granting her a single glance, he firmly commands her to keep her schedule open for next weekend. His imposing figure radiates sheer authority as he confidently strides past her without another word. Utterly bewildered by his sudden demand, she mutters a breathless gasp of sheer confusion. She watches his retreating back while completely failing to comprehend his mysterious behavior. Frustrated by the fleeting memory, she admits to herself that she still does not understand Lord Philip at all. A sudden gasp escapes her lips as she abruptly wakes up from the nostalgic daytime slumber. Blinking away the heavy sleep, she groggily reflects on the bizarre memory of their complicated school days. Recalling those distant interactions suddenly makes her current romantic situation feel incredibly surreal. She firmly believes her younger self would have fainted upon seeing them holding hands together. Brushing her hair, the cheerful maid confirms that Viola's stunning physical transformation is quite noticeable. Praising her radiant beauty, the servant happily declares that her lady looks absolutely dazzling lately. The playful maid boldly suggests that Lord Philip's romantic attention must be having a profound effect. Comparing sweet love to watering a delicate flower, the servant notes their increasingly frequent meetings. A quiet gasp escapes Viola as she silently questions the heavy concept of genuine love. Blushing furiously, she frantically denies the connection while her maid gleefully tells her not to be shy. Lost in deep thought, she vividly remembers his sincere expressions and the genuine tone of his confessions. Overwhelmed by his sheer devotion, she realizes it feels entirely impossible to dismiss his sweet words as a lie. A terrifying realization dawns on her as she notices her own guarded feelings slowly beginning to shift. She happily admits that spending intimate time with him has completely lost its previous awkwardness. Despite her growing affection, a chilling fear warns her of brutal betrayal if his love turns out to be fake. Trapped in romantic turmoil, she acknowledges the absolute lack of solid proof confirming his genuine intentions. Until very recently, she never even entertained the impossible thought that Lord Philip could truly love her. Reflecting on their bitter past, she vividly recalls believing that the imposing nobleman absolutely hated her. His intense voice echoes in her mind, declaring his unwavering love for as long as he can remember. The passionate memory strikes her heart as she remembers his vow to readily give up his own life for her. His overwhelming confession of profound devotion replays endlessly within her racing and flustered mind. Flailing wildly in sheer embarrassment, she mentally shrieks at her own intrusive thoughts while the maid begs her to stay still. Stepping out of the elegant carriage, she is politely welcomed into the sprawling Lawrenson estate. Learning that Philip is currently busy receiving guests, she graciously decides to wait for him in the vibrant garden. Strolling through the beautiful grounds, she wonders why Lord Philip urgently summoned her to ask a specific question. An inquisitive observer aggressively seeks the cause of the escalating uproar while wondering about the sudden commotion rippling through the estate. Frantic voices shatter the momentary peace as panicked estate workers desperately report that Vivi has suddenly jolted away and escaped. Desperate calls for Vivi echo rapidly across the sprawling grounds as a deeply confused Lady Viola wonders what chaotic event is truly unfolding. Lady Viola politely intercepts a hurried maid to inquire about the true identity of this elusive Vivi to seek immediate clarity amidst the surrounding chaos. The maid breathlessly reveals that Vivi is Lord Philip's beloved pet parrot whom he has kept faithfully by his side since his early childhood. Having visited the estate numerous times without prior knowledge of the bird, Viola learns it is a famously talkative female parrot boasting vibrant purple feathers. Hearing the distinctive description of a purple female bird instantly triggers a sharp jolt of realization within Viola's highly perceptive mind. A sudden heavy silence settles over the elegant corridor as Viola mentally processes the strange weight of this newly acquired information. Immensely curious about the uncanny similarities to her own nickname, Viola deeply ponders why Lord Philip would secretly keep a purple parrot called Vivi. A sudden resonant chirp violently interrupts her deep thoughts just as she eagerly expresses her strong desire to witness this mysterious bird. Startled by a sudden flash of vibrant color, Viola gasps in profound surprise upon spotting the infamous purple parrot resting quietly nearby. Approaching the vibrantly feathered creature with cautious hesitation, Viola softly questions if this beautiful animal is indeed the famously escaped Vivi. Recognizing the undeniable truth in the bird's majestic appearance, Viola confidently affirms that she has successfully located the highly elusive avian fugitive. The vibrant parrot observes her newly found companion with intense avian curiosity as a powerful silent connection rapidly forms between them. Offering her extended hand with gentle uncertainty, Viola softly encourages the highly observant parrot to use her delicate arm as a temporary perch. Trusting the gentle noblewoman completely, the colorful bird decisively hops forward to rest comfortably upon Viola's patiently outstretched arm. Relieved by the bird's cooperative nature, Viola gratefully thanks the loudly flapping parrot for peacefully accepting her warm invitation. Whispering soothingly to her newly acquired feathered companion, Viola warmly suggests returning since the entire estate staff remains frantically searching for her. Completely shocking the unsuspecting noblewoman, the parrot suddenly mimics a profoundly adoring human voice declaring that Viola was as beautiful as ever told. Freezing instantly in her tracks, a thoroughly bewildered Viola lets out a sharply confused gasp at the bird's inexplicably human and intimate words. The purple parrot mercilessly amplifies the massive emotional impact by clearly reciting a deeply passionate declaration of love directed solely at Lady Viola. A torrential wave of sheer astonishment crashes over Viola as she forcefully emits a high-pitched sound of total emotional disbelief. Continuing its relentless vocal mimicry into Chapter 8 of its owner's heart, the bird tenderly repeats how adorable it was when she smiled at him today. Striking her racing heart with a direct emotional blow, the parrot once again firmly states a profoundly unconditional love for Viola. The relentless mimicry shifts to an incredibly tender recollection of pure joy as the bird repeats how happy the unseen speaker felt being called by his own name. Knowing perfectly well that parrots strictly repeat overheard human speech, Viola intelligently deduces the immense emotional gravity behind these perfectly echoed words. Processing the logical implications with lightning speed, Viola absolutely realizes that someone specific must have repeatedly spoken those exact words directly to Vivi. The inescapable truth rapidly crystallizes within her racing mind as the fragmented pieces of this profound romantic puzzle powerfully align. Scanning the massive estate grounds, Viola acknowledges the absolute certainty that only one specific powerful person residing here could harbor such specific affections. The parrot provides the final damning evidence by proudly quoting an intensely emotional monologue about Viola personally making him a cherished handkerchief. Echoing the speaker's overwhelming vulnerability, the beautifully colored bird accurately recites a quiet admission of being so moved that he might actually cry. Overwhelmed by the sheer absurdity of the situation, Viola desperately wonders why a grown man would pour his soul out to a mere parrot while acknowledging the undeniable truth of his words. Clutching her wildly beating heart, Viola becomes strangely and intensely emotional as the raw sincerity of the echoed confession entirely shatters her aristocratic composure. The faithful parrot delivers one final deeply resounding blow to her emotional defenses by passionately reiterating how much the secretive speaker genuinely loves her. Stripped of all her previous agonizing doubts, Viola powerfully admits to herself that she can no longer rationally deny the absolute truth of his hidden affections. Analyzing the flawlessly unscripted nature of the bizarre situation, she completely dismisses any cynical possibility that Lord Philip could have faked this elaborate accidental confession. Although fully recognizing the hilarious absurdity of trusting a bird's mimicry over direct human interaction, Viola warmly embraces the profound emotional validity of the fleeting moment. Every lingering shadow of paralyzing uncertainty permanently vanishes from her fragile heart as an unshakable inner romantic conviction gloriously takes permanent root. Overcome by a beautiful tsunami of romantic realization, Viola joyfully concludes that the formidable Lord Philip does genuinely and unconditionally love her. Basking warmly in the beautiful aftermath of this wildly unconventional confession, a profoundly touched Lady Viola fully accepts the joyous reality of their mutual affection. Deeply bewildered by the sudden revelation, Viola ponders why the nobleman harbors such intense affection for her. Connecting the vivid clues, she marvels at how he passionately confessed his love to a parrot sharing her exact name and appearance. A profound silence envelopes the young woman as the undeniable gravity of the situation fully sinks into her racing mind. Logic violently asserts itself as she realizes he would never spill such tender secrets to a bird without possessing genuine romantic feelings. Absolute shock widens her eyes as the staggering depth of his hidden devotion completely reshapes her understanding. Recalling his dramatic vow to die for her, Viola finds herself utterly astonished by the sheer magnitude of his unwavering love. The beautiful reality of Lord Philip's profound affections echoes deafeningly within her suddenly fragile heart. Paralyzed by this massive emotional shift, she frantically wonders how she can possibly face him after uncovering his deepest secret. Her former aristocratic composure violently shatters as she admits she never previously viewed him through such an intensely romantic lens. A deep scarlet blush rapidly consumes her delicate features under the crushing weight of his newly discovered infatuation. Stealing her wildly fluctuating emotions, Viola attempts to brutally suppress her rising panic and handle the immediate situation. A sudden voice abruptly slices through her intense internal monologue, sharply demanding to know what is wrong. Panic instantly surges as Viola realizes her absolute top priority must be avoiding getting caught holding his talkative pet. Lord Philip suddenly appears from the corridor and calls her name in a completely unguarded moment of sheer surprise. Freezing entirely in her tracks, a violently startled Viola stares back at the approaching nobleman with wide eyes. The blood instantly drains from Philip's face as his eyes lock onto the brightly colored bird resting comfortably on her arm. A massive wave of pure dread violently crashes into the nobleman as the horrific reality of the situation registers. Trembling uncontrollably under the crushing weight of impending doom, Philip completely loses his typically flawless composure. Utter emotional devastation viciously contorts his pale features into a brilliant mask of pure, unadulterated terror. Observing his spectacularly tense reaction, Viola sympathetically notes she would have instantly perished from identical shame. Desperately analyzing the disastrous encounter, she frantically searches for any viable method to minimize his catastrophic mental damage. Attempting a legendary display of denial, a stuttering Philip desperately pretends the parrot is merely a terrifying sparrow. Immediately playing along to save his shattered pride, Viola nervously agrees to let him remove the unusually quiet sparrow. She weaves a frantic excuse, claiming the bird randomly landed on her and left her completely unsure of how to react. A massive, trembling sigh of pure relief violently escapes Philip's lips as he believes his desperate ruse successfully worked. Mentally apologizing to the magnificent parrot, Viola sadly demotes Vivi to a simple sparrow to protect Philip's fragile dignity. Shattering the fragile illusion entirely, the treacherous bird suddenly squawks out a mimicry of Viola confessing her own affections. The parrot mercilessly twists the knife by loudly echoing another intensely passionate declaration of profound love. Absolute horror violently grips Philip's soul as he mentally screams at the bird for brutally blowing his carefully constructed cover. A completely paralyzing shock instantly petrifies both nobles as the bird's damning words echo through the tense hallway. The heavy atmosphere violently suffocates the space between them as the devastating reality of the mimicry sets in. An impossibly thick and agonizingly awkward silence completely engulfs the once bustling estate corridor. Internally screaming in sheer agony, Viola realizes he has not uttered a single word for an excruciating half-hour. Philip sits completely motionless, totally crushed beneath the unbearable weight of his monumental romantic exposure. The relentless silence continues to violently stretch their frayed nerves to the absolute breaking point. Finally shattering the quiet, Philip bleakly announces he has two deadly things to say born of intense anguish and pure embarrassment. Dreading the incoming emotional execution, Viola nervously asks which devastating point he wishes to address first. Resigning herself to the terrible confrontation, she grimly acknowledges that escaping this conversation is completely impossible. Bracing her trembling heart, she quietly accepts his terms and prepares for the ultimate romantic reckoning. Philip awkwardly clears his throat and finally brings up the majestic bird to confront the massive elephant dominating the room. Philip finally shatters the tense silence by bluntly admitting that the bird was indeed a parrot rather than a sparrow. A thoroughly exasperated Viola mentally questions if he really needed to point out such an obvious truth. Stammering nervously, Philip explains that his daily conversations are exactly how the bird learned those intimate words. He confesses to keeping Vivi safely in his room while constantly speaking to her about his deepest feelings. Looking away shyly, he admits that the only topic he has ever discussed with the parrot is Viola herself. A heavy blush consumes his face as he assumes his intense obsession must be incredibly off-putting to her. Viola silently struggles to comprehend how someone seemingly so perfect could genuinely be in love with her. She vividly remembers always viewing him as a completely flawless nobleman living in an entirely different world. The pristine illusion shatters beautifully as she realizes he actually reads strange books and talks passionately to parrots. These surprisingly quirky habits slowly make the imposing nobleman feel incredibly human to her. Viola warmly reassures him that his hidden feelings are not off-putting at all. She reflects on how her rigid perception of him has completely transformed into something deeply genuine. Despite an 18-year engagement, she realizes with absolute clarity that she never truly knew him. Philip stares at her in completely stunned silence as her reassuring words sink in. He reveals that Lex explicitly told him during their childhood that men should never show their love too much. He explains this deeply ingrained childhood advice is exactly why he kept the parrot a closely guarded secret. Piecing the puzzle together, Viola realizes Lex must have known about Philip's romantic feelings for a very long time. She recalls Lex cleverly urging her to use her own eyes and ears to discover the absolute truth. She acknowledges she would have never believed Lex's words otherwise without discovering the evidence herself. She concludes that Lex was entirely right to let her uncover Lord Philip's true feelings naturally. Staring directly into his eyes, Viola boldly asks if he truly loves her that much. Philip steps forward with intense emotional vulnerability shining brightly in his dark eyes. He tenderly clasps her hand with an unwavering devotion that completely steals her breath. He passionately declares that she is the only thing he thinks about, whether awake or dreaming. His incredibly raw words powerfully pierce straight through Viola's fragile emotional core. Gripping her hand tightly, he vows never to give her up even if she comes to love another man. Viola gasps in pure confusion at his completely unexpected mention of another suitor. Philip politely asks if he can finally bring up his second pressing concern. An overwhelming wave of apprehension washes over Viola as she braces for the inevitable question. He hesitatingly mentions an acquaintance, claiming she recently met someone in private. Pure shock violently contorts Viola's face at the completely unexpected accusation. Philip nervously asks if she actually harbors romantic feelings for Cyril. A totally bewildered Viola loudly demands to know where this absurd rumor is coming from. She frantically admits they were technically alone together in a cafe for 10 minutes. She internally panics over who could have possibly spotted them during that incredibly short window. Desperately trying to clear the air, she explains they were actually meeting with Lady Lola. Philip listens with painful intensity as she attempts to unravel the massive misunderstanding. He drops a devastating bombshell by claiming Cyril confessed his love and she seemingly accepted it. Furious at the twisted context, Viola fiercely declares that the entire situation is a massive misunderstanding. She desperately begins recounting the actual mundane story of buying embroidery thread and bumping into the siblings. Viola firmly reassures the anxious nobleman that she harbors absolutely no romantic feelings for Lord Cyril. Philip silently absorbs her incredibly earnest declaration with a visibly tense posture. He slowly lowers his gaze as the immense emotional weight of the situation fully crashes over him. A massive sigh of profound relief violently escapes his lips as the crushing burden of jealousy finally lifts. He passionately confesses that the sheer terror of her preferring Cyril completely shattered his ability to focus on anything else. Philip vulnerably admits that the intense romantic anxiety mercilessly prevented him from sleeping soundly at night. Viola's eyes widen significantly as she rapidly processes this incredibly raw display of affection. She vividly recalls a past moment where he nervously questioned if she enjoyed talking to her male acquaintance. Connecting the crucial dots, she instantly realizes his past words were heavily drenched in intense romantic jealousy. She completely understands that his subtle comments about her enjoying Cyril's company brutally highlight his massive devotion. A spectacular crimson blush rapidly consumes her delicate features under the staggering weight of his confirmed love. Philip gazes deeply into her eyes with an incredibly soft and tender expression. Viola's heart delivers a sudden powerful thump as true affection violently blooms within her chest. Calling him affectionately by his nickname, she warmly apologizes for causing his intense worry and promises greater care. Philip freezes entirely as her surprisingly sweet apology completely stuns his racing mind. He quickly shakes his head and bravely accepts the blame for foolishly taking silly hearsay too seriously. He quietly curses Lex for constantly spinning restless rumors that maliciously concern her. A beautiful quiet descends upon the corridor as they simply stand in each other's reassuring presence. An overwhelming blush deeply paints both of their aristocratic faces in the incredibly sweet silence. Philip nervously shatters the quiet by gently asking if she still practices her embroidery. Viola cheerfully confirms that she absolutely dedicates her spare time to the delicate craft. Reaching carefully into her bag, she shyly admits bringing a finished piece despite her lingering artistic doubts. With newfound romantic confidence, she internally rejoices knowing he will genuinely cherish her heartfelt creation. She nervously hesitates for a brief fleeting second before pulling out the mysterious gift. Blushing furiously, she slowly extends the small embroidered handkerchief toward the eager nobleman. Hoping it marks a definite improvement, she humbly offers the modest fabric as an entirely unequal return for his lavish festival present. Philip stares at the offered handkerchief in absolute awe as she softly confirms she crafted it exclusively for him. A tense second painfully stretches as Philip silently inspects the uniquely embroidered design. He suddenly clutches the delicate fabric tightly against his violently racing heart. Trembling intensely, he passionately declares his massive love for her with a truly heart-stopping intensity. He quickly apologizes while admitting that overwhelming love completely dominates his entire mind right now. Gazing at the strange embroidery, he cheerfully thanks her for the wonderful fish while Viola awkwardly corrects him that it is actually a cat. A completely flustered Viola internally sighs with immense relief that he at least sees the cat as a massive upgrade from a worm. Clutching the precious gift tightly, Philip desperately asks how he can possibly repay her while she firmly insists no repayment is necessary. Viola humbly attempts to explain that her simple handmade gift completely pales in comparison to his majestic festival dress. Philip gazes warmly at her with an expression radiating pure, unadulterated joy. Seeing his incredibly bright smile, Viola feels a massive surge of happiness knowing she successfully brightened his day. The young couple shares a profoundly beautiful moment of completely genuine connection. The romantic atmosphere thickens wonderfully between the two newly minted lovers as they silently appreciate one another. The tender scene perfectly closes on their beautifully blossoming romance and mutual unwavering devotion. Reeling from the sudden confession, the heavy weight of the words, "I love you," sharply echoes through the tense atmosphere. Pausing purposefully before her departure, Viola turns toward Philip and requests one last glimpse of his colorful parrot. Yielding silently to her simple request, Philip gives a firm nod of absolute agreement. Assuring him it will only take a brief moment, Viola steps forward while a bewildered hum escapes Philip's lips. A heavy silence swiftly envelopes the room as unspoken emotions intensely charge the thick air. Expressing her profound gratitude, Viola warmly thanks Philip as she quickly prepares to step away. Requesting a moment of absolute privacy to convey her personal thanks, she firmly asks Philip to wait patiently outside the room. The heavy wooden door clicks shut with absolute finality, completely isolating Viola in the quiet space. A startling realization suddenly strikes Viola, forcibly opening her eyes to a profound truth she had desperately tried to ignore. The vibrant parrot suddenly chirps, flawlessly mimicking Philip's voice to declare his deep love for Viola and apologizing for his earlier behavior. A soft chuckle smoothly escapes her lips as she genuinely thanks the vibrant bird for its surprising message. Acknowledging the bird's unintentional comfort, she openly admits that it has helped her a great deal in understanding Philip's true feelings. Promising excitedly to bring delicious snacks next time, Viola warmly concludes her heartfelt farewell to the feathered companion. The quiet atmosphere heavily lingers as the profound weight of the bird's mimicked confession settles deeply into Viola's heart. Reflecting quietly on a perceived animosity, she muses that someone intensely dislikes her while a lingering doubt persistently remains. Shock violently interrupts her chaotic thoughts as she urgently demands the parrot repeat its astonishing words. The colorful bird flawlessly echoes Philip's hidden adoration, boldly declaring that Viola is absolutely stunning. A sudden knock loudly rattles the door as Philip hurriedly apologizes and eagerly asks if she has finished her private moment. Stepping swiftly back into the hallway, Viola's mind furiously races as she intensely wonders about the true meaning behind the parrot's sudden outburst. A deep melancholic realization powerfully washes over her as she accurately detects a distinct hint of profound sadness in Philip's lingering voice. Transitioning violently into Chapter 9, a stunned associate vehemently rejects the unbelievable revelation with a shocked gasp. Astonished heavily by the sheer absurdity of the news, her energetic companion finally grasps that Philip is deeply in love with Viola. Eyes glinting brightly with overwhelming excitement, he vigorously nods and demands immediately to know exactly how this incredible romance blossomed. Launching swiftly into her detailed recount, Viola calmly explains that she recently visited Philip's grand residence. Blurring quickly the trivial details of her long story, she breezily skips through the mundane sequence of past events. An uproarious burst of boisterous laughter explosively erupts from her amused friend, thoroughly shattering the room's quiet composure. Begging him desperately to stop saying weird things, Viola openly cringes as her friend humorously declares he would totally want to make the precious Philip happy if he were a woman. Exhaling deeply a heavy sigh of sheer exhaustion, she forcefully redirects the chaotic conversation back to the main point. Startled intensely by a sudden reversal, she sharply questions her friend's abrupt inquiry about her own hidden feelings. Pressing heavily for a definitive answer, her enthusiastic friend bluntly asks how Viola truly feels about the devoted Philip. Stalling desperately for precious time, she stammers uncertainly, quietly admitting that she would genuinely like to know the answer to that profound question herself. Wrestling intensely with her complex emotions, she quietly reflects on what simply being with Philip truly means to her fragile heart. Absolute hesitation totally paralyzes her troubled mind as she completely struggles to formulate a coherent thought at that exact moment. A deafening silence heavily stretches between them as her deep introspection completely overtakes the once vibrant conversation. Dark shadows dramatically dance across her contemplative expression as she thoroughly searches her very soul for an honest emotional response. Mocking openly her sheer hesitation, her friend sarcastically asks if she is going to foolishly claim she fell in love simply because Philip relentlessly confessed his devotion. Deflecting quickly the intense scrutiny, Viola genuinely ponders the enigmatic nature of true love and deeply questions its absolute definition. Explaining awkwardly the raw mechanics of romance, her friend explicitly describes love as a burning desire to feel each other's physical touch and share passionate kisses. Scoffing immediately at that purely physical definition, Viola flatly denies ever experiencing those intense desires for Philip. Accepting instantly her brutally honest conclusion, her friend desperately pleads with her to strictly keep that soul-crushing revelation a secret from Philip. Lex leans in with a sly smirk to smoothly propose an intriguing thought to the conflicted Viola. He bluntly questions whether she truly still wants to break off her ongoing engagement with Philip. A deep wave of hesitation crashes over Viola as she silently ponders the immense weight of his direct question. Relenting softly with a lowered gaze, she quietly admits that she no longer wishes to cancel the arrangement. Lex clinks his teacup against the saucer and playfully declares her sudden change of heart to be incredibly curious. Viola reacts with immediate confusion while her deeply amused companion hums in total satisfaction. He cleverly advises her to continue faking her amnesia since she remains completely oblivious to the real reason behind Philip's strange behavior. Lex sharply warns that revealing her restored memories would likely cause the deeply embarrassed Philip to hole up in his room or literally die. Imagining Philip violently banging his head against a wall in sheer embarrassment, Viola completely agrees with Lex's highly dramatic assessment. Pressing his overwhelming advantage, Lex confidently urges her to fully trust his judgment on this delicate matter. He firmly instructs her to maintain her current fragile state and carefully observe Philip's unguarded actions. Staring deeply into her teacup, Viola seriously weighs the potential consequences of continuing her elaborate deception. Nodding with newfound resolve, she firmly agrees to completely remain in her current state of feigned amnesia. A sudden explosive shout heavily shatters the quiet atmosphere inside the peaceful room. Startled completely out of her wits, Viola sharply turns to see the furious Lady Natalia suddenly storming toward their table. Pointing an accusatory finger, Natalia viciously berates Viola for calling herself Philip's fiancée while the flustered Viola helplessly tries to explain. The enraged noblewoman loudly brands Viola as completely shameless for suspiciously spending intimate time alone with another man. Natalia violently accuses Viola of secretly chatting with Lord Cyril while Lex playfully fakes romantic betrayal and Viola aggressively commands him to shut up. Natalia fiercely glares with unbridled fury as absolute righteous indignation brightly burns in her sharp eyes. A sudden shocking realization powerfully strikes Viola as she successfully identifies Natalia as the secret informant who exposed her private meeting with Lord Cyril to Philip. Desperately attempting to defuse the explosive situation, Viola firmly clarifies that Lex is merely her cousin and strongly denies meeting Cyril in private. Lex mischievously fuels the raging fire by loudly declaring that noble cousins can totally still wed each other. Ignoring Viola's furious glare, the grinning Lex arrogantly boasts about his smart and good-looking traits as a prime romantic candidate. Natalia triumphantly shouts that she always knew they were highly suspicious while Lex abruptly erupts into boisterous laughter. Striking a highly dramatic pose, the self-righteous Natalia firmly accepts this chaotic new reality with absolute certainty. Wrapping her heavy cloak tightly around herself, the furiously disgusted noblewoman sharply turns her back on the utterly bewildered pair. Vowing violently to expose Viola's blatant infidelity one day, Natalia angrily marches away with incredibly loud echoing footsteps. Lex casually remarks on Natalia's funny dramatic flair while an exhausted Viola strictly begs him to stop adding dangerous fuel to the raging fire. Lex mildly concedes that the fiery girl definitely loves to deeply misunderstand highly complicated situations. Viola thoughtfully realizes that Philip foolishly trusted Natalia's explosive rumors because the intense girl has been insanely obsessed with absolute honesty since childhood. A quiet moment of deep reflection heavily descends upon the suddenly peaceful dining table. Breaking the comfortable silence, Lex gently calls out Viola's name to quickly draw her immediate attention. He warmly teases that just like the incredibly precious Philip, she perfectly shares a similarly endearing innocence. Flashing a brilliant smile, Lex enthusiastically wishes his thoroughly confused cousin the absolute best of luck. Utterly completely bewildered by his sudden cryptic encouragement, Viola just stares blankly at her beaming companion. Muttering quietly in sheer exasperation, she deeply wonders where his weirdly sudden outburst even came from. The bright sky suddenly darkens as ominous thunder heavily rumbles and fierce rain forcefully lashes against the glass windows. Observing the fierce downpour, Lex loudly remarks on the sudden severe weather while Viola grimly predicts it will not logically stop anytime soon. Setting her teacup down with a sharp clatter, Viola decisively states they must rapidly rush back home immediately after finishing their meal. She sighs heavily in deep disappointment while lamenting the horribly ruined weather on the exact day they excitedly planned a special hotel dinner. Stepping into the magnificent establishment, Viola softly marvels at the sheer exclusivity of a luxury hotel that remains completely booked out for months in advance. The lavish architecture of the sprawling building warmly welcomes the esteemed guests as they proceed deeper into the beautifully lit interior. A courteous attendant politely guides them forward while an amazed Viola thoroughly admires the incredibly extravagant rooms lining the grand corridors. Staring in absolute wonder at the massive dining table, she eagerly notes that the beautifully presented dishes are equally as extravagant as the gorgeous decor. Processing the surprisingly quick reservation, Viola deeply wonders about the mysterious identity of the boy named Nigel whose mere mention secured their immediate table. She happily indulges in the exquisite culinary masterpiece by taking a highly satisfying bite of the richly prepared gourmet meal. The ambient light of the elegant dining room softly illuminates the romantic atmosphere as the delicious dinner course smoothly progresses. Sitting quietly across the wide table, an observant Philip intensely fixes his focused gaze entirely on his lovely dining companion. Pausing her enthusiastic meal, a deeply concerned Viola gently points out that Philip hardly seems to have eaten much of his own portion. Philip quickly denies her worried assumption while Viola innocently asks if the lavishly prepared food is simply not to his distinguished liking. A heavy silence completely envelopes the grand table as Philip struggles slightly to find the exact right words to express his overwhelming emotions. Breaking the quiet tension, he softly confesses that he was merely too taken aback by the breathtaking sight of her genuinely enjoying her food in front of him. A fierce crimson blush instantly paints Viola's stunned cheeks as a highly confused sound quickly escapes her trembling lips. Desperately attempting to expertly deflect his overwhelming compliment, she awkwardly urges him to eat before his expensive meal gets completely cold. The lingering romantic tension intensely hangs in the charged air as the flustered couple attempts to calmly finish their luxurious dinner date. Approaching the polite front desk later, a worried Viola urgently asks the professional staff if they truly cannot return home by horse-drawn carriage. The apologetic clerk firmly confirms that the severe weather prevents travel but quickly assures them that emergency lodging has been thoroughly prepared for the stormy night. Eager to deeply accommodate Sir Nigel's important acquaintances, the helpful staff member immediately offers to provide them with a luxurious suite right away. The clerk awkwardly clarifies that the arrangement is a single shared suite because absolutely no other private rooms are currently available in the packed hotel. Complete shock violently rocks Viola to her very core as she dazedly repeats the frightening prospect of shared emergency lodging. Panic rapidly sets into her racing mind as she fully realizes that staying at the Grand Hotel means spending the entire night in one single room together with Philip. Desperation heavily colors her trembling voice as she frantically asks if there is literally any other safe way they can traverse the dangerous weather to go home. Internal conflict violently tears at her racing heart as she anxiously wonders if they can truly survive staying together in such incredibly close proximity. A terrifying boom of booming thunder suddenly shatters the tense quiet and causes a heavily startled Viola to yelp in sheer terror. Her heart violently pounds against her chest as she unexpectedly finds herself drawn incredibly close to Philip's comforting physical presence. Taking command of the chaotic situation, Philip practically suggests they simply retreat to the grand room and patiently wait until the raging weather finally calms down. The heavy rain violently pounds against the thick glass windows as the severe storm continues to relentlessly batter the dark outside world. Reluctantly accepting their inescapable fate, Viola logically agrees that it is entirely fair to wait out the heavy rain until the muddy roads become drivable once again. Observing his remarkably composed demeanor, Viola mentally chastises herself for being so unnecessarily nervous when Lord Philip appears perfectly calm. She thoroughly studies his handsome face while genuinely admiring his impressive ability to maintain absolute composure in such an incredibly awkward romantic situation. The loud clattering sound of dropped objects abruptly shatters her false illusion as an incredibly flustered Philip clumsily fumbles with his basic belongings. A highly amused smirk lightly touches her lovely lips as she quickly realizes that her supposedly calm fiancé is actually completely panicking inside. Stepping cautiously into the grand suite, Viola lets out an audible gasp of pure awe at the incredibly stunning interior of the luxurious bedroom. The professional attendant warmly wishes them a highly pleasant stay before shutting the heavy wooden door with a definitive echoing click. Suffocating awkwardness instantly crashes down upon the trapped couple as a horrified Viola realizes the massive suite only contains one single bed. Attempting desperately to break the suffocating silence, a heavily blushing Philip awkwardly offers to pour her a refreshing glass of cold water. Grateful for the sudden distraction, she politely accepts his kind offer as he carefully grabs the heavy crystal pitcher. His trembling hands completely betray his intense internal panic and cause him to clumsily splash the freezing water entirely outside the tiny glass. Absolute horror perfectly freezes his handsome features as he stares utterly dumbfounded at the massive watery disaster he just accidentally created on the fine furniture. Standing completely motionless in sheer embarrassment, a thoroughly soaked Philip quietly groans in absolute defeat while his wet clothes cling tightly to his trembling frame. Apologizing profusely for the sudden collision, Philip asks if she is all right while Viola gently assures him it was her own fault. Declaring she can no longer stay in her ruined dress, a flustered Viola quickly excuses herself to take a warm bath. Stepping quietly into the bathroom, she lets out a heavy sigh of sheer exhaustion. Reflecting on the sheer chaos of the afternoon, she tiredly mutters that it has simply been one ridiculous thing after another today. Returning to the luxurious suite later, she softly calls out Philip's name to announce her quiet presence. Stepping fully into the quiet room, a completely refreshed Viola gently informs him she has finally finished her warm bath. Noticing his intense concentration, she curiously asks if he is currently reading something interesting. Staring quietly at his motionless form, she carefully observes that he seems incredibly focused on the thick book. Breaking the thick silence, she gently points out that he is actually holding the heavy book completely upside down. Jumping violently in sheer panic, the thoroughly startled Philip completely loses his fake composure. Scrambling desperately toward the bathroom door, the heavily blushing man frantically announces he will now go take his own bath. Staring blankly at the loudly shut door, Viola highly amusedly guesses he was definitely still panicking about the earlier water incident. Settling quietly into the silent room, she slowly allows her racing thoughts to finally calm down. The gentle sound of running water faintly echoes through the thick walls as Philip furiously attempts to compose his rapidly beating heart. Sinking deeply into the soft cushions, Viola suddenly realizes she is actually just as incredibly nervous as he is. The heavy minutes slowly tick by as suffocating romantic tension completely floods the dimly lit suite. The bathroom door suddenly clicks open to instantly shatter the fragile quiet of the tense bedroom. Turning excitedly toward the opening door, Viola cheerfully greets him while eagerly noting he has finally finished bathing. Her cheerful greeting instantly dies in her throat as an overwhelming sight completely paralyzes her racing mind. Stepping fully into the warm light, a freshly bathed Philip confidently approaches with damp hair clinging flawlessly to his handsome face. Sparkling with an almost otherworldly charm, his partially unbuttoned shirt incredibly creates a wildly enticing visual that completely short-circuits her brain. Stumbling backward in sheer shock, a deeply flustered Viola accidentally knocks over a tiny object while Philip calls her name in genuine confusion. Clutching her rapidly heaving chest, she desperately prays he cannot hear her incredibly loud heartbeat violently echoing through the quiet room. Hiding her fiercely blazing red face, she frantically begs him to simply ignore her wildly erratic behavior. Stealing another quick glance at his dangerously attractive form, she highly doubts absolutely anyone could remain perfectly calm in this exact situation. Attempting desperately to regain her shattered composure, she strictly orders him to quickly dry his wet hair before he catches a nasty cold. Thunder rumbles menacingly outside as a fierce storm relentlessly pounds the building. Phil turns to Viola and observes that the raging storm will trap them indoors for the night. Offering a gentle compromise, he insists she takes the bed while he volunteers for the couch. Viola gazes back silently as a mix of quiet surprise and contemplation washes over her. He stares deeply into her eyes and declares she is far too precious to endure such discomfort. He firmly refuses to hog the comfortable bed and force her onto the stiff couch. A heavy silence falls between them as the immense weight of his sweet words sinks in. Stammering slightly, Viola softly accepts his generous offer. Smiling brightly, she wishes him a good night and finally agrees to take the bed. Thunder continues to roar outside as she realizes she could hardly refuse his charming insistence. Tossing and turning an hour later, Viola discovers that sleep completely evades her. Seeking a way to calm her racing nerves, she decides a hot drink will do the trick. She quietly slips out of bed and navigates the darkened halls of the silent house. Spotting a bright glow ahead, she wonders why the light remains illuminated. Peeking around the corner, she cautiously investigates the brightly lit room. To her sheer shock, she spots a tall figure already standing inside the kitchen. Hesitating for a brief second, she quietly announces her unexpected presence. Catching Phil awake, she softly asks if he will join her for some midnight tea. Phil smiles warmly and gladly accepts her invitation as she steps away to prepare the drink. Realizing they share the exact same restless energy, she notes she is not the only one struggling to sleep. She frantically rushes around the kitchen gathering supplies to brew the sudden beverage. A sudden jolt of intense panic strikes her as she confronts the unfamiliar kitchen equipment. Freezing in complete confusion, she frantically tries to remember how to properly brew tea. Fumbling awkwardly through the brewing process, she nervously hands the steaming cup to Phil. Phil warmly accepts the hot mug and raises it slowly toward his waiting lips. He takes a deep sip and immediately praises the hot drink as absolutely great. A massive wave of pure relief washes over Viola as she forcefully exhales her lingering anxiety. Taking a sip of her own cup, her face suddenly turns a ghastly pale. Mortified by the awful taste, she frantically apologizes and begs him to surrender his cup. To her absolute horror, Phil loudly gulps down the rest of the dreadful liquid. He sweetly confesses that his happiness over her thoughtful gesture completely masked the terrible flavor. Utterly horrified by her foolish mistake, she laments serving him something so unbelievably bland. She stares at him with wide eyes as his unwavering affection completely disarms her defenses. Clenching her chest with overwhelming emotion, she feels she might burst into tears over his endless sweetness. Gripped by intense feelings, she locks her deeply moved gaze entirely on him. Utterly bewildered by his profound devotion, she tearfully wonders why he loves her so much. The quiet intimacy of the dimly lit kitchen wraps warmly around their shared silence. Phil meets her vulnerable gaze with eyes full of unspoken tenderness. A sudden realization abruptly breaks her emotional trance as she voices her quiet confusion. Still hopelessly overwhelmed by his boundless affection, she admits she cannot understand the true reason behind it. Phil confidently declares that he absolutely knows he is hopeless without her. Her heart begins to thump loudly in her chest as his intense words strike a deep chord. Hearing his heartfelt confession makes her want to cry, but definitely not from sadness. A mysterious new emotion swells within her as she quietly questions this highly unfamiliar feeling. Her chest violently pounds and her head spins dizzily from an emotional experience she has never felt before. Phil skillfully brews 2 fresh cups and graciously agrees to teach her how to make tea properly. He warmly praises Viola as a quick learner while she questions her own newly acquired skills. She softly thanks him for the lesson as the quiet room settles into a peaceful hush. She blinks rapidly as a sudden realization sharply disrupts her tranquil moment. Panic internally grips her as she realizes she naturally sat right next to him yet again. A deafening rumble of thunder violently shakes the room as she notes the storm drawing dangerously near. She lets out a terrified squeak as a blinding flash of lightning fiercely illuminates the dark space. Absolute terror fully consumes her trembling body as the furious storm severely rages outside. Phil gently reassures her that everything is perfectly okay amidst the highly frightening weather. He speaks her name softly and urges her to calm her racing and frightened mind. He comfortingly pats her while promising he is right there, and her anxiety strangely begins to fade. A soft sigh escapes her lips as the overwhelming fear miraculously vanishes from her beating heart. She gazes up at him in quiet awe as his steady presence fully anchors her fragile emotions. The comforting warmth of his body and his gentle scent wraps securely around her trembling form. Her own heartbeat aggressively quickens as it rhythmically syncs with the intimate closeness they currently share. Draped in profound comfort, she feels herself peacefully drifting off to sleep in his fiercely protective embrace. Phil watches over her gently as her tense muscles completely relax into a much deeper slumber. He quietly confesses how immensely glad he is to be the only one comforting her tonight. A fierce protectiveness flares in his eyes as he admits he cannot bear the awful thought of her being here with anyone else. He firmly declares his absolute hatred for the terrible idea of her seeking comfort in another man's company. Viola firmly assures him that she would never want to be trapped in Lex's company either. She gazes up softly as she actively prepares to confess the true depth of her inner comfort. She gently tells him not to worry about any other men ever stealing her loyal attention. She sweetly assures him that she can only ever truly relax like this because he is the specific one holding her. His eyes widen slightly as her deeply profound confession powerfully strikes his love-struck heart. He pulls her closer into a fiercely tender embrace as their strong emotional bond permanently deepens. He breathlessly whispers her name as overwhelming affection entirely consumes his racing thoughts. Viola finally surrenders to her heavy exhaustion and slips peacefully into a deep and uninterrupted slumber. She rests flawlessly against him while the raging storm outside fruitlessly continues its noisy assault. He remains vigilantly awake to fiercely protect her tranquil rest throughout the incredibly long and dark night. The heavy darkness slowly begins to lift as dawn steadily chases away the fierce nighttime storm. Bright morning light brightly floods the room as cheerful birds begin to chirp loudly right outside the window. The gentle sounds of nature fully replace the terrifying thunder from the previous highly chaotic evening. Viola groans softly and slowly stirs from her incredibly deep and wonderfully restful sleep. She weakly opens her eyes and sleepily mumbles a soft good morning to her completely devoted protector. Slowly drifting awake, Viola feels a comforting warmth wrapping entirely around her completely rested body. Phil softly breaks the peaceful morning silence by gently asking if she managed to sleep well. Her eyes snap open in utter shock as she realizes she is still securely trapped in his protective embrace. A furious blush violently explodes across her cheeks upon realizing she clung to him the entire night. Phil calmly explains she fell asleep in his arms while she stammers wildly in absolute disbelief. He casually admits he remained perfectly still all night because she tightly gripped his shirt. A horrifying wave of sudden realization heavily crashes over her completely overwhelmed mind. She stares up at him with immense guilt as she realizes her clingy actions ruined his chance to sleep. She frantically apologizes for keeping him awake, but he gently reassures her that he slept perfectly fine. She anxiously questions if he saw her embarrassing sleeping face while secretly doubting his polite reassurances. Smiling warmly, Phil firmly declares her sleeping expression was far more adorable than he ever imagined. A massive wave of profound embarrassment fiercely sets her deeply flushed face completely on fire. Remembering Lex once mocked her goofy sleeping habits, she wildly panics and assumes Phil must be lying to spare her feelings. Phil gazes down at her frantic form with a deeply tender and unwaveringly affectionate expression. He softly confesses that watching her sleep peacefully completely filled him with an incredibly profound warmth. He sweetly implies that holding her close truly felt just like embracing a real family. She gazes back in quiet awe while noticing how genuinely happy his gentle face looked during his sweet confession. The scene smoothly shifts to a beautifully arranged dining table where the two sit down for a quiet morning meal. Staring at the delicious food, she silently reflects on how unusually domestic this shared breakfast feels. Her beating heart flutters wildly as she silently wonders if all their future married mornings would look exactly like this. Noticing her deeply distracted gaze, Phil slightly tilts his head in quiet confusion. He gently asks if she lacks an appetite, causing her to nervously stammer a remarkably quick denial. Desperately covering her distraction, she awkwardly blurts out a quick compliment regarding his exceptionally polite table manners. Without thinking, she enthusiastically confirms that she has always deeply admired his highly refined eating habits. A sudden jolt of absolute terror severely freezes her entire body in place. She violently slaps her hands over her mouth in sheer horror as the heavy weight of her accidental slip fully registers. Phil drops his silverware with a sharp clink as he calls her name in utter shock. He stares intently at her with wide and fiercely hopeful eyes. Leaning forward urgently, he breathlessly asks if she has finally regained her supposedly lost memories. Mentally kicking herself for her sheer carelessness, she nervously lies and claims the thought simply popped into her head. Phil slightly lowers his intense gaze as a quiet mix of lingering hope and heavy disappointment washes over him. She breathes a massive sigh of internal relief upon realizing he completely bought her remarkably flimsy excuse. She silently laments that simply confessing the total truth would instantly make their complicated lives significantly easier. A grim warning fiercely echoes in her mind, reminding her that revealing her true memories might literally kill him. She vividly recalls the dire prediction that the shocking truth would completely break his incredibly fragile spirit. A deep wave of heavy sadness hits her as she realizes an honest confession would permanently destroy their blooming relationship. She tightly clenches her fists beneath the table while firmly resolving to maintain the painful lie for his absolute safety. Phil gently asks if she remembers anything else as a profound new realization permanently shifts her hidden perspective. She shakes her head slowly while quietly confronting the massive depth of her previously suppressed feelings. She firmly denies remembering anything else while secretly admitting she would completely hate ever separating from him. Jamie cheerfully suggests that Viola should also give one of her freshly baked treats directly to Lord Philip. Viola proudly declares that her homemade cookies actually turned out surprisingly decent today despite usually being only fit for pigs. The questionable praise hangs awkwardly in the air as Viola quickly processes the highly confusing and sudden backhanded compliment. She demands to know why Jamie always insists on taking her awful cookies while he claims he collects them strictly for artistic value. Baffled by his completely absurd excuse, Viola bluntly states that his weird hoarding logic makes absolutely no sense. Jamie finally admits that today's cooking lesson went better than usual while commending her for at least not burning the entire batch. He suddenly shifts the tone by warning her that everyone around the estate has been whispering about her and Lord Philip growing increasingly distant lately. A heavy silence suddenly settles over the room as the harsh truth of the surrounding gossip deeply stings her beating heart. Jamie urgently advises her to seize this perfect opportunity to publicly prove that the engaged couple is actually on good terms. Staring down quietly at the ground, she sadly admits to herself that the swirling rumors are not exactly entirely wrong. Completely ignoring her hesitation, Jamie enthusiastically shoves her toward the door while begging her to deliver the pretty cookies. Holding the small wrapped package tightly in her hands, Viola ponders her next move with deep hesitation. She wildly shouts Jamie's name in startled protest as he forcefully pushes her completely out of the busy kitchen. Jamie cheerfully wishes her good luck from safely behind the massive heavy wooden door. The massive door firmly shuts directly in her face and effectively traps her outside in the echoing hallway. Letting out an exhausted sigh, she stubbornly decides she might as well go through with the nerve-wracking delivery. She nervously justifies the daunting task by reminding herself that handing baked goods to her own fiancé is a perfectly normal gesture. Gaining a tiny sliver of fragile confidence, she firmly nods her head and completely agrees with her own internal logic. She desperately tries to convince her racing heart that there is absolutely no deeper romantic meaning attached to this simple gift. Marching determinedly down the grand corridor, she firmly clutches the small present against her rapidly beating chest. Approaching quietly from around the corner, she suddenly overhears a harsh voice complaining that Lady Viola is such a massive bother. Peeking carefully around the grand pillar, she spots Philip standing suspiciously close to Lady Natalia. Natalia smirks wickedly while directly asking Lord Philip if he completely agrees with her cruel assessment. Philip coldly agrees with the harsh statement while fiercely questioning why he is even caught in this miserable situation. Viola gasps silently in sheer agony as Philip complains about being forcefully tied to someone he shares absolutely nothing in common with. A crushing realization fully hits her as she silently acknowledges the painful truth that they simply do not belong together. Natalia mercilessly presses the cruel issue by directly asking Philip if he holds absolutely zero interest in his own fiancée. Philip firmly answers with a single devastating word that violently shatters Viola's fragile and hopeful heart. He coldly declares that he would never even imagine being with her if their powerful families had not arranged the forced promise. The beautifully wrapped cookies completely lose their sweet appeal as Viola trembles in absolute shock behind the stone pillar. Tears instantly well in her widened eyes as she forcefully spins around to blindly flee from the deeply devastating conversation. She sprints frantically down the empty corridor as a massive wave of overwhelming grief threatens to completely swallow her whole. Her rapid footsteps echo loudly across the polished marble floor while she desperately tries to escape the immensely painful reality. Gasping heavily for precious air, she finally stops running and weakly leans her exhausted body against a cold stone wall. Staring bitterly down at the ruined gift, she realizes that presenting these stupid cookies would have been completely pointless. She painfully imagines him tossing her heartfelt offering directly into the trash with absolute and cruel indifference. Despite knowing their engagement was entirely forced, she tearfully reflects on the countless long years they spent growing up together. A profound sadness heavily grips her soul as she admits she secretly hoped his cold and aloof exterior hid something warmer. She weeps silently over her foolish and entirely shattered dream that he might harbor even a tiny inkling of genuine affection for her. Philip's utterly merciless rejection loudly echoes in her devastated mind as all her lingering hopes permanently turn to ash. Tears stream down Viola's face as the crushing memories of his past rejection relentlessly haunt her mind. She desperately questions why she ever foolishly believed his cold demeanor hid any genuine warmth. A few days pass as she bitterly declares her intense hatred for him while he calmly calls her name. Philip slowly turns around with a steady gaze that completely pierces through the heavy tension. She sharply calls out his name while fiercely masking the painful turmoil brewing inside her chest. He formally requests her attendance at the upcoming party and she politely accepts the sudden invitation. She respectfully bows her head and agrees to accompany him if he truly desires her presence. A sudden jolt of panic strikes her as she realizes she completely forgot about his upcoming birthday. Philip gently interrupts her frantic thoughts by noting there is one more important thing to discuss. He softly thanks her while gazing down with a remarkably tender and entirely unreadable expression. He surprisingly asks if she would allow him to gift her a beautiful dress for his own birthday. She stares at him in sheer bewilderment over his highly unusual and incredibly generous birthday request. He cheerfully declares his eager desire to see her wearing a dress he personally selected for the grand event. She gracefully accepts his generous offer while silently grappling with her own rising internal panic. A heavy sense of dread washes over her as she fully realizes the terrifying gravity of her unpreparedness. She violently clutches her head in absolute distress because she has absolutely no idea what to gift him. She frantically recalls that their past gifts were always merely strict formalities limited to simple bouquets. She firmly resolves that a simple bouquet will absolutely not suffice since he is buying her an expensive dress. Despair completely consumes her as she utterly fails to imagine a single gift that would actually make him happy. Philip suddenly breaks her panic train of thought by quietly asking if any more of her lost memories have returned. She nervously averts her eyes and falsely claims that no new memories have recently surfaced. A brief flash of disappointment crosses his face before he quickly dismisses his own pressing question. He softly smiles and sincerely confesses that he is still deeply looking forward to their upcoming party together. She silently vows to find a deeply meaningful present as they mutually agree on their shared excitement. A bumpy carriage heavily rattles her as her stern companion questions why she urgently summoned him. She desperately unloads her gifting anxieties onto him while begging for his urgently needed advice. Lex adjusts his glasses thoughtfully as he calmly processes her frantic request for birthday present ideas. He bluntly asserts that Philip would be absolutely overjoyed even if she simply gifted him a worthless roadside pebble. She reluctantly agrees with his absurd logic upon remembering Philip actually cherished her terribly sewn handkerchief. She fiercely insists that she wants to give him something that will genuinely and properly make him happy. Lex reaches into his coat and confidently produces an elegant catalog of fine goods for her to browse. She carefully inspects the glossy pages revealing beautifully crafted and highly expensive accessories. Lex leans over with a sly smirk as a particular item fully catches his discerning eye. The carriage violently rattles over the rough cobblestones as she deeply considers the incredibly bold suggestion. A massive blush instantly explodes across her entire face as she visualizes the highly intimate matching gift. She wildly waves her hands in absolute panic while vigorously rejecting the insanely embarrassing idea. Lex calmly praises the elegant design while she dramatically claims she would literally die from the immense embarrassment. She fiercely covers her burning cheeks and whines that giving him matching necklaces is simply way too intimate. Lex smoothly counters her frantic protests by confidently guaranteeing that Philip would absolutely adore the romantic gesture. She bites her lip in deep contemplation as the highly tempting but deeply embarrassing idea firmly takes root. Lex sharply mocks Viola by questioning if this pathetic hesitation is the true extent of her resolve. He dramatically sighs and shakes his head while bluntly calling her cowardly indecision a massive shame. Fired up by his ruthless teasing, Viola violently clenches her fists as a fierce wave of sudden determination washes over her. She furiously slams her hands down and loudly agrees to purchase the highly embarrassing matching necklaces. A sudden voice abruptly shatters the moment as someone shockingly spots Lady Natalia lurking nearby. Natalia loudly gasps in sheer disbelief while dramatically declaring she absolutely cannot believe her own eyes. Viola spins around in total confusion as the entirely unexpected arrival completely derails her frantic shopping trip. Glaring with intense disgust, Natalia cruelly accuses the engaged noblewoman of openly committing scandalous infidelity. Desperately waving her hands, Viola frantically attempts to explain that the highly suspicious situation is entirely innocent. Refusing to listen, Natalia haughtily brands the supposed betrayal as completely unbelievable while aggressively scoffing at the weak defense. Before Viola can clear the massive misunderstanding, Natalia furiously orders her frantic entourage to leave immediately. Panic completely consumes Viola as she hopelessly screams for the furious woman to stop and just wait a single second. Lex bursts into completely uncontrollable laughter as he wildly mocks the absolutely disastrous cheating allegation. Groaning in pure defeat, Viola hopelessly wonders how she will ever gift the necklace while dragging Philip into yet another scandalous mess. A sharp knock suddenly echoes through the silent room and instantly breaks her deeply anxious train of thought. Philip gently calls out through the thick wooden door to check if she is finally ready for the grand evening. Taking a deep breath, she smoothly pulls the massive door open to finally reveal her heavily anticipated party attire. Philip stands tall and elegantly dressed in the dim hallway as he patiently awaits his beautiful fiancée. She steps out gracefully into the warm light while softly apologizing for making him wait so long. He completely freezes in absolute awe as his widened eyes fiercely lock onto her breathtaking appearance. She nervously fidgets under his incredibly intense gaze while silently praying the beautiful new dress truly suits her. A profound silence heavily stretches between them as Philip remains completely paralyzed by her sheer elegance. Unable to bear the thick tension, she timidly breaks the quiet stillness by nervously asking how she looks. Snapping out of his deep trance, he softly thanks her and warmly declares that she looks absolutely amazing. Her heart violently flutters with pure joy as she proudly reflects on wearing the gorgeous dress he personally gifted her. She closely follows him into the massive venue while quietly battling her rising fear of the overwhelmingly large crowd. Sensing her hidden anxiety, Philip leans in and gently promises that he can easily handle absolutely everything tonight. He stares down at her with a fiercely protective gaze that instantly melts away her lingering social fears. A soft smile warmly graces her lips as she quietly accepts his highly comforting and steadfast reassurance. She affectionately notes that despite being incredibly untalkative, he always meticulously looks out for her absolute well-being. A formal attendant suddenly approaches through the bustling crowd and respectfully calls out Lord Philip's noble title. The sharply dressed servant swiftly informs him that the Duke urgently requests a private audience right away. Philip slightly frowns at the sudden interruption but silently acknowledges the highly important summons. Turning sharply to Lex, he firmly orders the highly amused man to keep a strict eye on Viola in his absence. Lex casually smirks and lazily agrees to babysit while Viola watches the seamless exchange in pure awe. She feels a deep warmth brilliantly bloom in her chest upon realizing he purposely ensured she would never be left entirely alone. Lex ruthlessly teases Philip by loudly comparing his fierce protectiveness to that of a hopelessly doting husband. Philip violently grinds his heel directly into Lex's foot in silent retaliation while Viola sweetly promises to wait right there. Lex wildly wobbles in excruciating pain as Philip successfully delivers his ruthless physical warning. Leaving the injured man behind, Philip quietly asks for her patience before striding confidently toward his pressing duties. Vi flinches in shock when her male friend suddenly asks if she has given Philip his present yet. Stuttering in absolute panic, she admits she completely forgot and left the vital gift back in her room. Her friend furiously scolds her for foolishly wasting all the prep time she had before the party started. Crushing dread sets in as the massive weight of her careless mistake fully registers. A heavy, defeated sigh escapes her lips as she accepts the embarrassing reality of her blunder. Her friend sternly commands her to make absolutely sure she hands the gift over tonight. He promises to quickly create the perfect opportunity before the party descends into chaotic madness. Apologizing profusely, she promises to repay him while he slyly demands just one simple favor in return. He ruthlessly demands a full progress report on her and Philip just so he can laugh at her romantic struggle. Despite his relentless teasing, she reluctantly admits that his constant help has been incredibly valuable. She anxiously scans the bustling grand hall while mentally preparing herself for the imminent encounter. Spotting Philip walking gracefully in her direction, she nervously wonders if he has finally finished his hosting duties. A soft gasp escapes her lips as his imposing presence draws dangerously near. Philip stands tall and composed, effortlessly commanding the attention of everyone in his immediate vicinity. A thick, palpable tension hangs in the air as the critical moment of approach finally arrives. Another woman suddenly intercepts him, smoothly asking Lord Philip if something is the matter. Vi firmly resolves to step forward and close the distance between them herself. Seeing him thoroughly occupied with the other guest, she immediately aborts her mission and shrinks back. Philip smoothly points out that the strange woman has something caught in her hair. Feigning deep embarrassment, the calculating woman boldly requests that Philip remove it for her. Philip politely agrees to the intimate request without a single moment of hesitation. He reaches out gently, closing the physical gap between himself and the scheming woman. Vi watches the delicate, entirely unneeded interaction with wide, horrified eyes. Recognizing the obvious trap, Vi fumes internally because the woman could easily brush it off herself. The sickening sight of their physical closeness triggers a sudden, violent shock deep within Vi's chest. A fierce, uncontrollable denial screams through her mind as possessive rage ignites. Driven by raw instinct, she violently surges forward to shatter the intimate moment. A sharp ringing noise pierces the chaotic atmosphere as her sudden movement draws unwanted attention. She gasps loudly, instantly paralyzed by the terrifying magnitude of her own public outburst. Completely horrified by her impulsive actions, she desperately questions what she just did. A suffocating, judgmental silence instantly crashes down over the deeply shocked room. Utterly humiliated, she awkwardly stammers a broken excuse and decides to immediately flee the scene. Sprinting away in blind panic, She frantically wonders how to possibly fix this massive social disaster. Her mind races out of control as she struggles to find the right words to explain her bizarre jealousy. Her male friend flinches in absolute delight, loudly declaring how incredibly fun this unfolding drama has become. He immediately corners the frantic Vi and mockingly asks if she is feeling jealous. The terrifying accusation strikes her fragile composure like a devastating physical blow. She stammers the word back in absolute, unadulterated disbelief. Stunned by the overwhelming revelation, she desperately tries to comprehend if she actually harbors romantic jealousy over Lord Philip. Despite her frantic mental denials, the terrifying truth firmly takes root in her racing heart. The only thought flashing through Vi's mind as she watches Philip nearly touch the other woman is pure possessive aversion. She freezes in absolute shock as the massive gravity of her own impulsive interruption finally sets in. Violently rejecting the unbearable sight before her, she fiercely concludes that she absolutely hates this. Philip stares down at her with wide eyes and completely pauses his motion in sheer disbelief. A heavy silence violently crashes down over the grand hall as everyone witnesses her startling outburst. Lex watches the dramatic spectacle unfold from the sidelines with a deeply amused smirk. Shattering the tense quiet, Philip gently asks if her blatant display of jealousy is actually true. Caught completely off guard by his directness, Vi stammers helplessly while frantically searching for an escape. She desperately attempts to deny it, but her flustered stumbling completely betrays her true emotions. Smoothly intervening in the chaos, Lex slyly suggests they leave the party to him and escape for a private chat. Executing his promise flawlessly, Lex throws a playful wink her way to signal his manufactured opportunity. A soft gasp escapes Vi's lips as Philip decisively steps forward to claim her attention. Panic instantly flares in her chest as she realizes going off alone with him raises the stakes astronomically. Her racing mind frantically wonders if this terrifying moment is when she must finally hand over his present. Yielding to the undeniable tension, Philip politely thanks Lex and formally apologizes for abandoning their hosting duties. As Philip gently leads her away from the crowded hall, Vi wrestles viciously with her raging internal conflict. Steeling her wavering resolve, she definitively decides she cannot let Lex's helpful setup go to waste. Once they are completely alone, Philip turns to face her with a dangerously vulnerable intensity burning in his eyes. The suffocating quiet of the secluded hallway deeply amplifies the frantic thumping of her anxious heart. Stepping into her personal space, he softly asks if his interaction with the other woman truly made her jealous. Completely overwhelmed by his raw sincerity, Vi averts her gaze as a fierce blush ignites across her cheeks. Refusing to let her hide, Philip gently reaches out to cup her face and forces her to confront him. She agonizes internally over why she can no longer spout a simple lie to protect her fragile pride. Surrendering completely to her own treacherous heart, she gives a tiny hesitant nod of confirmation. Crushing guilt instantly washes over her as she painfully remembers all the calculated lies she has already fed him. Philip's eyes widen in absolute awe as he deeply processes her incredibly rare moment of genuine vulnerability. A profound radiant warmth floods his entire expression as the massive weight of her honest confession hits him. Breathless and overwhelmed with pure joy, Philip happily admits that he completely lacks the words to describe his elation. Desperate for more of her honesty, he frantically asks her to repeat her admission. He immediately surges forward and forcefully pulls her into a tight and incredibly desperate embrace. Burying his face deeply into her shoulder, he clutches her trembling form as if she might suddenly vanish. Pledging his absolute devotion, Philip fiercely swears he will never touch another woman besides her. With absolute and unwavering conviction, he softly breathes a devastating confession of his profound love. Her heart pounds violently against her ribs as she desperately questions the true and fundamental meaning of love. Frantic thoughts race through her mind as she wonders if love simply means craving physical closeness and intimate touches. Despite the overwhelming intensity of the moment, she deeply realizes she still lacks a clear answer to those complex questions. Philip securely anchors her against his chest while radiating a powerful affection that completely shatters her remaining defenses. Finally accepting the undeniable truth, she silently thanks him because she can absolutely no longer ignore reality. She completely surrenders to the warm and blossoming feelings of genuine affection rapidly taking root in her chest. Melting fully into his fierce embrace, Vi permanently lets go of her resistance and simply allows herself to be cherished. Vi gently breaks the silence to softly reveal she really wanted to give him something. Stepping back slightly, she prepares to finally present her carefully hidden birthday gift. Taking a deep and steadying breath, she tries desperately to calm her wildly racing heart. She forcefully exhales to dispel the lingering nervous energy coursing through her tense body. She bashfully admits that while the gift isn't anything incredibly big, it will hopefully be all right. Presenting the beautifully wrapped package, she nervously asks the stunned man if he will accept her birthday present. Philip stares down at the small box in sheer disbelief and softly asks if it is truly for him. Smiling brightly, Vi teasingly reminds him that absolutely nobody else is having a birthday here today. Overwhelmed with deep gratitude, he tenderly reaches out to accept the precious offering from her hands. Genuinely thanking her, he eagerly asks if he can open the mysterious package right now. Panic strikes her abruptly because she deeply hoped he would open it later to spare her immense embarrassment. Philip carefully unties the decorative ribbon to reveal the delicate contents hidden securely inside. Staring intently at the jewelry, he quickly realizes that it perfectly matches the accessory she currently wears. He gazes down at the beautiful matching piece with wide and completely mesmerized eyes. Flustered by his heavy silence, she frantically stammers that he does not actually have to wear it. Philip suddenly closes the distance between them with overwhelming emotional intensity. Burying his face deeply into her shoulder, he softly apologizes for completely losing his composure. Trembling slightly against her, he emotionally confesses that he is simply way too happy right now. Expressing his profound gratitude, he fiercely vows to keep the precious gift on him forever. Feeling his radiant warmth, Vi suddenly finds herself completely consumed by a blossoming and beautiful happiness. She realizes with absolute clarity that this overwhelming tide of emotion is now entirely impossible to deny. Surrendering fully to the undeniable truth, she joyfully accepts that she genuinely loves him too. Philip gently pulls back from the tight embrace to gaze fondly into her soft eyes. Smiling sweetly at his flushed face, she shyly reveals that there is actually more to her present. She nervously presents a small bag of treats while admitting she is not entirely confident about them. Stunned by her incredible effort, he asks in total awe if she really baked these cookies entirely by herself. He stares blankly at the homemade baked goods with wide and highly anticipatory eyes. Without hesitating for a single second, he eagerly reaches directly into the small bag. He softly murmurs his thanks before preparing to take a decisive bite of the rustic treat. Vi quickly explains that Jamie suggested making something homemade, which led to chaotic kitchen trials with the royal chef. Listening to the sharp crunch, she nervously prays the cookies both look and taste completely normal. Philip pauses mid-chew as a deeply unreadable and intense expression completely overtakes his handsome features. To her immense relief, he warmly praises the baked goods and firmly declares them surprisingly good. Chewing thoughtfully, he casually drops the massive bombshell that her baking skills have improved a lot. Instant panic violently flares in Vi's mind as she frantically wonders how he could possibly know about her past culinary failures. Sweating profusely, she definitively recalls never giving him cookies before or ever mentioning her horrible baking skills. Her mind spirals completely out of control as she desperately tries to rationalize his impossible knowledge. Completely oblivious to her massive internal freakout, Philip joyfully declares this the absolute happiest birthday of his life. Forcing a strained smile, Vi actively buries her rising suspicions and simply states she is glad he liked the presents. Philip beams down at her radiantly with pure and completely unfiltered devotion shining in his eyes. Reflecting on her overwhelming joy, Viola realizes that this newfound happiness is actually a terrifying thing. She suddenly expresses utter confusion as a startling realization violently interrupts her peaceful thoughts. Dread immediately washes over her as she contemplates the terrifying unpredictability of when this joy might abruptly end. A sudden, sharp knock on the door instantly snaps her attention toward Philip. An attendant urgently summons Lord Philip, relaying Lord Lex's immediate demand for his return. Philip promptly acknowledges the call, rising swiftly to take his leave. Viola internally questions the ominous meaning behind the cryptic thought of everything ending. A heavy, profound silence hangs in the air as the weight of the unspoken truth lingers between them. A sudden gasp quickly escapes her lips as a powerful realization strikes her mind. Lex playfully pokes Philip, teasingly pointing out his new necklace and its undeniable connection to Viola. Philip glares furiously at Lex as the relentless teasing about being a cute couple pushes him to the edge. Lex's incessant, loud joking successfully distracts Philip, quickly making him forget his deeper confusions. Jamie cheerfully congratulates Viola on executing the successful gift-giving. Viola happily reports the incredible news that Philip genuinely enjoyed the cookies she baked. Jamie chuckles warmly, admitting her initial, deeply rooted worries about Viola's notoriously bad cooking skills. Jamie confidently declares that Philip would gladly consume absolutely anything Viola placed in front of him. Viola stares in stunned, complete silence as Jamie's bold claim echoes in her mind. Jamie hesitates nervously, demanding a promise of mercy before revealing her long-kept secret. Jamie awkwardly recalls their school days when Viola used to pass off disastrous, unedible cooking attempts to her. Bracing for the inevitable impact, Jamie bluntly confesses that she secretly fed all of Viola's failed dishes directly to Lord Philip. Jamie lets out a nervous giggle as absolute, paralyzing shock completely freezes Viola in place. Viola mentally screams in pure horror, fully knowing her terrible food could practically kill a grown man. Jamie vividly reminisces about a specific party where Philip unexpectedly approached her out of nowhere. Philip intensely interrogated Jamie, demanding to know the exact whereabouts of Viola's ruined cooking class creations. Jamie recounts frantically, explaining that she simply threw the highly unpresentable food away into the trash. To Jamie's absolute shock, Philip demanded she aggressively hand over all of Viola's discarded food to him instead. The sheer, undeniable absurdity of his request hangs silently in the vivid memory. Jamie explains how she systematically smuggled Viola's discarded cooking directly into Philip's eager hands. Guiltily, Jamie apologizes for fiercely hiding this massive, unbelievable secret for so many years. Jamie begins recounting a specific, highly unbelievable incident regarding the confiscated food. Philip fearlessly devoured a bag of Viola's literal charcoal food right in front of Jamie, fighting back visible tears from the awful taste. A moment of stunned silence perfectly underscores the sheer, unbreakable dedication of Philip's iron stomach. Jamie casually admits she flawlessly maintained this secret food smuggling operation all the way up until graduation. Jamie pauses deliberately, shifting the frantic conversation to a much more serious, heartfelt tone. Jamie confesses she desperately wanted to reveal Philip's true feelings, but he strictly forbade her from speaking out. Jamie apologizes profusely for letting time slip away without ever clearing up the massive, painful misunderstanding. Viola softly forgives her loyal friend, genuinely appreciating the difficult position Jamie found herself in. Overwhelmed by the staggering revelation, Viola simply breathes out in absolute, undeniable astonishment. Viola realizes she never would have believed such an absurdly romantic truth back in their chaotic school days. Her heart swells with profound emotion as she finally comprehends the staggering, undeniable depth of Lord Philip's devotion. Reflecting on her true emotions, Viola vividly recalls the staggering impact of the phrase, "I love you," echoing through her mind. Consumed by dizzying happiness, she realizes with blushing embarrassment that Philip had actually been eating her terrible cooking instead of throwing it away. A sharp clack violently interrupts her flustered thoughts as she cringes in absolute mortification over Philip knowing about her disastrous culinary skills. The heavy, silent tension of the room thickens as approaching footsteps signal an unexpected arrival to the deeply distracted Viola. Startled completely out of her deep introspection, Viola sharply turns her head to see Lord Cyril suddenly standing right before her. Stepping smoothly from the surrounding shadows, Cyril greets Viola with a deeply calm, formal evening salutation. The two formally exchange rigid pleasantries as the tense evening atmosphere rapidly settles around their unexpected encounter. Sensing a sudden, uncomfortable shift in the conversational dynamic, Viola softly murmurs Lord Cyril's name with lingering hesitation. Fiercely protecting her friend, Jamie aggressively shoves her way between them to sharply interrogate Cyril about his sudden intentions. Completely unfazed by Jamie's blatant hostility, Cyril smoothly clarifies that he merely wishes to have a brief, private chat with Viola. Refusing to back down, Jamie immediately attempts to shut down his polite request with fierce, unwavering defiance. A sudden, flustered hesitation momentarily breaks the intense standoff as Jamie nervously stumbles over her aggressive defensive stance. Blushing slightly, Viola quietly mumbles her sincere gratitude to Cyril for his previous, crucial assistance regarding Hugo. Jamie gasps in sheer, wide-eyed surprise as the deeply unexpected context of Viola's genuine gratitude completely derails her defensive momentum. Quickly realizing she is interrupting a highly personal moment, Jamie abruptly excuses herself and frantically dashes away from the scene. The sudden, chaotic departure leaves a lingering, awkward tension as Jamie rapidly retreats and abandons the conversation. With Jamie finally gone, Cyril smoothly regains control of the situation by calmly inquiring about Viola's current well-being. A heavy, piercing silence dominates the air as Cyril stares intently at Viola with a deeply calculating, unreadable gaze. Shattering the tense quiet, Cyril pointedly asks Viola if she has successfully managed to recover any of her lost memories. Viola firmly denies having memories while secretly agonizing over the crushing, intense guilt of faking her amnesia from the start. A profound, suffocating silence envelopes them as Viola wrestles internally with the massive emotional weight of her ongoing deception. Observing her incredibly closely, Cyril astutely points out her brightly flushed cheeks and questions what recently occurred. Quickly recovering her composure, Viola smiles softly and openly admits that something incredibly pleasant just happened to her. Cyril's stoic expression shifts subtly as he quietly absorbs her surprisingly genuine, radiant display of pure happiness. Narrowing his eyes with sharp, undeniable intuition, Cyril directly asks if this newfound, overwhelming joy is specifically related to Philip. Viola pauses silently, allowing the undeniable truth of her deep, romantic feelings to hang heavily in the tense evening air. Acknowledging her quiet confirmation, Cyril notes with genuine surprise that he has never seen her wear such a purely joyful expression. Pushing the emotional boundary even further, Cyril boldly asks if she has completely and genuinely fallen in love with Philip. The incredibly blunt question strikes Viola directly in the heart, forcing her to confront the overwhelming reality of her deeply rooted emotions. Gathering her inner resolve and unwavering courage, Viola prepares to finally voice the undeniable, terrifying truth of her romantic feelings. With absolute, unshakable certainty, Viola firmly confirms her deep, passionate feelings for Philip. The massive, undeniable weight of her honest confession completely shifts the entire emotional dynamic of their quiet conversation. Cyril instantly challenges her fierce devotion, sharply reminding her of the painful reality that Philip had been actively lying to her. Unshaken by the stark warning, Viola solemnly accepts Philip's flaws by deeply acknowledging that she is living a massive lie herself. Processing her profound, self-aware acceptance of their mutual flaws, Cyril quietly concedes to the unbreakable strength of her emotional resolve. Cyril softly reflects on the blinding nature of true affection, calmly admitting that past transgressions simply vanish when genuine love is involved. The quiet, heavily charged evening air wraps around them as Cyril internally contemplates the deep, complex intricacies of human emotion. Breaking the deep introspective silence, Cyril politely steps forward and offers to safely escort Viola back to her waiting father. Viola graciously thanks him for the polite escort as Cyril smoothly and gracefully excuses himself from her immediate presence. They bid each other a final, quiet farewell as the emotionally charged, deeply revealing evening interaction smoothly comes to a definitive end. Cyril solemnly confirms her deep conviction as they quietly part ways in the evening shadows. He raises a gentle hand in a slow farewell before softly calling out Viola's name and stepping away. Viola watches Cyril's retreating back intensely as he waves his hand and fades slowly into the distant darkness. The quiet departure violently triggers a hidden traumatic memory of the fateful day he unexpectedly confessed his feelings. A magnificent sprawling estate towers elegantly against the bright sky as the distant past rapidly unfolds. Luxurious chandeliers blaze brilliantly overhead inside the grand ballroom as the high society gathering officially commences. Viola reluctantly attends the lavish evening ball despite deeply dreading the overwhelming social expectations. She silently despises the chaotic party atmosphere because so many familiar noble guests constantly scrutinize her every move. A concerned companion gently questions Viola's sudden trembling anxiety as the overwhelming party atmosphere quickly intensifies. She gratefully accepts the polite offer of assistance while silently navigating the incredibly chaotic environment. The sudden comforting realization that both Lord Philip and Lex are attending slightly eases her spiraling panic. Philip and Lex stand prominently across the bustling ballroom exuding a powerful aura of noble authority. The massive wooden doors swing open violently as a highly anticipated guest suddenly steps into the crowded hall. A shocked, desperate whisper ripples fiercely through the tense crowd as the infamous Mirabelle arrives completely unannounced. Mirabelle completely shatters the formal silence by boldly greeting Philip with unexpected aggressive familiarity. She flashes a dazzling yet intensely calculating smile that instantly commands the undivided attention of the entire royal court. Viola stares in pure astonishment since she never anticipated crossing paths with the wildly unpredictable princess tonight. Nervous whispers aggressively circulate about Mirabelle supposedly moving away to a distant colony long ago. The formidable sixth princess Mirabelle struts confidently forward while utterly dominating the sprawling ballroom floor. Dark, painful memories resurface of their school days when the incredibly selfish princess ruthlessly caused endless trouble. Viola instinctively assumes that Lord Philip remains highly suspicious of Mirabelle's deeply chaotic and destructive tendencies. She nervously analyzes the highly charged interaction unfolding violently between Philip and the dangerously smirking princess. Mirabelle sharply targets Viola with a piercing smirk while mockingly commenting on her supposed sudden reconciliation with Philip. Viola freezes in absolute paralyzing confusion at the cryptic accusation of a mysterious hidden past reconciliation. Mirabelle sadistically leans in to drag a deeply painful forgotten memory violently back into the blinding spotlight. The princess ruthlessly reveals how she secretly witnessed Philip cruelly badmouthing Viola alongside Natalia during their school days. Mirabelle pauses dramatically before weaponizing another absolutely devastating piece of hidden historical evidence against them. She mercilessly exposes the heartbreaking moment she watched a devastated Viola flee in tears after overhearing Philip's cruel betrayal. Pure paralyzing shock utterly freezes Viola as the long-buried traumatic memory crashes violently into her fragile mind. Philip snaps his head toward Mirabelle in pure horrifying realization as his dark hidden past secret is brutally exposed. Viola struggles frantically to process the terrifying twisted reality that Mirabelle had actively stalked her darkest moment of heartbreak. Mirabelle cheerfully fakes a sickeningly sweet congratulation before swiftly turning her back on the completely shattered couple. Her sharp, threatening heels click violently against the polished marble floor as she struts triumphantly away from the chaos. Philip frantically steps forward with a desperately pleading expression to urgently deny the horrific implications of the exposed truth. Absolute blinding panic deeply contorts Philip's usually composed face as his heavily guarded secret completely unravels. Viola murmurs his name with a trembling broken breath as a suffocating wave of old betrayals crushes her heavy heart. He aggressively reaches out with violently trembling hands to physically anchor her amidst the swirling emotional destruction. Philip desperately confesses his profound ignorance regarding the massive devastating emotional damage his cruel words had violently inflicted. He agonizes openly over his immense terrible blindness while Viola stares back through a shattered veil of broken trust. Complete suffocating panic utterly consumes him as he frantically searches for the exact right words to save their violently collapsing relationship. Desperately trying to salvage the tense situation, Philip insists that the past misunderstanding was absolutely not what she thought. Overwhelmed by intense emotional frustration, he silently averts his heavy gaze while wrestling with his chaotic thoughts. Breaking the heavy, uncomfortable silence, Philip softly mutters a deeply regretful apology for the sudden chaos. He urgently requests a brief moment alone to properly cool his frantically racing head before continuing their discussion. Turning his back completely, Philip heavily walks away into the dense aristocratic party crowd. Before vanishing completely, Philip strictly orders Lex to carefully watch over Viola in his sudden absence. Lex sarcastically complains about acting as a mere babysitter while Viola sadly whispers Philip's departing name. Completely and utterly shattered, Viola trudges forward with a profoundly hollow and exhausted expression. Lex closely watches her deeply troubled demeanor with an intense growing sense of genuine concern. Sensing her massive undeniable distress, Lex gently asks if something terrible recently happened to upset her so badly. Tears instantly well in her wide eyes as the devastating emotional weight completely crushes her fragile spirit. Struggling immensely to find the right words, Viola softly hesitates to explain the horrific royal confrontation. Lex releases a heavy defeated groan as he instantly deduces the painful root of her profound misery. Realizing the public ballroom setting is completely inappropriate, Lex sharply commands her to follow him somewhere totally private. Lex quickly declares an absolute emergency because remaining silent any longer would horribly betray Philip's true intentions. They swiftly retreat into a secluded quiet space far away from the prying eyes of the sprawling royal estate. Staring intently at her trusted companion, Viola silently wonders if Lex truly knows the hidden painful context. Lex directly confronts the heavy issue by specifically asking about the devastating historical conversation between Philip and Natalia. He sharply asks if that specific brutal conversation was the primary reason she firmly believed Philip absolutely hated her. Viola lowers her tearful gaze silently as the deeply painful memory violently resurfaces in her overwhelmed mind. With a highly fragile broken voice, Viola quietly confirms his highly accurate suspicion regarding her immense insecurities. Lex releases a massively heavy sigh while visibly wrestling with the incredibly dense burden of his long-kept secret. A sudden powerful wave of intense paralyzing guilt completely washes over his entirely conflicted demeanor. Lex bitterly complains that her obvious intense suffering is making him feel incredibly guilty right this very moment. Dropping a massive shocking truth, Lex firmly declares that whatever she thought Philip viciously said was a complete absolute lie. He quickly corrects his bold statement by accurately describing the entire cruel scenario as a deliberately staged theatrical act. Viola suddenly gasps in sheer blinding confusion as the monumental revelation violently hits her completely unprepared mind. Utterly bewildered by the wild claim, she repeatedly questions the entirely bizarre concept of a deliberately staged betrayal. Lex intensely asks if she remembers how Princess Mirabelle derived sick joy from maliciously stealing precious things from others. Her anxious heart wildly pounds as Viola aggressively processes the terrifying possibility that her absolute worst day was completely fake. Lex explicitly details Mirabelle's dangerous, twisted obsession with ruthlessly stealing prominent engaged men directly from their loving partners. He slowly reveals the highly terrifying fact that Mirabelle had eventually focused her entirely dangerous sights exclusively on Philip. Lex admits that Philip theoretically held enough immense noble power to firmly reject the highly aggressive royal princess. He darkly warns that Mirabelle possessed a vicious, unstoppable history of brutally attacking anyone who dared cross her royal path. Lex fully explains that the malicious princess specifically loved viciously bullying the helpless innocent partners of the stolen nobleman. Because Philip desperately feared for Viola's immediate physical safety, he urgently begged Lex for strategic emergency advice. Lex finally confesses that he personally masterminded a clever deceptive trick to quickly force Mirabelle to permanently lose all romantic interest. The gigantic, staggering puzzle pieces loudly click together as Viola frantically processes the monumental, unbelievable truth. Lex casually defends his past tactical decision by claiming it truly seemed like a perfectly brilliant defensive idea at the time. He completely unmasks the master plan, explaining they deliberately staged Philip's cruel rejection in areas Mirabelle frequently eavesdropped to trick her completely. Lex confidently explains they strategically used Natalia as a conversation partner to successfully trick the malicious princess. He heavily admits their massive miscalculation was completely failing to anticipate Viola secretly overhearing the staged rejection. Viola stares blankly as the overwhelming weight of the deeply misunderstood past crashes violently into her mind. Breaking the tense silence, Lex offers a profound and deeply sincere apology for the immense pain caused. He firmly assures her that the entirely devastating event was simply a massive staged misunderstanding. Viola finally realizes that Philip was never actually cold but merely incredibly shy all along. She silently forgives her past self for aggressively reacting to a deeply hidden truth she could never have known. Lex softly calls out her name as he notices her profoundly troubled and visibly shaken demeanor. Overwhelmed with immense regret, Viola painfully confesses that she immediately told Philip she absolutely hated him afterward. Lex physically winces at the highly devastating confession while softly muttering a sympathetic groan of pure pity. He accurately points out that their severely damaged relationship has been undeniably awkward ever since that terrible day. Viola remains completely baffled by the painful memory of Philip confusingly replying likewise to her hateful declaration. Lex gently comforts the immensely distressed girl by firmly insisting she completely stop blaming herself for the tragedy. She deeply ponders the incredibly confusing nature of Philip's past bitter retaliation in light of this new truth. Taking full accountability, Lex bluntly states it was entirely his and Philip's fault for foolishly remaining silent. Searching for absolute closure, Lex carefully asks if she finally feels completely okay with the startling revelation. She gazes downward quietly as the highly complex storm of racing thoughts slowly settles in her exhausted mind. Nodding softly, Viola genuinely confirms she feels significantly better after finally learning the complete, unvarnished truth. Lex flashes a brilliantly relieved smile while loudly declaring his great satisfaction with her positive emotional recovery. He urgently shifts focus by demanding they immediately rescue Philip before immense, crushing guilt completely consumes him. Viola firmly agrees with Lex's highly logical assessment of Philip's currently unstable and deeply fragile emotional state. She vividly pictures a profoundly depressed Philip currently wallowing in dark, pathetic shadows of immense self-deprecation. Lex releases a deeply exhausted sigh as he aggressively prepares to suggest a highly controversial countermeasure. He suddenly challenges Viola by boldly suggesting she simply pretend her lost memories have finally miraculously returned. Pushing the emotional boundary, Lex sharply points out her undeniably obvious romantic feelings for the distressed nobleman. A bright red blush aggressively takes over Viola's deeply flustered face as her undeniable affections are brutally exposed. Gathering her immense inner courage, she softly but firmly confirms her genuine deep love for Philip. Lex watches her highly emotional confession with a deeply supportive and profoundly gentle reassuring gaze. He confidently predicts that loudly declaring her love and faking her memory return will instantly cure Philip's depression. Viola intensely questions the deeply complex morality of continuously faking her already non-existent memory loss. A massive suffocating guilt utterly crushes her as she realizes Philip completely believes her highly deceptive amnesia act. She painfully silently condemns her own toxic hypocrisy for deeply resenting Philip's lies while actively deceiving him. Absolute terrifying dread grips her heart as she violently wonders if she must maintain this massive lie forever. Seeking critical desperate guidance, she softly murmurs Lex's name to ask a profoundly highly dangerous question. She hesitantly hypothesizes confessing the absolute terrifying truth that she originally faked amnesia to desperately escape their engagement. Her violently trembling voice trails off as she asks Lex to predict Philip's ultimate emotional reaction. Just as she fearfully asks if Philip would utterly hate her, a sudden booming voice aggressively interrupts them. A hidden mysterious eavesdropper violently shatters their intense privacy by loudly declaring they are caught red-handed. Viola and Lex snap their heads around in pure blinding shock at the highly catastrophic sudden intrusion. Absolute paralyzing horror completely freezes Viola as she shockingly identifies the unexpected, deeply threatening intruder. Absolute paralyzing shock utterly freezes Viola as she realizes they have been caught in the act. She terrifyingly contemplates how sudden endings always arrive when someone completely drops their guard. The hidden eavesdropper angrily demands to know if she had faked her amnesia from the very beginning. Dread instantly consumes her as she realizes Philip just heard her devastating secret out loud. Cornered by the brutal truth, she nervously resolves that she has absolutely no choice but to confess everything. Trembling uncontrollably, she softly apologizes to him while deeply regretting not revealing her massive lie sooner. A heavy, suffocating silence aggressively blankets the tense area as the shocking revelation fully sinks in. Philip stares intensely with a deeply broken expression as his entire perceived reality violently shatters. She desperately explains that her initial deception only existed to quickly break off their loveless engagement. Viola tearfully confesses she never imagined he actually loved her or that she would eventually fall deeply for him too. Completely overwhelmed by the staggering emotional blow, Philip violently wobbles on his trembling feet. He visibly sways back and forth as his exhausted mind frantically attempts to process the crushing heartbreak. Losing his physical balance, Philip staggers aggressively away from the highly catastrophic confrontation. A profoundly awkward silence heavily dominates the scene as he clumsily retreats into the surrounding shadows. In a bizarre panic, Philip violently shoves a large decorative potted plant completely over his entire head. He stands completely frozen while utterly concealed by the ridiculous leafy disguise. Staring in absolute bewilderment, Lex sharply demands to know why Philip suddenly put a massive plant on his head. From inside the dense foliage, Philip pitifully mutters that he simply cannot face Viola right now. Lex wildly points out that true love should immediately prompt someone to calm their panicking partner down. Bursting into uncontrollable laughter, Lex loudly begs Philip to cut out the highly absurd comedic act. Struggling to maintain his absolute composure, Lex fully admits he genuinely sympathizes with the agonizing situation. He perfectly understands the overwhelming urge to quickly crawl into a dark hole and die from pure embarrassment. Viola gently begs the heavily disguised Philip to hear her out as he violently jolts and accidentally hits his head. Philip gently whispers from inside the leaves that everything is all right and accepts full blame for the mess. She frantically insists he totally misunderstands the situation while desperately trying to bridge the massive emotional gap. Philip softly mumbles about finally getting to experience his beautiful dream despite the harsh, painful reality. Viola stares blankly at the massive leafy pot while desperately trying to have a serious emotional conversation. Lex violently erupts into hysterical laughter at the ridiculous situation while Viola aggressively demands he shut up. Still hopelessly hiding, Philip gently praises Viola for remaining far too kind to a massive fool like him. He solemnly apologizes for selfishly making her play along with his deeply foolish romantic fantasies. Refusing to hear another word of self-pity, Philip firmly declares that everything is totally okay now. Viola frantically shouts for him to stop and listen, but her desperate pleas violently crash against his thick, emotional walls. He rapidly spins around and bolts aggressively toward the heavy door to completely escape the suffocating room. Philip sadly mutters a final broken apology as he physically flees the chaotic, heartbreaking scene. A crushing, devastating emptiness aggressively fills the room immediately after his frantic, sudden departure. She violently screams for him to wait, but the heavy door aggressively slams shut behind him. Total paralyzing panic violently consumes Viola as she stares at the empty space where he just stood. A lonely carriage violently rattles down the dusty road as an entire agonizing week slowly passes by. Viola sinks deeply into crushing despair since she hasn't spoken a single word to Philip since that terrible night. She sadly admits writing him a deeply heartfelt letter that tragically remains completely unanswered to this very day. As a last resort, the tense atmosphere thickens with unspoken gravity as they brace for the worst. Breaking the heavy silence, a familiar voice warmly greets Viola after a long and troubling absence. Viola respectfully welcomes Lord Cedric, genuinely pleased yet surprised by his sudden arrival. Cedric confidently assures her that Philip will recover, suggesting he merely needs a few days to process his intense embarrassment. Acknowledging Lex's sharp observation, they collectively agree that Lord Philip fiercely struggles to voice his true emotions. They deeply reflect on Philip's lifelong tendency to remain stubbornly quiet during the most crucial moments. Frustration suddenly mounts over Philip keeping explosive secrets about Lady Mirabelle instead of simply confiding in his allies. A heavy silence fills the empty space as the brutal weight of unspoken secrets settles in. Quiet apologies are swiftly exchanged regarding Philip's recent and deeply troubling behavior. Guilt surfaces rapidly as deep regrets over failing to make an effort in past relationships are openly confessed. Concern deepens instantly upon learning that Philip has completely isolated himself in his room for an entire week. Anxiety violently spikes as they realize Philip is outright refusing all meals and slowly wasting away. A sudden sting of sharp regret pierces the heavy and oppressive atmosphere. Crushed by sheer guilt, a heavy realization dawns on her that she is entirely to blame for this unfolding tragedy. Despite her frantic attempts to communicate, she admits Philip remains stubbornly at fault for actively avoiding her. A sudden knock at the door abruptly shatters the tense conversation surrounding Lord Cedric. The resounding echo of the sharp knock hangs ominously in the suffocating silence of the corridor. A returning figure boldly announces their arrival, gratefully noting they have just returned from walking Vivi. Startled eyes lock onto the unexpected arrival as high tension floods the room once more. A bright and cheerful greeting instantly shatters the room's lingering and oppressive gloom. Absolute despair suddenly radiates from the doorway as an overwhelming sense of utter defeat takes hold. The crushing weight of absolute hopelessness abruptly freezes everyone dead in their tracks. Exhausted and thoroughly defeated, Vivi tragically mirrors Philip's deep slump and flops helplessly to the floor. Realizing Vivi was also starving herself, she hastily evacuated the poor creature from Philip's toxic isolation to personally care for her. Drowning in overwhelming sorrow, she desperately whispers a tearful apology to the suffering Vivi. A chilling realization strikes her that Vivi's spoken words act as a direct and painful mirror to Philip's broken soul. The terrifying truth of their deeply shared emotional bond hangs dangerously in the air. Grateful for the support, she commands them to wait while she bravely prepares to confront Philip alone. The heavy door slams shut with a brutal thud, sealing her alone with her rapidly spiraling thoughts. Total isolation instantly amplifies the deafening and frantic sound of her own racing heartbeat. A desperate and agonizingly silent apology echoes endlessly within the dark confines of her tormented mind. The relentless ticking of the clock mercilessly counts down the excruciating seconds of waiting. Time viciously distorts as the agonizing suspense stretches into an unbearable eternity. A horrific fear paralyzes her entirely as she imagines the sheer hatred currently burning in Philip's eyes. Panic violently grips her heart as she dreads that his calming down might have completely erased his love for her. She tortures herself intensely by imagining the soul-crushing betrayal of a partner desperate to sever their engagement. Desperately fighting her own toxic mind, she begs her rapidly plummeting thoughts to finally stop. Wishing the entire ordeal was merely a cruel pretense, she desperately yearns to escape her agonizing jealousy. A devastating realization hits hard that faking amnesia to escape would absolutely warrant his deep disappointment. Hot tears drip silently as she fully accepts the heartbreaking truth that Lord Philip will never truly understand. A sharp agonizing pang of realization pierces her entirely as she desperately questions when her deeply buried feelings for him grew so overwhelmingly intense. Crushed beneath a devastating wave of profound self-doubt, she bitterly acknowledges her own perceived worthlessness and cripplingly deep-seated insecurities. An exhausting cycle of relentless failure violently flashes before her weary eyes, powerfully magnifying the sheer and agonizing futility of her endless attempts. Startled from her dark and rapidly spiraling thoughts, a sudden sound jolts her attention sharply toward a deeply distressed Vivi. Caught completely off guard by the unexpected interruption, she stammers in genuine confusion about what she was desperately trying to achieve. A heavy and deeply suffocating silence stretches taut across the room as unspoken emotions violently churn beneath her surprisingly calm exterior. A fragmented and incredibly desperate plea to simply let go completely shatters the fragile quiet, echoing with raw and profound heartache. The oppressive weight of the silent atmosphere presses down mercilessly upon her, freezing her utterly in a profound moment of quiet reflection. Shadows violently stretch across the desolate space, perfectly mirroring the intense and silent emotional turmoil fiercely warring within her deeply conflicted mind. Time itself agonizingly suspends in the deafening stillness, powerfully amplifying the unspoken and crushing tragedy of their rapidly fracturing bond. An undeniable and incredibly heavy melancholy thickly permeates the very air around her, completely isolating her in a private world of relentless despair. The quiet void forcefully deepens, allowing the crushing gravity of her numerous past mistakes to slowly wash over her trembling form. A sudden and completely breathless gasp rips through the heavy silence, violently signaling a massive and painful shift in her understanding. A devastating and crystal-clear realization forcefully crashes down upon her, totally shattering the long-held delusion that he was the ignorant one. Drowning in sudden and profound guilt, she firmly accepts the harsh and undeniable truth that she alone completely misunderstood their deeply fractured dynamic. A heavy and deeply exhausted sigh finally escapes her trembling lips, forcefully releasing a massive wave of pent-up tension and deep sorrow. Breaking the nearly unbearable tension, a returning figure solemnly apologizes for the excruciating wait outside the heavily sealed door. Heavy disappointment instantly floods the quiet hallway as the solemn admission of absolute failure to convince the stubborn man is reluctantly delivered. Summoning every ounce of her fleeting courage, she desperately requests the terrifying opportunity to confront him completely alone. A thick and highly pregnant pause heavily dominates the tense exchange as her desperate and solitary plea is carefully and critically weighed. Grateful relief washes over her completely as the solitary request is gently granted, leaving her solely responsible for the impending and high-stakes confrontation. A quiet but deeply sincere wish for good luck solemnly echoes in the dark corridor, significantly amplifying the intense tension of her solitary mission. Steeling her completely shattered nerves, she assertively knocks on the heavy wooden door and bravely announces her undeniable presence to Lord Philip. Her trembling voice nervously pierces the imposing barrier, offering a deeply sincere apology for the unannounced intrusion while fiercely begging for a vital conversation. The formidable door remains stubbornly shut, powerfully projecting a massive aura of cold and impenetrable isolation against her desperate and heartfelt pleas. Desperation heavily laces her trembling tone as she practically begs the silent room for just a single, precious minute of his highly guarded time. A terrifying and profound silence violently pushes back against her fragile hope, intensely testing the very limits of her wavering resolve. Haunting echoes of his previously heartbroken words about his inability to simply let her go violently flood her racing mind, completely cementing the undeniable depth of his hidden romantic torment. A sudden surge of fierce determination radically reignites her fading spirit, heavily fueled by Vivi's undeniably crucial and highly revealing intervention. Gathering her violently fraying courage, she absolutely resolves to speak her total truth, deeply trusting that his lingering love secretly compels him to quietly listen. She heartbreakingly confesses a deeply ingrained childhood belief, mournfully admitting she always viewed them as existing in totally separate and inherently unbridgeable worlds. Crushing inadequacy violently colors her raw confession as she fully admits she never once felt genuinely worthy of his absolute and shining perfection. She meticulously lists his completely overwhelming and flawless superiority in status, appearance, and grades, profoundly amplifying her own deeply rooted sense of endless personal failure. A sharp and agonizing contrast is aggressively painted as she bitterly describes her own hopelessly awkward and tragically clumsy, inferior existence. The sheer toxicity of their lifelong proximity is brutally laid bare, fully exposing a devastatingly long cycle of endless self-beratement and crippling inferiority. She heavily cites his perpetual aloofness and a devastatingly overheard conversation with Lady Mirabelle as the absolute and final nails in the coffin of her fragile hope. Driven by a twisted but genuine compassion, she solemnly explains her firm belief that abandoning their doomed marriage would ultimately spare them both from endless and mutual destruction. A profound and deeply tragic misunderstanding is finally voiced aloud, boldly declaring her absolute certainty that he secretly despised the mere thought of being with her. She fiercely admits to blindly swallowing that incredibly toxic narrative whole, stubbornly refusing to ever question the agonizingly painful lies she desperately told herself. The ultimate and deeply devastating confession dramatically drops as she finally reveals that faking her severe amnesia was her absolute last, desperate resort to successfully escape their painful bond. She boldly confesses that she initially fabricated the amnesia just to completely sever their suffocating engagement. A sharp contrast immediately arises as she recalls his completely unexpected reaction on the very first day of her deceit. Shock utterly consumed her when he spun a wild and completely uncharacteristic lie about them being deeply in love with each other. Rationalizing his profound deceit, she firmly convinced herself that his absurd behavior was merely a cruel new game designed to mess with her head. Despite harboring her own massive deception, she harshly judged him in her racing mind for spinning such totally ridiculous falsehoods. As they continuously spent more time together, his completely unprecedented and warm actions entirely shattered all of her previous assumptions. His baffling and entirely uncharacteristic behavior abruptly threw her highly guarded heart into a deep state of total bewilderment. Every single nonsensical thing he actively did relentlessly confused her fragile mind to absolutely no end. A heavy and deeply reflective silence suddenly dominates the atmosphere as the immense weight of her profound inner turmoil heavily sinks in. A stunning realization forcefully hits her that the supposedly flawless man standing before her is actually not perfect at all. Despite finally seeing his glaring flaws, an unexpected and highly powerful new emotion violently sparks within her trembling soul. Before she could even stop her racing heart, she fully realizes that she is rapidly and helplessly falling deeply in love with him. An overwhelming and genuine desire completely consumes her rapidly beating heart, leaving her desperately wishing to remain by his side forever. She fiercely declares her profound love for his highly awkward but incredibly devoted and straightforward kindness. Breaking past all suffocating formalities, she desperately insists on calling him Phil out of her own genuine and fiercely burning volition. Hot tears stream rapidly down her flushed face as she adamantly refuses to ever break off their deeply complicated engagement. A raw and incredibly tearful plea violently escapes her trembling lips as she desperately begs for them to stay together forever. A sudden and dramatic wobble completely shatters the intense emotional tension as the heavy wooden door abruptly begins to shift. The imposing barrier clicks open sharply, dramatically revealing the deeply affected and highly emotional man standing right on the other side. Philip steps forward with a completely shattered expression, offering a profoundly quiet and deeply agonizing apology for everything. Overwhelming guilt violently crashes over his trembling form as he desperately struggles to find the exact right words to heal her pain. A heart-wrenching and deeply sincere apology heavily spills from his trembling lips once more as he forcefully confronts his own massive failures. Absolute devastation thickly coats his trembling voice as he painfully acknowledges the bitter tears streaming rapidly down her flushed face. The overwhelming floodgates of raw emotion violently burst open as they finally and fully confront their deeply shared, agonizing pain. She chokes out his cherished name through violent and heavy sobs, completely overwhelmed by his sudden and incredibly raw vulnerability. Desperation heavily laces his cracking tone as he firmly insists he can absolutely never apologize enough for his immense and crushing wrongdoings. Crushing regret forcefully drives his tearful and deeply frantic apology for cowardly avoiding her during their absolutely darkest hour. A frantic and deeply emotional argument completely erupts as they both desperately and fiercely fight to take the absolute blame for their fractured past. A profound and highly emotionally charged silence softly settles over them as their fierce mutual apologies finally begin to subside into quiet understanding. Stripping away his flawless facade entirely, Philip completely admits his deeply uncool nature and terrible, highly flawed communication skills. She tenderly and warmly accepts his incredibly raw confession, deeply validating the beautiful and tragic imperfection he finally dared to reveal. A desperate and incredibly tight embrace violently crushes the lingering physical distance fiercely held between their trembling and exhausted bodies. The suffocating and deeply toxic weight of their long-held secrets completely shatters as they fiercely and desperately hold onto each other. Surging with highly newfound confidence, he boldly and fiercely declares himself as the singular person who loves her the absolute most. A tender and deeply desperate plea heavily hangs in the air as he solemnly begs for the profound honor to remain by her side forever. Staring deeply into her highly emotional and tear-filled eyes, he fiercely swears an absolute and unbreakable vow to never lie to her again. A monumental and deeply shocking realization forcefully dawns on them that despite a full lifetime together, this is their very first truly honest moment. They deeply and warmly acknowledge the profound beauty of finally looking at each other without any of their suffocating and highly toxic masks. Reaffirming his absolute and highly unwavering devotion, he firmly promises a bright and entirely truthful future forged perfectly together. Bound firmly by complete and deeply raw honesty, they boldly step forward into a brand new, highly vibrant reality deeply forged in their undeniable love. A heavy silence completely envelopes them as the sheer weight of their sudden confession hangs palpably in the still air. Staring in absolute shock, Philip completely freezes as her bold declaration violently short-circuits his racing mind. Breaking the incredibly tense silence, she gently murmurs in a soft attempt to finally snap him out of his deep trance. Snapping violently back to reality, he eagerly confirms her desperate question about his genuine romantic feelings. He fiercely and passionately declares his absolute love for her, leaving her completely stunned by his intense sincerity. Overwhelming emotion violently crashes over Philip as a deep crimson blush rapidly spreads across his flawless face. Completely overwhelmed by intense relief, he rapidly sinks to the floor with a massive and breathless sigh. Crouching low to the ground, he breathlessly admits that all coherent words have completely escaped his overloaded mind. Deep and undeniable joy intensely radiates from his deeply flushed face as the profound reality of her love completely sinks in. Staring up at her with incredibly wide and utterly reverent eyes, he intensely absorbs the beautiful truth of their newly forged bond. Utterly intoxicated by pure joy, he desperately murmurs that he could absolutely die perfectly happy in this very fleeting moment. She fiercely and immediately rejects his dramatic sentiment, refusing to completely let him entertain such wildly dark thoughts. A profound and tender silence softly stretches between them as they intensely lock their deeply emotional eyes. Trembling with overwhelming affection, she powerfully steps closer to close the lingering physical gap between their desperately yearning bodies. A bright and genuine smile violently shatters her previous anxiety as she softly whispers how undeniably cute he genuinely looks. Reaching out with trembling hands, they desperately bridge the final physical distance, deeply anchoring themselves in each other's profound warmth. Their hands gently intertwine as a massive wave of highly profound comfort fiercely washes over their completely exhausted souls. Tears heavily well in his deeply emotional eyes as he desperately struggles to properly vocalize the sheer depth of his feelings. He powerfully and sincerely confesses that he has absolutely loved her throughout their entire complicated lives. A sudden and profoundly breathless gasp violently escapes her trembling lips as his intense devotion entirely shatters her remaining walls. He desperately emphasizes that he has fiercely waited his entire turbulent life for this single profoundly perfect moment. Overcome with deep gratitude, he intensely declares that his agonizing past was absolutely worth enduring for this magnificent reward. They fiercely melt into a deeply passionate embrace, totally surrendering to the overwhelming emotional high of their newly discovered truth. They heavily realize the absolutely tragic extent of their massive and completely devastating mutual misunderstandings. Shifting to a peaceful resolution, she softly narrates that they intensely talked for hours, absolutely clearing the highly toxic air. Shock violently grips her face as they abruptly uncover just how agonizingly close they truly were to being perfectly aligned. She frantically brings up a heavily traumatic past argument, forcefully questioning his highly devastating and incredibly cryptic response. Panic violently flashes across his absolute flushed face as he desperately scrambles to thoroughly explain that massive miscommunication. She glares intensely at him, utterly demanding a fiercely logical explanation for why he would ever say something so incredibly destructive. He frantically clarifies that his highly disastrous reply meant he violently hated himself too, absolutely not her. She absolutely explodes with fierce frustration, angrily yelling that she is definitely not a highly trained psychic to decipher his vague words. He deeply and incredibly shamefully hangs his head, instantly issuing a highly meek apology for his absolute failure. Desperately defending his extremely poor communication, he softly admits that his entirely overloaded mind completely blanks out whenever he highly panics. He utterly and tragically confesses that his highly intense anxiety absolutely strips him of his entire ability to properly vocalize his thoughts. A deep and highly profound realization suddenly washes over her as she totally understands his deeply crippling and silent anxiety. She fiercely demands significantly better communication moving forward, forcefully prompting him to absolutely issue another highly desperate apology. He deeply and tragically explains his heavily deeply rooted self-hatred, intensely admitting he completely believed her highly devastating rejection was entirely justified. Shock violently rocks her entire core as she fiercely realizes her terribly misunderstood words completely bedridden him for 2 massive weeks. Throwing all of his absolute immense pride aside, he heavily bows, intensely begging for her completely total profound forgiveness. He fiercely swears to endlessly repent for the entire rest of his devoted life, absolutely begging for her unyielding profound forgiveness. A heavy and solemn atmosphere settles over the room as Philip continues to violently grapple with his immense guilt. Philip stubbornly refuses to forgive himself while she frantically attempts to downplay the massive situation. A highly visible aura of deep gloom violently radiates from his absolutely crushed and highly remorseful posture. Frantically trying to shift the suffocating mood, she loudly stammers out a sudden change of subject. She quickly recalls his initial profound reaction when she first presented her deeply elaborate amnesia lie. Invisible daggers violently pierce his crushing conscience as she quotes his wildly exaggerated claims of her past devotion. He intensely flinches under her relentless verbal strikes as she brutally recounts his completely fabricated tales of her fierce jealousy. Sizzling with overwhelming embarrassment, he quietly deflates as she directly demands a logical explanation for his wild falsehoods. Stumbling awkwardly over his trembling words, he softly admits that those highly exaggerated lies were actually his own heavily guarded feelings. She absolutely short-circuits in total shock as she intensely realizes his fabricated story was essentially a highly embarrassing self-introduction. A deeply stunned silence violently blankets the room as the profound weight of his incredibly raw confession truly sinks in. Connecting the highly obvious dots, she softly asks if he was actually the one burning with intense jealousy over other men. He absolutely admits his deeply crushing insecurity, intensely revealing his highly misguided fear that she secretly harbored feelings for Cyril. A massive wave of highly intense warmth floods her completely as she totally absorbs the sheer magnitude of his absolute devotion. Heavy blushes violently dust both of their deeply flushed faces as the highly toxic misunderstandings finally evaporate completely. She smoothly pieces together the final puzzle, violently realizing this massive jealousy was the exact reason he lied about her hating Cyril. Totally defeated by his absolutely massive string of transparent lies, he solemnly issues yet another deeply miserable apology. Deciding mercifully to spare him any further brutal interrogation, she warmly resolves to absolutely ignore the deeply comical bucket nearby. A deeply tender and incredibly genuine smile fiercely blooms across her beautiful face as she totally accepts his highly awkward nature. Overwhelmed by absolute affection, she softly realizes just how undeniably cute and incredibly adorable his highly clumsy efforts truly are. Surrendering completely to her totally overflowing emotions, she fiercely and profoundly declares her absolute love for Phil. He fiercely reciprocates her deeply passionate confession, absolutely admitting his profound love totally overwhelms his entirely fragile mind. She desperately sends a highly silent prayer to the heavens, absolutely wishing to endlessly remain by his deeply cherished side. Transitioning beautifully into a highly peaceful morning, he softly notes the absolute perfection of the clear skies outside. They warmly and intensely agree to spend a highly relaxing afternoon in the lush garden alongside their deeply beloved Vivi. Reflecting deeply on the highly eventful aftermath, she softly notes absolutely coming totally clean to her fiercely supportive parents and Jamie. She bravely extended her highly difficult confessions to Lord Cedric, completely revealing the absolute truth of her heavily fabricated amnesia. Immense relief completely washed over her as her highly understanding loved ones absolutely celebrated their deeply profound reconciliation instead of displaying anger. Time peacefully flows forward as 2 highly blissful weeks rapidly pass since their completely absolute and highly emotional breakthrough. She absolutely swears a deeply unbreakable inner vow to completely honor their massive kindness by fiercely remaining totally honest forever. She finally recounted the entire highly dramatic ordeal to Lady Natalia, who absolutely already harbored strong suspicions of the profound truth. Natalia fiercely scolds her with deep affection, absolutely demanding that she display highly superior decisiveness, moving completely forward. Deeply trusting Natalia's genuinely good heart, she totally realizes the fierce noblewoman will absolutely guard her massive secrets safely, as she previously helped Lord Philip with Lady Mirabelle. Stepping boldly into their highly vibrant future, Philip nervously but fiercely invites her out on a deeply romantic food date. She intensely and beautifully accepts his highly charming proposal, absolutely eager to endlessly build their completely brand new reality together. Viola abruptly questions what Philip is doing as he violently pinches his own cheek. Philip aggressively stretches his facial skin to desperately test his waking reality. He fiercely continues his bizarre self-inflicted torture with an incredibly intense stare. Philip passionately confesses his overwhelming happiness makes this perfect reality feel like an impossible dream. Viola suddenly bursts into bright laughter at his highly dramatic and completely absurd antics. She teasingly warns him that his brutal pinching will completely ruin his incredibly handsome face. Philip completely freezes as her sudden casual compliment violently strikes his fragile composure. A sudden twitch violently overtakes his deeply flustered and absolutely shocked expression. They intensely lock eyes as a highly charged romantic tension fiercely fills the vibrant space. Reaching out tenderly, she firmly assures him that this beautiful reality is absolutely genuine. His eyes widen dramatically as he intensely absorbs her deeply comforting physical warmth. She internally sighs that despite confessing her love multiple times, he absolutely remains in total disbelief. He breathlessly admits his crippling self-doubt prevents him from fully believing she actually loves him. A profound wave of deep affection violently washes over her as she fiercely gazes at his vulnerable state. She boldly confronts him by forcefully demanding if he truly grasps the massive depth of her burning love. Philip fiercely blushes as her highly direct challenge utterly shatters his deeply fragile emotional composure. Trembling with intense anticipation, he desperately begs to know exactly how much she genuinely loves him. He fiercely and instantly confirms his profound desire to totally absorb her absolute romantic truth. Vowing to violently crush their past communication failures, she fiercely promises to constantly vocalize her absolute feelings moving forward. She fearlessly and passionately declares that she has fallen absolutely head over heels for him.